Check 1 2 1 2. We're going to be starting very soon. Yeah, this is the right slide. Hey, live streamers, are we live? Yes. It's all happening. So it's so good to see your faces. Everyone's smiling. I mean, should you have Charles Chesler here? I see your face all the time, Charles, but I haven't seen you since our OPTIC 2021 in Washington Square Park. So it's pretty amazing. We got Eisenhower the Chihuahua here, who was here for OPTIC 2016. Or no, 2017, and it's great to see all you guys again. Wow, what a long 2 years it was. Pretty amazing. I know we've all had trials and tribulations over the past couple of years. It's been super difficult, but we're here, we're back together in person. We knew that eventually this would happen. We just didn't think it would be like 2.5 years. It's been so crazy, but it's so cool in this like post-COVID world that we're in as things are opening up. I remember it kind of happened, like COVID happened very quickly in the beginning, but then it was like a slow burn afterwards. Like the first time you could see people without masks on and see smiles and faces and interact. I remember that. It was so great. We have a wonderful person I've been working with for years who does our live streaming through a company called Stratosphere. Her name is Alyssa. We had an in-person meeting here about 2 months ago in the New Yorker, and I worked with Alyssa quite a bit over the virtual optics and depth of fields that B&H produced. Man, when I saw her, it was so nice to give her a hug and be in person. So I was thinking, like, how can we kind of do this? I know it's a little early and the room isn't too filled up, but just look to the person to the side of you and just say, hey, it's good to see you. Great. So that's pretty amazing. Now as we're in this post-COVID slow burn, it's kind of a weird world we live in. It's like when you walk into a building and you see that hand sanitizer, you want to walk up and you want to give yourself a quick squirt before you go in. But now COVID's, the numbers are down and they're not replacing the soap in the dispensers as much. So you ever like walk up to a dispenser and like nothing happens? So how long do you actually wait? Is it like a 3 second, 5 seconds before you move on? And then how about like about a half hour later when all of a sudden you're like, oh, I just touched myself, because we've been trained to avoid COVID, and it's been a great run, and we're back here. So I just wanted to just kind of start with some funny things about that and just how good it is to see everyone. And real quick, we have a very special OPTIC for you guys. We've got amazing experiences. So for the tickets to get onto the Whale Cruise or the Sunset Cruise, you want to go over to the OPTIC info desk and you can claim your ticket. Give them time. We got a bigger boat, so we're not going to run out of space. Plenty of time to go get your ticket. Don't have to rush the ticket booth for that. We got you covered on that. We're going to be here in the New Yorker for today and tomorrow. Then we're going to be in Brooklyn. We're doing a Dumbo photo shoot on Tuesday afternoon, and then on Wednesday we're doing the whale watching. So this is going to be a blast. So real fast, I want to make a big shout out to our sponsors. And where are our sponsors? Hold on. they're coming. I went in the wrong direction. There's our sponsors. Okay, so I know there's not a ton of people in the room, but let's give a shout out for those sponsors. Thank you, sponsors. They make it possible for us. So for those of you that are looking at us online, please shout out to the sponsors as well online. Feel free to tweet at #bhoptic. You can tweet, you can send pictures on Instagram, take pictures of the stage, take pictures of the amazing sets that we have, but share it up a little bit for us. Okay, so I thought every year I try to say something really special in the opening remarks, and this year we have so many amazing speakers, my opening remarks have been cut down tremendously. So we're going to kind of go through this very quickly, and I want to talk to you guys about something that really saved me during this whole craziness that we've been going through, and it's photography. And what I like to call it is getting into the zone. And the zone is when you plan and you get to your location and you take out your equipment and the light is good, your cameras are working, your creative juices are flowing, and all of a sudden you're in the zone and you're really living through your viewfinder. And as photographers, that's an amazing place to be. So I want to give you some examples of work that I've created over the past couple of years. In particular, I taught myself how to drone. And as the city was quite empty for a period of time, I took advantage of that and did some droning with the Mavic Mini 2, which is a 49-gram drone. It weighs next to nothing. It really feels like a toy, but you can do some amazing stuff with it. So I want to share with you guys my tribute to Manhattan. And we can pull audio out of there. Here we go. Okay, of course, that was Gershwin. Thank you so much. A little bit of a nod to Woody Allen going on there. little bit. So this zone that I was talking about, I think it's really amazing to work with a drone, because a drone gets you into the zone, because a drone is, you're very focused. And I really found droning to be, this was shot in Italy in 2021. And really cool stuff with that drone work. And then, you know, sometimes all of a sudden I'm droning at an apple picking in 2021, and I go over these farms, and I have the drone look down, and what do I find but a corn maze with United We Stand, which was great. The other thing about the zone, sometimes you find yourself in the zone in frustrating times. And the zone kind of, if you follow that lesson, it leads you through and it lets you understand places a little bit different. Funny story behind this photograph. This is in a town called Tarantula in Tuscany, and this is a little corner bar for veterans. And I made the photograph in the spring and then came back in the summer with a beautiful 8x10 print and gave it to the guy who runs the bar. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He was amazed. He loved it so much, and he gave me a bottle of Peroni. So there you go. I come all this way to get paid in beer. This is some portraits. This is shot black and white. What I'm showing you is black and white film shot with a Nikon vintage rangefinder. These two gentlemen are the guys who do our reupholstery. It's really dark. We have a very dark monitor, but a little homage to Peppers, Edward Weston. And then I like with film, digital is easy, but with film, the contrast is greater and there's a lot more room for, well, as we all remember for older photographers when we shot with film, a lot of errors happen and mistakes, but sometimes they look good. And film is just it's a different feel. And I want to shoot, this is film and this next shot is digital. And you could really see the difference between film has a little bit more of an ethereal, sort of a kind of a healthy, sloppy quality in a way, where digital is just so clean. This was in Mexico, in Tulum, Mexico. This was the first big gathering in New York City. This was a punk concert in Tompkins Square Park. It was crazy. So when you're in the zone, it doesn't always happen on one shot. One shot is great, but sometimes you have to work it. So we were buying marble at a marble factory this summer, and I spot this Weinerreimer, and I'm like, wow, it's amazing. So I ran over, made the shot with the camera I happened to have, which was my iPhone. But notice that it's not cropped and composed so well, because I was really just consumed with getting there before the dog moved. So my next shot, I squared up everything a little bit better, stood still, got it all square, took the picture, then the dog moves out, and I'm like, well, I hope I got it. But then I see the dog stops in front of these other pieces of marble. And this is all looking good, and then I whistle at the dog, and he looks right at me, and boom. So, you know, we have a guest here. We have Eisenhower, the Chihuahua, who was here. And Eisenhower, as old Chihuahua, he bullied this Weinerreimer. It was hilarious. So that's the zone, and I think that that's the gift of photography, to fall into the zone. I also ride motorcycles. Motorcycles are another similar zone. You want to concentrate fully on riding a motorcycle. But when you're with your camera, and if you work with a film camera, boy, there's so many mistakes that you have opportunities to make. It's incredible. Digital photography has changed things. And I've noticed we've been doing OPTIC since 2015, and when we started OPTIC, we did a panel on how low light was affecting photography and how we were seeing star trails and Milky Way and aurora borealises all of a sudden appear, because they were very difficult images to make when we had film, because you just didn't have very high ISO, high ratings of low light photography. So I saw that evolution happen, and then I noticed another evolution happened right around the pandemic. During the lockdowns, we couldn't travel. So what we did is we went into our backyards. We went to local parks. We went to local preserves and made photographs. And I've seen the rise of macro photography. That being said, we have multiple macro stations around OPTIC, and you can take pictures here, go up to the workflow room, print out your pictures, tweak them, get them looking good, and then you can go into the foyer and enter them into the OPTIC pushpin challenge gallery. And we've got some amazing $500 gift cards. And did anyone bring any film to be scanned? Anyone got my messages on that? So if you want, if you're coming back tomorrow, bring some old film slides. You can scan that, and that's going to be pretty incredible. Let's give a round of applause to Jason, who's running our workflow room. Jason Geller, a longtime employee. He changed divisions at B&H, but when we did the back in person, I was like, Jason, I got good news and bad news for you. Good news is, we want you back. Bad news is, you're going to have to work. So great job on setting up the workflow room, Jason. Okay, so I originally had some longer presentation time going, and my boss looked at the schedule and said, "You didn't put a lunch in." And I was like, "We don't have time for lunch. We're photographers. We got a lot of great presenting." And he goes, "Build me a lunch." So I sacrificed my long presentation. I've got a short one for you now that I just gave, but I would like to introduce to you a West Coast photographer that we imported directly from Northern California, Sapna Reddy. Sapna is a radiologist and a doctor and a photographer, which, by the way, Sapna at B&H Photo, doctors make some of our best customers. So it's great, and they tend to like us, but Sapna is a Sony, and I'm just gonna cue up her presentation, and we'll give a warm welcome for Sapna to come up. And all right, hold on a second, start at the beginning. Okay, Sapna, is your audio on? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Sapna Reddy. Second, you want to push on the down button to advance the slide.
Down button, okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay. Well, for getting out of bed earlier than others have, and for making it all the way here and sitting down for my presentation, I'm going to make it totally worth your time for the next 45 minutes. We're going to focus on how we become really good storytellers. So this topic is about mastering visual literacy. How do we communicate through our pictures? Because we're all trying to tell stories, not by using words, but by using our photographs. A little bit about me. I have a dual career. I work as a physician 3 days of the week, and the remaining time is spent in photography. As a radiologist, I analyze images, attempting to make a diagnosis and therefore direct cure. As a photographer, I aspire to generate images that serve as visual therapy. I'm supported by these brands. I'm a creator for B&H. I'm working on the landscape photography learning module for Lightroom Academy with Adobe. I'm a Sony, Gear, and Nissi ambassador, and work with these other brands as well, PhotoPills, Flickr, The Heat Company, and Pangea. So a quick shout out to them. All right, so let's delve into this presentation. When we stand before our subject, whatever it may be that you are interested in shooting, if I am standing in front of a landscape, such as this is Yosemite, I am invested in it with all of my senses, right? I can see 360 degrees around me. I can feel the sand beneath my feet on the banks of Merced River. I can hear the roaring waterfall, Upper Yosemite Falls, coming down. You can feel the wind in your hair. You can smell the wet earth. So when you stand there and invest all of your senses, you have a heightened emotional response to what you're witnessing. As nature photographers, or any other photographers, our task is now to take that emotional experience and condense it into a 2D flat plate, right? We reduce all of those 5 senses to just one, vision. And our task is to evoke the same kind of heightened emotional response in our viewer. Isn't that a daunting task? Pretty tough to achieve, wouldn't you think? But there is a way we can do that. Convey exactly what we felt, and maybe even more. Infuse it with our creative vision. Why do we want to do that? Why do we want to communicate with the viewer? I love this quote by Ansel Adams, which says, "A great photograph is one that fully expresses what one feels in the deepest sense about what is being photographed." We choose to capture something because we have established an emotional connection to the subject, right? So then it's important to convey what we feel. If we don't connect to our subject and have an emotional response, how can you expect the viewer to do that? First and foremost, we need to make that emotional connection. Okay. Communicating through visuals is something we have done since prehistoric times. On the left, you have a cave painting from 50,000 years ago. Think about this. Somebody who lived 50,000 years ago probably spoke a language, maybe did not even have language back then, did not have any written word, decided to carve a picture onto the walls of the cave. And today, when we look at that image, 50,000 years later, in a different culture, in a different environment, we know that day there was some sort of a procession happening that involved animals. It involved people with bows and arrows. Perhaps there was some dancing going on, right? What a powerful mode of communication it is to have a visual. And we have this at our fingertips as photographers. And then, of course, when color came along, the emotional impact of images increased even more. We could speak even louder and more clearly. We are actually set up to receive visual stimuli. We are programmed all through evolution because it was necessary for our survival, right? We needed to escape predators. We needed to survive. So when you look at it and say, why is a picture worth 1,000 words? It's because 50% of our neural tissue is directly or indirectly related to vision. Can't say that about any of the other senses. So vision ends up being the primary sense. A human brain can process an entire image within 13 milliseconds. Think about that. How many words are you able to get across in 13 milliseconds? And how many can you actually comprehend? But to analyze an entire image and have a reaction to it, what a powerful mode of communication we have at our fingertips. It takes us only half a second to respond to a visual stimulus. If I showed you this picture, I don't have to tell you anything else. You already know what the story is, right? So that's what I'm trying to get at. We use images to communicate with our audience as well as to creatively express ourselves, okay? Since it's a mode of communication, we could say photography is a universal language. I could show a picture to someone living 10,000 miles away, and they would understand what I am trying to say. Can't say that about too many languages, can we? So if photography is a universal language, and we want to master it, we want to become fluent in it, then we have to do what we would do with any other language. We start with the basics. What is the fundamental thing we need to learn? Let's start with the alphabet. In photography, the analogy would be our camera and our gear. Learning how to use our camera settings, learning how to use our lenses, setting up a tripod, all of these basic things, the mechanical aspects of photography, we're just learning the alphabet. After we learn the alphabet, we move on to the syllables. Well, what are the syllables in photography? We have, again, the fundamentals of exposure triangle, focus, depth of field, concepts that we must understand in order to build upon our knowledge base. So the next time somebody asks you, what is the EXIF? Remember, it is somebody who's in kindergarten and is just learning the alphabet. So please be generous with your information. All right, what comes next? We have learned our alphabet, learned our syllables. Time to start making words. Okay, what are the words in an image? They're actually visual elements. Some people like to call them focal points. You know how sometimes you walk into a room and you're standing in awkward silence, unable to find the words to communicate? You don't quite know what to say. Everybody's a stranger over there. And you're thinking, how can I start a conversation? That's similar to standing at a scene before nature, finding everything in harsh light, and wondering, what am I going to photograph here? What is this story about? I'm not really emotionally connecting to anything in the field before me. Well, in the case of standing in an awkward room, you would perhaps do something as simple as, let me start talking about the weather, right? Just start the conversation. In the case of photography, though, there are specific elements we look for when trying to find our words or our focal points. All through evolution, because vision was so important for our survival, we have trained our eyes and our mind to be drawn to certain things. It was very important we learned to differentiate between the stripes of a tiger and the stripes that form with blades of grass, because you needed to survive, right? So your mind automatically knows what is important and what is not important. The human eye is drawn to brightness, color, contrast, texture, and whenever there is a human element, that tends to anchor the eye as well. Once we know this, we now know where to find our focal points. Make sense? Let me give you specific examples to illustrate that. If you look at this image, just close your eyes, open your eyes, look at the image, and consciously follow the path of your eye through the frame. I guarantee you, it's going to end up in the point of maximal contrast. You see that silhouetted tree? Lit up backlight? That's where the eye is going to land. Why is this important? In order to make an image emotionally compelling, we must control how the viewer travels through the frame and where the viewer's eye lands, right? Let's take a look at another example. So that was an example for brightness and contrast earlier, right? That's where the eye went. This is an example for color. When I first arrived at this scene, everything was in harsh light. I stood there and I was like, I don't know what this picture is about. I don't know what to shoot. Everything looks kind of harsh. And then the storm clouds rolled in, and the angled light of the setting sun began to illuminate the mountain and the foliage beneath it. All of a sudden, I now know what the picture is about. Why? Because my eye is being drawn to color and luminance. Very simple, isn't it? Once we understand that and keep it in our mind, it makes it possible for us to create other images during the same time. So while I was shooting this, I saw this scene. And I knew again, color, contrast, luminance creates a compelling image. So it enhances our potential to make our captures. With me so far? All right, so we talked about brightness, we talked about color, contrast, and remember I had added texture as well as human element into it. This would have been a great picture even without the kayakers. But once you put the kayakers in there, you know your eye is automatically drawn to that. Why? Because it's a point of contrast, and a human element always attracts attention. It's no accident why Instagram carries a whole bunch of environmental portraits that become hugely popular. Because when a viewer looks at a human element in the scene, they automatically imagine what it would be like to be standing there. Once you make that sort of an emotional connection, the image becomes more compelling. Okay. All right, so we have identified our words. We have enhanced our vocabulary. You guys now know what the elements are that you would look for in order to make the captures. What is the next progression in a language? Absolutely, sentences. What are sentences? Sentences are nothing but the careful arrangement of words in order to convey meaning. Would you agree? Well, in a composition, what you're dealing with is careful arrangement of visual elements to produce an aesthetic image. You see, it's as simple as that. Just as you would arrange words in a sentence, you would carefully arrange your visual elements floating around in the 3D space to create an aesthetic image. Okay, let's delve into this a little bit deeper. Step by step, we're going to take a look at this. First thing I want to talk about, this is just a quick slide to say that the ability to create chaos is really what composition is about, especially true when you're shooting nature and there's a whole bunch of visual elements thrown at you, right? I like this. Let's move on. Okay, so the first and foremost thing we need to talk about in composition is balance. Balance to a composition is equivalent to the order of words in a sentence. If the order of words in a sentence is not set properly, that sentence will have no meaning. If you lack balance in your composition, it will be an equally meaningless image. What do I mean by balance? When you identify your focal points or your visual elements, it's important to distribute them with the correct weight distribution in the image. Let's take a look at a specific example here. I know you're looking at this image and going, aha, Sapna, I know what you did there. I see that the tree is an important focal point because it's a point of contrast. I see the light on the mountain, brightness. Eye is drawn to that. That's an important visual element in this composition. So what did I choose to do? I said I have two important visual elements in this composition, and I'm going to arrange them in such a way that they balance each other in the composition, right? Some of you probably have gone a little bit farther in analyzing this image and saying, aha, that's the rudimentary rule of thirds you have used there. You chose to put the tree in the bottom left and then the mountain on the top right. We all love the rule of thirds when we first start out in photography, isn't it? Because it's easy to teach, easy to understand, easy to actually employ and use in the field. It's a great starting point. But once you have been shooting for a while, we need to step beyond the rule of thirds. This is very, very rudimentary and works for somebody who's just starting to compose. But beyond that, we need to look at other measures. This is what is called a Baroque diagonal. Conventionally, we have trained ourselves, majority of us, read from left to right, and when we look at an image, we read from bottom to top. So when you arrange visual elements along a diagonal that goes from the bottom left to the top right, it automatically becomes a more pleasing image. Only because that's what we have ingrained within ourselves. That's how we are looking at everything, right? So when you look at something like this, it feels more pleasing. Important to understand that when we are composing in the field. What we exclude from the composition is as important as what we include in the composition to make our story stronger. So instead of analyzing it as a single diagonal, what if you were to subdivide your frame into smaller parts? A very important visual exercise to do while you're in the field. And ask yourself, is every subdivision of my frame contributing to the story? Or is it introducing some distractions that I don't really want, right? And that makes it a more pleasing composition as well, because everything's coming together and is cohesive. And every subdivision of the composition is adding to the story. Okay, so you look at this. This is another example. This is the Nepali coast in Kauai. And you look at it and you go, well, Sapna, you told us about the Baroque diagonal, and I see that happening here. What are the visual elements here that I'm trying to arrange? Obviously, the color is nice and saturated on those mountains. Our eye is going to go there. I like how the light is catching the waves breaking on the beach there. Definitely going to go there. And then, of course, there is luminance to the clouds, which are catching light, right? So these are the visual elements. And it's our job now to arrange them with good weight distribution through the frame. Did I do that? I hope so. Is it possible to always arrange things along a diagonal? No. It's not, because nature is what it is. All I'm saying is being aware that there is a geometric basis to why certain images work and why certain images don't work is extremely important, because when the opportunity arises, you will be able to use it in the field. Okay? So again, think about weight distribution and think about that Baroque diagonal. This is not something that's new to photography. This is actually something that has been employed in art for centuries, you know. Whether you look at The Birth of Venus by Botticelli, or you look at the work of Pablo Picasso, or you look at Salvador Dali, it doesn't matter. All of these artists would actually draw dynamic grids on their blank canvas before they put down their visual elements. We don't have the luxury of that, do we? Because nature is what nature is. This is a dynamic grid. I don't expect us to be holding a dynamic grid and walking around in nature saying, let me see where I can arrange them according to the dynamic grid. We can't do that. But being aware that there is a geometrical basis to making an aesthetic image means your eye will automatically begin to see the geometry in a nature scene. And then, of course, after you capture it, you could always bring it back and do the post-processing. You can always throw a dynamic grid on there and ask yourself, let me see how it'll look if I crop it a little bit differently. Okay, so we talked about geometry and balance, and now we're going to talk about use of space. Suppose I said to you, I like cooking children and wild animals. I like cooking children and wild animals. You look at me and you go, is she a psychopath? What is wrong with her? But if I said, I like cooking, children and wild animals, all of a sudden, the entire meaning of the sentence was changed by a tiny punctuation mark, right? That tiny punctuation mark was so compelling. That's what space is. The smallest of space within your frame will make the biggest meaning to the overall picture. Let's take a look at that. Okay, what is wrong with this image? Well, actually, the question is, what is right with this image and what is wrong with this image are both the same answer. Right? It works in this instance. We have no visual separation between the foreground and the background. The eye of the bird has been merged with the eye of the woman, and it's messing with our depth perception. It becomes an intriguing image in this case because it's funny. It's beautiful placement of visual elements. This doesn't work in nature, though. In nature, it is very important to have what we call the figure-to-ground ratio while composing images. The relationship of the foreground to the background is extremely important. Having adequate visual separation by the proper use of space between your focal points of visual elements is extremely important to generate a meaningful image. Let's take a look at an example here. So this was Ice Beach in Iceland, and you have an oncoming wave, and then you have a stack of ice before that. That tiny sliver of space that you're seeing between the oncoming wave and the foreground ice tells you that there is a separation, that there is depth in the field. What a tiny, tiny sliver of space, right? Now, if that wave had come a little bit farther and I had lost that black line that separates the foreground from the background, it wouldn't have the same kind of impact. Let's take a look at another example. This is especially true of reflections. We have to be very careful. If you're going to place a cactus as your foreground element, then it's important. I see this happening with my workshop clients quite often, where they come across a scene, are very drawn to it, emotionally connect to it, start composing, get so focused on getting the wide angle close to their foreground element that they forget to pay attention to ensure that it's not obscuring the background elements. So here, it was important to achieve not only the separation between the cactus and the rocks and their reflection, but also look at the bank. You want to move around so that there is water all around the reflection and that the edge of the bank doesn't obscure a part of the reflection. So that figure to ground ratio, extremely important in composition because it is the use of space, and space is like the punctuation or grammar of the sentence. Okay, moving on to color. What is color? This is Vesterhorn in Iceland. And I like to explain color this way, right? If I'm sitting in the hospital and I'm counseling my patients, I'm going to use a certain tone of voice that tends to be more soothing, expresses empathy. If I'm in the field conducting this workshop and the rainbow is going off of Vesterhorn, empathy is the last thing you're going to get from me. I'm shouting at the top of my voice saying, I hope you guys are nailing this because this is once in a lifetime moment. I'm shouting out, I hope you have your camera settings right, guys. Let's go, let's get this, right? That energy, enthusiasm, and absolute joy at witnessing that rainbow form. This was right after a storm, and we thought we would get skunked and not see anything, and then this happens. So how exciting is that? So we modulate the tone of our voice based on the emotional response we want to evoke in the person receiving our words, right? Color does that to an image. Color is the tone with which you speak. Let me elaborate. You all have seen the color wheel. You know that it has warm colors and it has cool colors. Warm colors tend to be the louder tone, the vibrant, energetic, positive, ebullient tone. The cool colors tend to be the soothing tone, sort of quiet, calm, melancholy even, a little bit of sadness, right? So we can use color to convey the mood because we're adjusting the tone with which we speak. Let's look at some specific examples. Okay, here you might argue, Sapna, that looks like pretty warm colors to me. Yes, it does. But at the same time, it looks harmonious to me, kind of calming. How did we achieve that? This is the basis of color theory. We can communicate through color like we would with words, believe it or not. So if you use colors that are closer together, grouped closer together on the color wheel, you generate an image that is more harmonious. A more harmonious image tends to be a more soothing, calming image. You're speaking in that tone. On the other hand, this is another example actually. Let's look at another soothing tone. Again, colors that are closer together produce a soothing tone. So you might say, but Sapna, in nature, colors are what they are. How am I going to change colors? You can, because light changes colors. Because I want to create a soothing image, I will show up in the pre-dawn hours, this is in Wangshan, China, and stand there and know that colors will be softer before the sun comes up. And therefore, I can render an image which is in the same color family, group the colors together, and have a more harmonious image. Because once that sun comes up, the colors are going to get more diverse from each other, and I will not be able to generate a soothing image then, right? So the timing of the light will affect the colors, which will affect the tone with which you speak. Let's take a look at another example. This is in Indonesia, Bali, Indonesia. Here, the sun has come up. What am I going for here? A wow image, the image that tends to get very popular on social media, right? Why is that? Maybe it's not the image you want to hang on your walls, but it is one that people look at for a second and go, wow, because now you're using complementary colors, colors that are at the opposite ends of the color wheel, opposite to each other, tend to produce a more dramatic effect. Now I'm talking in a louder, energetic tone. This concept is important to understand when communicating because each of us speaks with an individual style, has an individual tone. Once you understand how you like to speak, then you can choose the colors accordingly to express yourself. All right, so we talked about balance, use of space, color harmony. I'm going to talk about reduce distractions. When we're speaking, nobody likes to hear a story for 3 hours if it could be told in 30 minutes, right? Or if you're reading and there's a whole bunch of unnecessary sentences and words, doesn't that story lose impact? Exactly the same thing happens when you're generating images. If you include unnecessary distractions in your frame, your image will not be compelling. And how are we going to get rid of distractions? Well, we know. We know the eye is drawn to brightness, right? And color. So if we wanted to decrease the significance of something in our frame, easy. Desaturate it and make it darker. The eye won't go there. Instead, brighten the waterfall. This is again Yosemite, and that's where the eye would go. I'm telling the viewer, hey, I want you to focus on the waterfall, and I'm going to balance the waterfall with the beautiful colors on the granite wall. I don't want you to look at those foreground rocks. They are not important. Don't go there, right? This is another image. We love foggy forests. Why is that? Because a forest is an extremely complex scene, and it becomes very difficult to photograph. But it is highly simplified when fog flows through. That's why we love foggy forests, because it adds a degree of minimalism to the scene that it makes it that much more compelling. Less is more. Be succinct. Don't expand on unnecessary things, right? Here's another example. This is Yosemite, Upper and Lower Yosemite Falls. And here, we have a whole bunch of distractions. I wanted you to look at that tiny waterfall at the bottom, which is the Lower Yosemite Falls, but look at all the long line of cars that we have over there. David, you'll have to tell me when I run out of time. I don't stop talking, so just tell me, yeah. Let me know, yeah, okay. So that long line of cars that you see is attracting your attention because it's a point of contrast, right? Usually, when we're trying to tell a compelling story, we're doing our best to avoid distractions. We'll probably move away, choose another frame. But here, I loved this scene, and there was just no way those cars were going away. By the time they left, all of the clouds would be gone too, so I just chose to do something that would never make this publishable in National Geographic. You got it. So content-aware fill, right? Like that annoying photographer who steps into your frame just when you're set up and the light's going off. No choice but to content-aware fill. So now, once I have removed those cars, notice how that lower waterfall jumps out at you, and now you even begin to notice the tiny reflection of that small waterfall, right? Now you're looking at things I actually want you to look at. I don't want to tell you the story that Yosemite is crowded. I want to tell you the story that Yosemite is beautiful. Okay, finally, it brings us to the story. We have gained a very vast vocabulary, right? We have learned how to do sentence construction. Now it's time to put everything together and create our photograph. Sorry about the noise, guys. Okay, so how do we do that? How do we bring our story together? The next few minutes, I'm going to talk about extremely important concepts that apply to storytelling. The first and foremost is understanding visual pathway. It does not matter what genre of photographer you are. It does not matter what your subject is that you're shooting. Having a strong visual pathway in your frame is absolutely fundamental to being able to create a compelling image. This image was taken by Aitek Setten, who is the International Landscape Photographer of the Year 2022 and lives in Turkey. He went to Cappadocia and captured this image of cave dwellings that have existed for thousands of years. He waited for the light to hit that tiny doorway, to hit that tiny pathway, because he wants you to be drawn into the image and focus on that tiny cave dwelling and the geometry of the mountains. Or they're not really mountains, they're more like tufa-sized. So anyway, understanding that a visual pathway needs to be created to make an image emotionally compelling is crucial. And how do we do that? We already know. We know what the eye is drawn to: luminance, color, contrast, and geometry. That's it. That's all we have to apply to carve out a visual pathway. Why did, someone like Ansel Adams, he would spend hours burning and dodging, and if you look at Moonrise over Hernandez, it took him 30 years of burning and dodging before he was comfortable enough to release the image. What was he doing there? He was carving out a visual pathway. So every time you look at a photograph of yours and you're about to post it and you think it's done, do that conscious evaluation of how the eye is traveling through the frame. Is it going to the spots that you want it to go? If it's not, then it needs to be fixed. Sometimes it's very easy. You walk into a forest, there's a beautiful leading line, there's fog in the distance. That's a visual pathway that's already laid out for me, right? Super easy. Did I enhance it in post-processing because I want your eye to travel through that scene? Of course I did. So I darkened the foreground, I dodged the fog a little bit, I added a little bit of color to the green along the way to direct your eye, and then added an overall vignette because I want you to stay in the frame. Oftentimes, once you have trained yourself, you'll see the visual pathways in the landscape, but remember, when we bring it back into post-processing, we want to enhance that visual pathway even more. Here is another example. Lots of pictures of Yosemite because it's only 2.5 hours from home and my place of Zen. Again, this is a very popular photograph, tunnel view, iconic location. Probably a bunch of you already have photos of this, right? And I use that fog as a leading line. It goes up to the waterfall, which I did dodge a little bit because I want you to halt and take it in, and then travel back to the mountain where the light is, where the luminance is the greatest, right? So this is how we would work on creating a strong visual pathway. You might say, Sapna, well, in those cases, you had strong leading lines. What if I don't have a leading line? It does not matter, because those concepts that the eye is going to travel to the point of color, luminance, and contrast can be applied in your frame, irrespective of whether there is a leading line or not. Here, we have foreground element with no leading lines, right? It's quite cluttered, actually. But you would still delve into that reflection of the clouds and then travel to the point of maximal luminance, which is the sunset next to halftone. All right, the next concept after the visual pathway that I want to talk about, now we're talking about weaving our stories with interest, right? We like a plot that has twists and turns, has some depth to it. We like characters who are multi-layered and have depth to them, right? And remember, we saw a 3D scene and we condensed it to a 2D flat plate. It is our job now to bring back that 3D feeling through our image. How do we do that? Very simple. Once you grasp this, you'll be doing it all the time. Depth through an image is achieved through transitions. When you look at something that is close to you, you see it as a sharp, focused object. Things that are farther away from you feel blurred, kind of soft. So in your mind, you know that this thing which is sharp is close to you, and that thing which is blurred is far away. So you understand that there is a distance between this and the background. We use the same concept here. So we start to give transitions where we go from dark to light, cool to warm, sharp to soft, desaturated to saturated, and textured to smooth to convey something is in the foreground versus something is in the background. Now look at these examples. In each of these instances, right, we love the wide angle. We like to get really close and make those teeny flowers look gigantic because it invites the viewer into the frame. Once invited, though, we want the viewer to travel through the frame and get that feeling of depth. Notice the transitions applied here? Now that I've told you, you can analyze the image and say, aha, I see the foreground is sharp, it's darker, the background is softer, and it is lighter, and that's what is conveying that sense of depth through the image. Next time you look at an image and you say, I love the depth in this, ask yourself, what transitions have been applied? How is that depth being conveyed? Because you know a story with depth is always much more compelling. And someone might say, but wait, Sapna, what if I'm not using a wide angle, right? What if I'm using a zoom lens and my subject is way far away? How do I convey depth then? It does not matter, guys. Those basic concepts of transition work irrespective of whether you're using, I'm so sorry about the noise, whether you're using a zoom lens or whether you're using a wide angle. It really doesn't matter. Again, notice how the foreground is sharper, right? More in focus, background is lighter, softer. Do you see depth through the image? Yes, absolutely. Didn't use a wide angle there. Okay, the next concept I want to introduce at creating compelling story is shading the apple. Look at the apple on the left-hand side. Again, these are all attempts we're making to bring out the 3D feeling in a 2D flat plate. So when we look at the left side, that apple is in harsh light, right? It's in harsh light, and so all the sides are equally lit. Doesn't look quite as enticing as the one on the right-hand side. The apple on the right-hand side is in angled light. There is light and shadow and an interplay there, right? And that makes it feel much more 3D, like you could reach in and touch it. Did I sharpen the dewdrops? You bet I did. Did I accentuate light in certain areas and dodge other areas? Of course, because I want to convey that feeling of depth. This is exactly why nature photographers choose to shoot during periods of angled light, because you get that beautiful interplay of light and shadow, which conveys a 3D feeling. Once you know that concept, when it does happen in nature, you can enhance it even more. Here, only one face of El Cap was lit during sunrise, while the other side was still darker. Did I accentuate that in post-processing? Yes, absolutely. And did I use the wide angle to convey depth by getting really close to something? Yes, I did. And did I darken the foreground? Yes, I did. Did I brighten the background? Yes, I did. Are things in the foreground more sharp? Yes. And things in the background less sharp? Yes. Overall, applying each of those slightly to something that's already existing, always post-process with a gentle hand, and it will bring out the depth in the image that much more. Why do we like backlight so much? I wanted to show this as a specific example. Look at the flower in the bottom left corner. Bottom left. That one was in shade. So what did I do? I dodged it just to bring it out to the same level of luminance as the other flowers, which are actually backlit. I did this to illustrate a point. When something is illuminated with angled light, it has a much more 3D feeling to it because it's incorporating that interplay of light and shadow, which you see happening to the other flowers. You feel like you can reach out and touch those petals, isn't it? I don't quite get the same 3D feeling in the flower on the bottom left because it is not backlit. Important to understand and observe the nuances of light as it travels through the scene, because there will be a decisive moment when it will work right. Even if you're doing just still photography, adjusting the light like you saw in the apple to bring out that 3D relief is key to having an emotionally impactful image. This brings us to the last concept that I want to introduce, and that is of visual tension. So you look at this and go, aha, Sapna, my vocabulary is strong. I know what the visual elements here are, your focal points, the words that you use to create the story. The tree, the foliage is extremely colorful. So my eye is drawn to the red leaves. The bird, the egret, is bright, and so I'm going to look at that. That's easy enough. And you wanted equal weight distribution for your focal points, so you decided to place them with equal weight in the frame. And then you added a nice vignette. I see what you're doing here. The leading lines from the branch go to the bird. The bird looks back at the tree, and so the visual pathway will go from the tree to the bird and the bird to the tree. Established a visual pathway, vignetted the periphery, eye is not traveling out of the frame, done deal. But I want you to understand one concept here. It's not enough to just identify visual elements and arrange them with good weight distribution and visual separation. Just as to have a drama on stage, you need the actors to have a dialogue with each other. They need to be able to talk with each other, right, to create the drama. Same thing in a nature photograph or any photograph. Your focal points must play off of each other. If the branches of the tree were pointing to the left side, our eye would go off the left side of the frame. Think of it. If the bird was looking to the right side, we would look at the tree, branches would lead to the bird, and the bird would lead us off of the frame. So it is important to understand that not only do you arrange them properly, they have to interact with each other in just the right fashion to create that visual pathway that will keep the viewer in the frame. Okay, makes sense? So every time you look at an image, ask yourself, what is the visual pathway here? How is it a compelling story? How is depth conveyed through this? What role is color playing through it? So many things to think about. But the more you do it, the more it becomes second nature. It'll just flow. All of those elements will just, it's like talking. I don't have to think. I speak extempore all the time. I have no set plan of what I'm going to say next, right? It just comes out automatically. Why? Because I have practiced it and practiced it and practiced it to the point that it becomes second nature to me. That's how the picture taking and creation must become. So here again, we use the leading line of the river, go up to the mountain. Obviously, it's a bright spot. You're going to look at it, go up to the moon, look at it, again, bright spot. Then you come down to the reflection, and you repeat that visual pathway. So the takeaways, I had given this as a practice presentation to my workshop clients at the Mystic Redwood Forest last week. And I asked them, what else should I add? And they said, can you please add a takeaway slide? You gave us a ton of information. And I felt the takeaway slide doesn't really have to confine you to what I talked about. I want to talk about three things that are extremely important in the pursuit of this art form. The first is to soak in the miracles. You know, if it wasn't for photography, I don't think I would be standing in freezing water at 2 a.m. in the middle of winter in Iceland and hoping and praying for a miracle, right? You wouldn't do it. It's the pursuit of this art form that places us uniquely in a position to witness miracles. So let's soak them in. Enjoy the process. The process of acquisition of the image is the reward. The actual image is just the icing on the cake. And the next thing I want to say is do not compare. We live in a very, very judgmental world, and every time we compare ourselves to someone else, we might feel a little bit demoralized. Don't do that. The only goal we must set ourselves is my next photograph needs to be better than my last one, because this is my individual journey. Sure, I can share it with others, but I'm not going to say, oh, he's running faster than me or she's running slower than me. No, this is my journey, and in this journey, all I'm going to do is make my next photograph better than my last one. And of course, what I've been saying all along, let's tell compelling stories. Let's make this an interesting journey for us, as well as an interesting journey for everyone who is coming along with us. Wrapping it up, I'm available on all kinds of social media platforms. My website is myname.com, and I do conduct workshops all over the world. You can see the list of places down below. I hope that you get to go out there Enjoy the time, soak in the miracles, grow on your photography journey, become fluent in the visual language, and I hope to see you in the field someday, and I hope to share an adventure with you as well.
Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was pretty cool, Sapna. And there we go. Okay, we're back. Once again for Sapna Reddy. Thank you. Thanks. We're going to take some, want to do some a Q&A real fast? Let's take a couple of questions, Q&A. We're going to be swapping out a speaker that went down. So while we do that Q&A, we'll swap that out. And Emmanuel, we have those microphones? Oh, okay. You get the first one.
Which was the most difficult for you to photograph?
If you could repeat the question, Emmanuel, maybe you repeat
Of the
it?
photographs that you displayed that you took yourself, which was the most difficult to photograph, be it timing, be it weather, be it the journey to get there?
You know, it's interesting you asked that question. I think it's the emotional component that is the most difficult for me. I lost my father to an allergic reaction to his second dose of COVID vaccine. And that was very difficult to witness. And to heal from that, because I was a physician and there were people dying all around me, the pandemic was really tough. So probably the images that I took during the pandemic were the toughest, not because of subject matter or technical details or anything, but because it was so difficult to dig myself out of that pain and say, focus on art, focus on healing, focus on what's beautiful. And to be able to go back the next day and tell people, you need to get your vaccine, knowing that I lost a father to it, right? It's a dilemma I faced. And if it hadn't been for nature photography, I don't think I could have gotten through it. So that image I showed you of Yosemite Falls, you know, where I said reduce distractions, that was a dedication to the spirit of my father. The forest, the redwood forest, images that I shared with you, I can hear his voice when I go there, you know. So I think because we are expressing ourselves, right? We are sharing parts of our life and parts of the journey that we're going through. The most difficult images are probably the ones that are emotionally very difficult to make. Because gear is easy to learn, right? And once you apply the principles that I talked about, creating images is easy. But achieving a mental state where you can enter that state of flow that we call, you know, the Zen state, where we are truly in an artistic phase and can invest everything we have in just the moment before us and be mindful of it and forget everything else that has happened in the past or is about to happen in the future. To achieve that state is difficult, especially when you have been through some sort of tragedy. So for me, I would say, you can look at my website. There is one image that I created when I went to Utah, and it was in the Badlands, and I thought, oh, I need a break from the pandemic. I'm gonna photograph this beautiful foliage, but I got there, and I made the picture of a dead tree, which had zero foliage. And it was just the most compelling image for me because it showed me that when the proper light hits even a dead tree, it becomes the most beautiful thing in nature because of its sculpture, because of its grace, because there is beauty in suffering. And that is a part of life we must embrace and move on. So that's the image that won the Outdoor Photographer Nature Colors contest recently. And it's one that has been highly celebrated on social media because my emotions were conveyed through that image. It was not an easy image to create for the emotional component, but once it came out, what I was feeling, others felt too, so it was very gratifying.
I noticed that you had the petroglyphs and the hieroglyphs in the beginning of your presentation. You're talking about this Zen. We're just calling it the zone. We're in the same place.
Yes.
That's it. Photography heals.
Yes.
It really does. Okay, we're going to start up with our next speaker, and I think our
Sorry, I couldn't take more questions, guys. I'll be outside. I'll stand outside if you want to come talk.
we
I'm
actually
here
have
to
a
chat.
table for you
Yeah.
right in the foyer. So
I'll
if
take
anyone
that.
has questions or wants to talk to
Thank
Sapna
you.
further, find out about our workshops, there's a table right in the foyer. Thanks again, Sapna. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Do we have an ETA on when that speaker is going to be fixed, or? 5 minutes? Okay, we're going to start with our next presentation then. If you guys over here can't hear so well, you just may want to move over a little bit. We're working on getting that speaker back.
Thank
Okay, so a couple of years ago, we started the
Thank you.
OPTIC Challenge here at
Thank you.
OPTIC, and it's where people could
Yes.
bring in pictures that they'd already taken or that we switched it up.
No,
The
no.
OPTIC Challenge is
Let me
now
write
about
it down
pictures that you make here, but we had an amazing winner that won 2 years in a row, and I believe he was the only person who won twice in one OPTIC Challenge. And as an amazing young lady photographer, and I was so happy to see her win these awards because she was doing such great work. And then about a year ago, I started noticing on social media that this photographer who came to OPTIC and won those awards was publishing the most amazing photographs that involve light painting. And I've seen light painting before on a Lindblad destination one time in Cabo. We did light painting. We did it from the ship that was in the bay, lighting up cactuses with high-powered lights on the ship. How cool is that a way to light paint? I thought that was pretty good, but that was nothing until we saw the work of Susan Magnano. So Susan Magnano is a photographer that I don't know where she's based because every time we talk, she's on an airplane somewhere. So it's pretty amazing. And her work is quite unique, and she actually spoke at our Depth of Field conference a couple of months ago. So, without further ado, I would like to call up Susan Magnano, this amazing photographer who's going to show you some techniques and some things that I've never seen before, and a way to integrate a creativity into your landscape photography that's quite amazing. Without further ado, we got Susan Magnano.
Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody. I had some gear I wanted to show you guys, so I'm just going to place it out and about for 1 second. All right. Perfect. You guys can hear me? Awesome. So, last time we were all here together in 2019, I was sitting in those chairs just like you, waiting eagerly to hear stories, see beautiful pictures, and be inspired. But today, I'm lucky enough to be on the stage, excited at the opportunity to inspire all of you guys. So, I'm not gonna lie, this is a better view from up here. You guys are all beautiful. So today I'm gonna be talking about light painting, but I've been doing photography for over 20 years. I've done everything from weddings to portraits, even shooting TV shows and red carpets. But nothing truly made me feel like an artist until I was doing light painting. And I think what it is the darkness is like my blank canvas, and my flashlights are like paintbrushes, and I let my imagination run wild. As you can see, I was actually running wild in this picture, up and down, back and forth, all to try to create an interesting foreground. Light painting also keeps me up late at night. And this is actually a self-portrait I did of one of those sleepless nights. So, what I really love about light painting, though, is the thrill of the reveal. It's the challenge of getting it right in camera, which keeps me taking photos over and over and over again. So for the next 20 minutes, I want you to join me on a journey into the darkness, where I will shine some light on how I create some of my favorite light painting photos. And I hope to spark or ignite in you the desire to find your light and your passion. So let's get started. What is light painting? Well, light painting is a photography technique when you use a handheld light source to shine light on your subject, or to use the light to draw in a scene while doing a long exposure. I'm sure you guys are curious, what kind of gear do you need for light painting? So let's just get that out of the way. First, you need a camera. You could use a DSLR camera, a mirrorless, even a smartphone if it has the ability to do long exposures. But I use an Olympus OM1 for all my light painting. And this camera is my secret weapon. It has this feature on it that allows you It's called Live Composite. It allows you to see your light painting as you're doing it on the back of your LCD screen. Isn't that crazy, guys? You're able to see your exposure as it's happening. Also, I typically use a wide-angle lens, and the reason for that is I like to show off my landscape as well as my subject. Oops. Tripods, also necessary whenever you're doing light painting or night photography because you've got to keep your camera steady. And having a remote trigger is also helpful so you can actually be in place and triggering, starting your flashlights, starting your light painting so you don't actually have to be from behind your camera. So now we're going to briefly go over lights. So I love the Luxley Fiddle. How many of you guys have ever used one? They're amazing an LED light that actually turns all different colors, basically the full spectrum of the rainbow, and it goes from 0.5 brightness to 100% brightness. And the coolest part is it has an app, and the app is called the Composer. So it's the Composer and the Fiddle. I mean, those people at Luxley are clever. And I love it because you can trigger, or not trigger, but actually you can change your settings remotely. So it's actually really, really cool. I like to use a flash to illuminate my portraits and my models. And the ProPhoto C1 Plus is like this little hockey puck that is so cool because not only is it a constant light, but it's also a strobe or a flash. Lastly, whenever you're doing light painting, flashlights are really important. And some girls collect shoes. I like to collect flashlights. And I like to use a bunch of them. There's a lot of brands I use, Nightcore, Coast, even one called Olight. You can check out my gear guide on my website if you want to know more about them. But a couple of the features I look for in a good flashlight is for it to be 1,000 lumen or more. Because if you're shooting in the city, like we typically do, you need your flashlight to be bright enough to register in your frame. And it needs to compete with the competing city lights. So let's get started. So how do you take a picture of an iconic location that's been shot over 1 million times? How do you do a unique photo? Well, I believe you experiment with time and light. And that's what we did here. This is called kinetic light painting. And to do kinetic light painting is when you create movement with your camera or lens. So the lights are actually static, but the camera and lens are moving. So let me walk you through this shot. This is shot with my 16 to 35 millimeter. It's about a 5-second exposure, and I had it on a tripod. So for the first 3 seconds, I left it at 16. And then for the last 2 seconds, I zoomed in. That is the magic of this photo. It's really unique. No one else really has this shot. And I probably did it like 20 times. Sometimes I zoomed in, sometimes I zoomed out. Sometimes I did a fast zoom, sometimes I did a slow one. It's actually really, really fun to experiment with. And one other tip is when you're doing this technique, if you want the background or a part of the picture to be better seen in your picture, leave it in that position longer. So like I left the Pepsi-Cola sign for 3 seconds. So the longer you leave it on that sort of frame, the longer it'll be burnt into your picture. The quicker you zoom in and out, the more it'll be blurred. This is the same location, just with a 24 to 70. So see how you can create a different photo just by changing your focal length? So this is a typical scene when you go out to shoot the Milky Way. You have amazing Milky Way and dark silhouettes. So what do you do about this? Well, you learn to light it. So I'm going to teach you guys how to go from taking a photo to making a photo. And this is the power of light painting. You are revealing your subject. You're able to choose what you want to be seen in your photo. So I want to go through how you build a photo. But before I get started, I want to show you the core elements that I use to create the framework for how I do my light painting. I call this the ABCDs of light painting. A is for ambient light or available light. And this is controlled by your shutter speed. B is for your brightness of your flash or your light source. And it is controlled by your aperture. So let me give you a little scenario. Let's say you're going to be doing a photo and you're using a flashlight, let's say in one of these tubes, and it's too dim. So how do you control that? Well, if you want your flashlight to be brighter, you put it at its brightest setting, but that's still too dim, you adjust your aperture. But let's say you want the whole picture to be brighter, you adjust your ISO. So ISO will affect both your aperture and your shutter speed and your ambient and also your flashlight source. So we're moving on to the C and the D of the ABCDs of light painting. C is for color. So we know the opposite of darkness is brightness. So in color, the opposite of warm is cool. So let's look at this picture we have here. We have a nice blue background, which looks super contrasty and crazy on these monitors. I'm sorry about that, guys. But it's a little bit more mellow in real life. But the blueness of the blue hour, the way to make this cool old abandoned car look cool was we warmed it up. See how it just pops off the page? So whenever I'm doing my photos, I use cool colors and blue colors. They're like complementary. So I use them in all my pictures. You'll notice as we go forward, as a light painter, you get to choose those colors. You're like an artist with a real palette. D is for the direction of light. And you could tell also, I shot from about a 45-degree angle. And what I'm using here is the Luxley fiddle. I'm basically I never want to shoot with my light source from behind the camera because you get flat light. Here, we're off to the side and we got nice dimension. And you notice I also typically like to shoot into the shadow. If you look at the bottom, I actually put a little color wheel there so you can understand complementary colors. We have yellow across from blue. We have red across from green. So when you're creating your pictures, think about that color wheel because those colors that are opposite from each other are complementary and they become really vibrant. So now that we know the ABCDs of light painting, I want to go through and show you how to build a photo. And the first thing we do is we scout a location during the day. And this is really important because we have to make sure we're safe. And what are we safe from, guys? We're safe from, well, what am I looking for? I'm making sure there's no killers, no zombies, no werewolves, no aliens, and mostly no ghosts. I definitely don't want to see ghosts. Because I feel like ghosts would like light painting, and they would probably follow me home, and my apartment is too small for ghosts. So I make sure there's none of that. But what I'm really looking for is holes and stones. I want to make sure I'm not going to trip on any rocks. I'm not going to fall in any holes. Because think about it, guys. We're going to be walking around in the dark. And it's kind of dangerous. So I scout during the day. And this is the place I've actually come to quite often. And I've always been there during the day. And I said, why haven't I gone at night? So what I liked about this location was these white trees. But now that we're here in the dark, you can't see them. So what are we going to do? We're going to illuminate them. And that is what we did. I used this great flashlight. It's called the Coast HP7R. And I actually have it here to show you guys. It has this great focusing ring that allows you to focus and unfocus the beam. So I could shoot the flashlight all the way across this reservoir, which was awesome, and illuminate the trees. And I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. Now you can see the trees, but it's still missing something. So I turned on my favorite app called PhotoPills, and I looked to see how the star trails were. And I saw that they were going to be awesome. So what I love about this picture is that the stars and the trees are reaching for the stars, and I was able to make this picture come to life. And this wouldn't have been possible if I hadn't light painted those trees. It just would have been a dark, silhouetted scene. Another thing I want to tell you about this picture is I recently took it. This is from my hometown, about 45 minutes away from here in Rockland County. And I have a confession. I have never taken a star trail picture there. And I'm kind of embarrassed because I take star trail pictures everywhere around the world. And I guess I've kind of been spoiled because there's lots of stars out west. And here, I feel like we don't have as many. But this was kind of an eye-opening experience that I want to challenge all of you guys to see that we can do stars here. And we can get great star trails. Maybe not like Death Valley, but definitely we can do it. So I've challenged myself this summer to go around the Hudson Valley and discover some new star trail and new star locations. You guys are welcome to join me. So I'm going to go and take this barn from the I'm going to make this silly barn, an ordinary barn, into an extraordinary barn. And this is my first shot for the available light, the ambient light. And then we went to this. We added colors. We wanted it to look vibrant. And I'm going to talk you through the ABCs of this picture. So A was for the ambient. B is for the brightness. And what we did here was a different technique. It's called low-level light painting. It's different than light painting because we use stationary lights. We put them inside the barn and also to the side of the barn. And they were on for the duration of the exposure. Also, the light was set at a very low exposure, like 2% brightness. So the reason for this was we could run around and do some other cool light painting. The colors were set, and then we can move on to do other things. C is for colors. I chose the red and the blue because of warm and cold. and D is for direction. I want you to really look at the angles of lights I chose here. And you can see I put a little Luxley fiddle in the corner. You're going to notice that in all my frames, I've added the light tool I used, because I may not mention it, but I want you guys to see what I'm using. So I put it right in that far corner, because I wanted the light to scrape across the barn. I wanted to have those highlights and those shadows. And for the one inside, I just basically pointed it up at the roof. So then Cheech and Chong showed up. And we might have busted out a smoke machine. And I thought, this is pretty cool. I wanted to add some atmosphere. But I felt like it was missing something. I thought it would look great if there was an alien in the doorway. But unfortunately, I had already scouted for them, and there were none. So we were left with something actually better. We were left with a cowboy. And I thought this finally told a story. You know, like now we have a cool barn with cool lights, but now we have a narrative. And adding the human element into the story, you know, now you can visualize something. Now you can think like, what's going on? Is that the Marlboro Man? Like, what's going on here? So you'll notice in a lot of my light paintings, I add the human form. So now we're going to move into light drawing. And this is my favorite. And I want to show you guys that you guys can all start light drawing today with tools that you already have. So by taking a piece of parchment paper, rolling it into a little, rolling it together and sticking a flashlight in it, you have an instant light painting wand. If you take a soda bottle, put a flashlight in it, you have another tool. Sparklers, holiday lights, glow sticks. These are all tools you have at home that you can actually start doing light drawing with. And all you really do for light drawing is you set your camera up on a tripod and you dance in front of your lens. One other element I wanted to show you that's in this frame is called a T8 tube. And this is a light guard. It's actually, this plastic tube actually I brought to show you guys here. This is all it is. It's about $4. You can buy it at the hardware store. But it is like magic. You can do so many things with it. I want to pay homage to Eric Perret. He's actually the founder and originator of this concept of light painting with this tube. And all you do is stick a flashlight in it. And let me show you guys, you have an instant lightsaber. It's the cheapest lightsaber you'll find. $4, guys. So find it at Amazon, find it at the hardware store, or find it on my website under my gear guide. But Eric Perret originated this idea, and he was the true inspiration for what I do, for my passion, light painting. And I love his work, and he actually creates his own tubes. This is actually one of them. See how beautiful it is? He has like all these great gels. And it's just awesome. So if you're interested in buying some higher end tubes, check us out at the Tube Tribe store. So continuing on. Oop, went the wrong way. So one other company I want you to check out, if you're looking to invest some money in some cool tools that are gonna get your juices flowing, is lightpaintingbrushes.com. They have everything from a collapsible sword, this fiber optic brush I'm going to show you later that I do the fire with, and a whole bunch of tools all in their beginner's kit. And it's really cheap, so I just recommend checking them out. They're a really cool product. All right, guys, so I've always dreamed of dancing on water. And my friend Ken had a kayak. So I said, let's try and light paint on that kayak. And at first I learned really quickly that it's hard to light paint on a kayak. I actually had to stand up because the light tube I was using was going to go in the water if I didn't. So I was standing, Ken was paddling, and we created this picture. This is a really cool scene, and what made it cool was I used a different type of T8 tube. Nanlite wanted to get in on the light painting action, and they created their own T8 tube that is made with LED lights. So you can program it to do a rainbow. So I'm spinning the tube kind of like this, over and over again. Ken's paddling, and the rainbows in the tube are just changing because it's an LED light. So really fun stuff. I want to build another photo for you guys. So this is Nelson Ghost Town. It's in Las Vegas, and it's a place where I do a lot of light painting workshops. The left picture is exposing for starlight and the ambient light. The next one, we did low-level lighting, where we put one of our Luxley fiddles inside this church, and we decided it would make it red. We thought, that's pretty cool, but it needs something. What it needed was a rainbow. What it needed was a couple. You can't have a church without a couple. And how I created this one was, again, I took one of these tubes, and I did a circle around them. And because you're going to see me doing a lot of circles in my pictures, I want to demo to you guys how I do a circle. So you guys can buy your own tube and do a circle right away. So the way I do it, this is a technique I learned from Eric. You turn your body sideways behind your subject. Your subject would be right in front of me like this podium. And you stick your arm out. You're going to keep your thumb down. You're going to hold your light. And you're going to start behind their leg. And you're going to spin it. And the big trick is to keep your arm straight and not to make your circle wobble. So think about the center spoke of a wheel. If you wobble your arm, it's going to look bad. It'll look like an oblong circle. So keep your arm centered. And then once you get to this point, you're going to let go of the tube because it feels like your wrist might break. It doesn't spin that far. And you just let the tube flow. And then you completed your circle. So I thought that was, a nice improvement. But we wanted to go further. So we moved our couple outside of the church. We turned the church blue. And we used a red tube. And then we did something else. We used this flash. Are you guys familiar with like a speed light? I think I didn't bring one now that I look at my stuff. Sorry about that. But it's just a regular speed light like a Godox or a Canon. And we put it on manual mode. And all I did was I powered it down to lowest setting. And there's a little button on the back of the speed light that says test. It's red. And I just flashed it towards the camera to create that look of like fairy lights or like lightning bugs. And it just was like, became more magical. This is one of my pictures from my luminescent portrait series. And what I really love about it is I was trying to capture the energy of the Day of the Dead. This is on a workshop I did in Mexico. And you'll notice I actually went in front of my model this time. I didn't do all the light painting behind her. I wanted it to look like she was a ghost floating. So I basically brought the tube, same kind of tube, right in front of her and made it look like it was even an extension of her dress. And I did the circle behind her as well. One other thing I did was I flashed her. In all the other pictures I've showed you, I've been showing you silhouettes. And again, I use that speed light, and I hand hold the speed light. I don't use light stands because they get in the way. So I went about 45-degree at an angle, and I shot her because you want to get that nice shadow. See that nice highlight and shadow on her face? One other thing I want to point out is you're probably wondering, how come you don't see me? And it's because I'm fast like a ninja. But also, I'm moving around the whole time. I'm not staying in one place. I'm typically wearing black so you can't see me, and I'm not shining any light on myself. So we finally got to the fire, and I'm sure you guys are curious, how does Susan create that fire? Well, I have this really nifty tool here. This is called a black fiber optic brush with a red gel. And when you stick your flashlight in it, the tips turn red. See that? So only the tips turn red. And when you shake it like this, you create that fire effect. It's kind of like you're shaking like a Polaroid picture. Kind of like got that vibe, but you kind of do this. And a couple things I want to point out is you don't do it in the same location or else it'll blow out. See how that one spot was becoming brighter than all the rest? You always have to keep moving or else it will overexpose. And that's true with any type of light painting. You want to keep moving or else you'll do a double exposure and it'll be overexposed. So what I did here was I started the fire from her feet and I shook it all around her feet. I worked my way up her body and then I extended it through her hands. Because this is my friend Kat and she really is a superhero. I'm actually creating a whole bunch of pictures that are a part of a superhero collection. So if any superheroes in here want their portrait done, let me know. I'd love to take your picture. I'm looking for models. You guys look like a bunch of models out there. And another thing I want to point out about this picture is at the end, I strobed her, I flashed her to get some light on her face. And one other thing, if you notice behind her, she's glowing. The reason for that is that there was a street light at the end of the alley. And it was illuminating the alleyway, and I made sure not to face her into that light because it's a constant light. Like moonlight is a constant light, street lights are a constant light, building lights are a constant light. If you face your model whenever you're doing light painting portraits into that light, there's a chance that their face will start to be exposed and then they'll look blurry. So I always like to face my models into the darkness. This is a photo I created again with this orange light tube from Eric Perret. And I did a technique I like to call the windshield wiper. So let me show you guys that. I expect you guys to all get tubes and start light painting. So you know how a windshield wiper does this? Well, I did it from the side. So basically, this is a Friday night for me. Me and my girlfriend went to a cool botanical garden. It had a nice little reflection pool. And this is what we do. This is fun for us. So I started on one side, and I kind of walked around just doing this windshield wiper technique. And I went all the way around. I went to my friend who was striking like a Saturday Night Live fever pose, and then I started walking back. And you could see that this created symmetry. I think that's really important. Pictures with symmetry are more powerful. Also, the reflections are powerful. And I really like the colors. You know, we got the warm colors and the blue colors. And another important thing is it has dimension. I want you guys to think about how you can create dimension just by moving forward and backwards in your frame. And you can showcase that with light painting. This is for you guys who don't have a model and also are not in a beautiful location. You can create really cool photos anywhere. So this is to show you that you can create something from nothing. And this is a loading dock outside my apartment building. And it's not pretty. And what I did was I underexposed. So I took a picture of the ambient, and I wanted to get rid of any distractions. And I recommend doing this. Let's say you're going to shoot in your backyard and your neighbor's house is distracting. Underexpose it so you don't see those lights. And then add your light source a little bit brighter. So then all you're getting is this beautiful light source. And all I used for this was a light blade, which is kind of a plexiglass blade. You can make them yourselves, and a flashlight inside. And I just flowed. I just danced around my neighborhood, kind of doing this kind of cool dance. And I learned that the crazier look, when I look crazier, my pictures come out better. So this is the technique I like to show you guys at my workshops. Look crazy, better pictures. But just to show you, you can make something out of nothing with light painting. This is an example of what I like to call light graffiti. And the way I did this one is I used a flashlight and I put it right up against the surface. So here's, iconic Radio City. It was a rainy afternoon, or rainy evening actually, and me and my friend Michaela and Kieth were out light painting. And I thought, okay, let's utilize this dark corner. And what I did was I went right up to the pavement, kind of like this. See how this is kind of big? Too wide. I went right up to it and started light painting just like this, right up against, like it was chalk, like it was scraping against the pavement. And I wrote, I Heart New York, and I turned it off in between each letter. Michaela, she did a zigzag, Cliff did a zigzag, and we created this picture. During this time, someone saw us, they thought we were looking for something. Hey, did you lose your contacts? And we're like, no, we're just light painting. And they're like, what? And we're like, yeah, we're crazy. Again, the crazier you look, the better your pictures come out. I don't know, it's strange. So a pro tip here is when you're shooting in Manhattan, underexpose your pictures a little bit when you do the ambient, because again, you don't want your flashlights and your light tools to be competing with the city lights. So if you dim down your ambient, your lights will show off more. And that's why you need bright light tools in the city. This is a photo I took at a festival that I was hired for called Illumination New York City. And when someone shows up with a hat like this, you have to take their picture. So this is Dada. His name was Dada. Even a cool name, a cool hat and a cool name. And he's like, I'm going to do this tree pose. And I was like, no, that's not how it works. You're not supposed to do tree poses. This is a 20-second exposure. I can barely get people to stand on 2 feet and do stand still for 20 seconds. I don't think you can do it. He's like, I got this. So Dada ends up doing his tree pose, and we use this strobe technique. So let me show you what strobe mode looks like. So strobe mode looks like this. No one have a seizure. So this is strobe mode. And I just did this circle around him like I typically do. And then Michaela used this light whip that I have. It's a cool fiber optic light whip, and she's dancing around. I mean, it's distracting, and we look crazy. But Dada, he held his pose. He did it. And at the end of it, I couldn't believe it. I flashed him, I froze him. Everything looked great. And I just have to say, I think it's because of that magical hat. I think it was the hat that did it. He was just too cool. So that kind of sums up my presentation on light painting. I hope I've inspired you to find your light and pursue your passion. So next year, you guys will be up here inspiring all of us. And I hope that if you guys are interested in learning more about light painting, check out my QR code here. I have a free light painting guide that this links to. And better yet, join me on a photo adventure where we go off into the journey, into the darkness, have lots of fun, and I do them all over the world. So I hope I'll find you guys lighting the night sometime. Thank you for your time, and come find me at the Luxley booth. I'll be doing some light painting there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That was super cool. Susan, we have a speaker table outside. Susan can take some questions at that speaker table. And then afterwards, in the Crystal Ballroom, she'll be working in the Luxley booth, doing little demonstrations. Thank you so much. It's so
Thank
cool.
you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Have you guys ever seen anything quite like that before? Right? Wow, Sapna, Susan, we got the two S's we've been rocking through. Okay, things are about to get really hot now because we got Joe McNally will be joining us on the stage. And let's cue up Joe. And we also have our speaker problem is now fixed. So that's great. So every seat in the house has great audio. Thank you so much. And where is Joe? Okay, Joe's coming. All right. Joe, we're just queuing you up right now, and it's looking good. And before we begin this, we have a little surprise. Don't we love surprises? Okay, so before we begin, there's a Nikon ambassador named Vincent Versace. You guys may have heard of him. He's a friend. And Vincent, he gave me a Nikon challenge coin. It's pretty cool. Then I saw him about a year later. He gave me another Nikon challenge coin. So I'm going to ask that you reach down underneath your chair and see if something special is taped to your chair. It's on the front part of the chair. Right in the front. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who has that camera? Ma'am, you have that backpack on that seat. Can you check underneath that seat? Oh, you got it. Okay, there we go. How would you like to change that Nikon challenge coin for a Nikon Z6 kit? He won't complain, okay. So, thank you very much. We get my challenge coin back. Pretty cool, huh, Joe? Nikon Z6 kit. So I'm going to come and get your information from you, and we're going to send that out to you. Congratulations, guy just won a Nikon Z6 kit. It's pretty cool. We'll get you. What's your name, sir? Kyle. Well done, Kyle. All you had to do is bend over and find a coin. It's pretty good. I've been trying to do that my whole life. Okay, so, all right, so in the echelons of photography, there are great photographers, there's great photography instructors, and then there's a blend of both. I want to introduce to you a true engineer of photography, a photographer that I've been looking at in magazines and videos for many years, and we're very happy to have the legendary Joe McNally come to the stage at OPTIC. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, David. So how do I work this?
Okay, it's easy. This is forward.
Okay.
And that's to go back.
All right, fantastic. I should be able to master that. Wow.
Look at that. Your pictures are so good, you scrambled the signal.
Okay.
There you go. 70 countries.
All right, here we go. All right. Welcome. Thanks to all for stopping by. I'm very nervous now as a speaker because Kyle over here, this gentleman, just won a Z6 kit and said, I won't complain. So that's indicative of kind of a tough crowd here, I think, to please. So I'm going to do my best so that, you know, at the end of this next few minutes we spend together today, you won't, you know, complain. Anyway, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. And OPTIC, thank you to David Brommer and B&H and all of the staff at B&H for putting this together. This is a hard thing to do. And all the staff at Nikon for sponsoring various speakers and events, et cetera, during the course of these next few days. We're here to just kind of celebrate the idea, notion, and practice of travel photography. So that is, you know, it's who we are, it's what we do. I always tell young photographers, whenever I teach, don't think of it as a camera, think of it as a visa. the camera as a visa. It allows you to cross borders, just, not just physical borders, but also personal borders. People let you into their lives because you show up with a camera in hand and you tell them that you're very passionate about their comings and goings, their life, their profession, how they make their way through the day, what their culture is about, what their worship is about. You are passionately interested in them. And you make that commitment to them. You bring a camera along, and they actually, oftentimes actually, let you in. And it's a pretty amazing and magical equation when you show up with a camera and you are allowed to do things that most folks are not allowed to do simply by virtue of the fact you've got that camera, How many folks travel on a regular basis and shoot? Yeah, sure. The world is out there. It beckons for the camera. It absolutely beckons for the camera. So that's what we're about today. I'm going to show you, the talk is 70 countries and counting. So yeah, it's been a kind of a long haul with a camera for me. It's wonderful for me to lecture in New York City. And actually, I said the word lecture. Let's get this clear. This ain't a lecture. Okay, I've been a photographer for 40 years. I know enough not to lecture anybody, okay? This is a discussion, all right? And we're a small enough group. If anybody has a kind of, hey, wait a minute kind of a situation where an image comes up and they want to pipe out a question, I'm really flexible. I can take a question, off the cuff. I'll try to save some time at the end, 4 questions, and we'll just go from there, okay? But this is very relaxed. It's a back and forth, okay? All right. All right. Kyle, you doing okay? All right. Get you anything? Maybe an ottoman, a reading lamp, something for your, All right. All right, so I came out of a program in college that minted newspaper photographers. That's what I was destined to be. It was like a rubber stamp thing. I was like, it was back in the 70s, it was a viable option, right? To become a newspaper photographer. That's what you were, black and white film, Tri-X at 1600, shoot the ball game, shoot the press conference, shoot the politicians, whatever it might be. Okay, that's what I thought I was destined to be. And I came to New York City in an absolutely quixotic act of idiocy, thinking I could get a job as a green student coming into New York City, which was the hotbed of professional photography, in the world, basically. And New York gave me some lumps and bumps to start off with. But this is a marriage of old and new technology. This is a DA-10 with an 8mm fisheye bolted to the bottom of a helicopter on an intervalometer. So far and so fast we've come. The camera was well secured. And this was my world. I came into New York City thinking, okay, I'm gonna make it somehow here as a newspaper photographer. My first job was at the New York Daily News. As a copy boy. I never made it to being a staff photographer at the Daily News. It was a union shop. It was a difficult place to sort of crack open. And they reaffirmed the fact that I was never going to be a photographer with the Daily News by firing me 3 years in. So that's, a very clear message, So I'm going to pop around here in New York because New York is a great training ground to become a travel photographer. It's a great place to launch, because there's so much stuff in New York that impacts you. Visuals, power, color, graphics, immediacy, the hubbub of the city. It prepares you to go out in the world with a camera. So I'm gonna bounce around here from old school film, you see the grain and the texture of that, to new school, Z7 II. Anybody ever go down and shoot this? This is like, with certain travel sites and monuments and stuff like that, it's gotten, dare I say, a little bit like ball cards. You go down there tonight, there'll be photographers with tripods there. But it doesn't mean it's a bad thing to do. People go there and shoot it because it's fun, it's cool, it's interesting. Time exposure, tripod. A simple shot like this in your hometown puts to the test all of the skills that you might bring out into the world as a photographer. This is old school. This is the celebration of the lady many years ago. New York Harbor filled up, okay? This is new school, all right? This is one of the last jobs I shot for ESPN, the magazine. just a few years ago, I don't know, four years ago, something like that. They wanted me to shoot helicopter views of every borough, which is all of them, that the New York City Marathon would visit with runners. It intersects through all the boroughs. So again, a nervous moment in the air, right? I'm 16 millimeter fisheye on a D5, on a remote plunger, on a monopod from the open door of a helicopter. And this is what happens to you when you go out in the world. Lots of stuff doesn't work out, right? We were supposed to have a really robust helicopter. We were supposed to have, an Aerospatiale or something like that. They called me up in the morning and said, got a mechanical. You're gonna be using a Robinson. Anybody here familiar with Robinson helicopters? It's the Tonka toy of the skies. Okay? It's a vastly underpowered helicopter. My assistant is in the back. He's literally peeing in his pants. I'm halfway out the door. We're passing cameras back and forth, and the pilot has got the universal, and the thing doesn't have enough gas, enough juice to fight the wind. And we're over the most heavily populated area, the Versatility Bridge, of helicopters in the world at that moment, the beginning of the New York City Marathon. It's like a hornet's nest out there with helicopters, and they're all bigger than ours. And I'm looking around, and the pilot just looks at us at one point. The wind comes up, he lets go of the universal. He says, we're going for a ride. And the thing did a 360 right over the Versatility. But this is what you do as a photographer. These are the situations you put yourself in. Travel, looking at something, the culture and aspects of a place, a sporting event like this. Bring a long lens. Okay, this is a 600 millimeter from a helicopter. Develop skills. Okay, work at it. Hand holding, long glass. Very, very important to be able to do, because what does a long lens do for you? It compresses. As opposed to the wide glass, which will throw things away from you and encompasses a vista. This is a 600 mil, a 600 f4 from the helicopter, and fairly stable at that point. But what can I say? Long lens, favorite places, right? Just down the block, basically, or 10, 15 blocks north. Times Square, one of my favorite places. When I came to New York in 1976, I know that dates me, I actually allowed myself the title of professional photographer in 1978. And I don't want a show of hands from anybody here who was not born then. Okay, let's just move on. Let's just move on, okay? All right, but I've always loved Times Square. Again, long lens, 70 to 200, color, impact. When you're on location, traveling out there in the world, pray for rain. I know that sounds dumb, but pray for rain. Because rain conveys, especially in an urban environment, the beauty, the saturation, the slickness, the neon, the reflections, the glare, all of that stuff. It gives you that kind of marvelous, why do you think in Hollywood movies, think in your head, Hollywood movies, urban scene, why are the streets always wet? Because they just came through with a water truck. Why? Because the DOP picks up at least a stop and a half of exposure if they wet the streets, as opposed to dry streets. So pray for rain. Sounds dumb, but but I've been at this a long time. New York City was my inspiration, was my muse. I call it the concrete muse. Okay, I have a little compartment on my website that is devoted to New York City. And years ago, this is Kodachrome. Years ago, Bruce Dalrymple on the 125th Street subway station, wonderful guy, spent time with him for Sports Illustrated. Years ago, down in Soho, the trade centers, right? You have to have, in travel photography, going out in the world, you have to give your viewer a sense of location, and those towers were it, right? I mean, those twin exclamation points at the bottom of Manhattan immediately located you. And I was doing a story on green grocers in New York. So I hunted and scouted, where could I get a moody shot of a green grocer and also know exactly where it was? And I found this, and he was working so hard, this gentleman, he said, you can do whatever you want. So I just walked in and I lit the whole shop. And then I shot it, and he didn't even bat an eye at me. But this is up to date. This is digital in Times Square, reflections. Don't look at the whole thing, look at a piece of it. Look at the slickness, look at the reflection of the color coming back to the camera. This is a tongue-in-cheek look at the United States Olympic team back in the day for Life magazine. I started a long time ago, I started getting intrigued by getting up on top of things. I have as a mantra, and I'm sure we all do, we have as a mantra, get your camera in a different place. The world is much photographed, right? I mean, you know, as we're speaking here together today, how many millions and billions of pictures are being taken of stuff, of places, of things, of people, okay? Everybody out there, Instagram, TikTok, you name it, everything. Whew, we are visually oversaturated, to put a polite term on it, okay? And so, how do you make your photographs stand out, you know, be apart? And one of the ways you can do that is get your camera in a different place. I was really blessed to have a long relationship with the Empire State Building. This is actually the first time I really climbed up on the infrastructure. I was doing a story for Geo magazine on attic inventors, and I was tagged to photograph a guy back in the day who had patented inflatable advertising, and he had this proposal to put an inflatable King Kong on the Empire State Building. Also, strike while the iron is hot and the gorilla is full of air, because it was a complete bust. By morning the next day, this thing had been battered by the wind and sliced up, and it looked like a giant hefty bag hanging off the side of the Empire State Building. So strike when you need to. Don't look at something and say, oh, wow, that's really nice. Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow. Don't come back tomorrow, okay? Because tomorrow there'll be a frickin' parade right where you want to stand, right? Okay? Photography is this, okay? You're on your game. You stick with it all the time, okay? I still climb. This is my last climb. This is about 4 years ago. This was Z7-2s, or Z7s. Climbed up number 4 Times Square. And this is one of the most powerful antennas in Manhattan. I went up with the crews, and it was a bust, because we got to that last platform there, and they called it off because the winds had kicked up, and once the winds go over 30 miles an hour up on those aerials, they move around too much, and it gets too dangerous to work. So I had to give it up. But here's the thing, climbing in New York was a venue for me to create climbing elsewhere. In Dubai, the world's tallest building, okay? And I'm standing on the railing there. Watch me fall off here. I'm standing on the railing that holds the aircraft warning lights. Now I'm hooked. I could literally throw myself off the building. Ain't nothing gonna happen, you know, but I decided not to do that because the fellow who took me up, the safety climber with me, Mike, he was an English bloke, as they say. I'm gonna do a bad English accent. And he looked at me, he goes, they don't like to take civilians up there because, you know, he goes, Joe, you're gonna be all right up there, won't you? You're not going to panic in the bucket, are you? And I'm like, no, Mike, I'm not going to panic in the bucket. You make sure you don't panic in the bucket, because if you do, we're going to have to lift you off with a helicopter, and that's a bad day. And I said, no, don't worry. You know, I got into the bucket, and the first thing I asked him, I said, Mike, I got to get out of the bucket. Okay, I have to climb outside the bucket. He was like, you sure you want to do that? I'm like, yeah, because I have to get a picture like this. So I'm outside the bucket photographing these guys who do this just like it's falling off a log, okay? But the beautiful thing is these pictures aren't that great, but they're fun. Yeah, they got a lot of notice. That last picture I just showed you with the feet, oh my God, I've been doing this a long time. I shot that with a smartphone. And it's probably the most viewed picture I've ever shot in my life, which, if I went back there, might cause me to actually unhook my harness and throw me off the building. But anyway, be that as it may, but develop relationships. If you go someplace, leave them laughing. Don't be the jerk brain photographer who's super aggressive and steps in front of everybody or asks for special treatment or goes crazy, because I developed a relationship with the building and they let me come back, and I got some emergency training as a window washer, and I was able to pitch myself over the side of the building with the window washers and rappel down about 2,000 feet of building about 3 years later. So maintain relationships. Even if you think you're never coming back, leave them laughing, okay? Empire State Building, up on the skyline. I mean, the skyline's just an astonishing thing, right? New York City is a magical skyline. This is anti-gravity. I work with dancers a lot. These guys have these loaded springs on their feet, and they can go upside down and all sorts of places. But up there is great. Here's what other New York, and I'm gonna move on to the world here quite quickly, but also down on the ground in New York, in the subway. All right. Now, is this a great picture? It's okay. It's all right. It's a nice portrait of this conductor. But, you know, conductors and the subway personnel are not supposed to be photographed. You're really not supposed to shoot pictures in the New York City subway. You're supposed to get a permit. But the New York City subway, maybe the only consistent thing about it is it stops in the same place. So I knew the conductor's window was going to come around, and I'm there and I'm waiting. And he pops the window open. I swear to God this happened. And he goes, "Oh, you can't take my picture." And then he looks at me and he goes, "Are you Joe McNally?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "I've got your books. Go ahead and make the picture real quick." I shot the picture. He closed the door. I'd never seen him again. But that's New York, right? That is New York. That's what happens. Here's the thing, you have to approach the world with an open heart and an open mind and embrace the happenstance of it. You know, here's the thing, I always tell, you know, people, you know, I really want to do this story, I really want to go, I really want to, you know, I'm like, okay, all right. But here's the thing, your life goes on the back burner as a photographer, right? You come to somebody and say, I passionately want to depict your endeavors, your group, whatever it might be. Could be a ball team, could be, and all right, they say, okay, let you in, okay? But then you go, oh yeah, but, okay, so I gotta pick up the kids, and then tomorrow I've got a lunch, and okay, yeah, I can come tomorrow at 3 p.m. That don't work. Your life becomes secondary. I always say, you have to get on the boat having no idea where that boat is going. And a just small matter of disclosure, it's one of the reasons National Geographic, when I worked there, I worked for 25 years for the Geographic, and it is littered with divorces and unhappy people and photographers who never grew up, right? Let's move on. Moving along. Also underneath, okay, the sand hogs, you know, that's the beautiful thing. Has anybody been down 1,200 feet under the city of New York? I did, because I got a camera in my hand. Last summer out at Coney Island, this young gentleman, loved this young man. He had just done a graduation thing. It was just a wonderful kid. Tony Bennett on the New York City subway. What's more New York than that? Okay, all right, and the Hall of Canyons downtown after a ticker tape raid. This is an old picture. This is the return of the hostages from many, many years ago, okay? And then this is last summer in Coney Island, just digital color. So I've bounced back and forth in this business like crazy. And I've shot all manner of stuff with all manner of technology. I can tell you now, we live in a golden age of photography. I'm a Nikon shooter, so, you know, I'm shooting the Z9. I mean, you want magic? I mean, like, if you told me I'd ever have a camera like that back when I was shooting, and this is embarrassing, Fs. I shot Nikon Fs and F2s when I was starting. F-stops and shutter speeds, 36 exposures, you know, manual focus, you know, figure it out, light, exposure, all that stuff. Now this incredible piece of machinery, and I mean it across the board too. All the camera manufacturers are making incredible stuff for us that does what? It enlarges our world. It enlarges our sense of what's possible, our sense of imagination, okay? So when we go out into the world, this is India, we are ready. We have tools. We can make this happen, okay? And that is a beautiful, beautiful thing. So we doing okay so far? Everybody okay? Kyle checking in? Kyle left. I'm sorry, I just need a moment. And I thought I was doing so well. Now I realize we're running a little late, and so we might go into lunch. So I'm kind of in accelerate mode here a little bit. Is everybody cool with that? You know, I've also had a boatload of caffeine this morning. I just like it, you know. Anyway, India, one of my favorite places to shoot. This is my favorite cover of the Geographic. I shot that on Kodachrome 64 with 3 speed lights through a bed sheet. Ever need a nice light source? Ask the people you're working with. Got a bed sheet? They've got a white bed sheet, I guarantee it. Okay? And this became my favorite cover of the Geographic. I was shooting a story on how, again, the world, I was given this story because my brain is a compendium of just loosely connected bits and pieces of bad movies, novels, comic books. I mean, so I'm kind of tuned in a little bit. So my editor gave me this story about how we're all exchanging the totems of our culture at that point in time via very accelerated means, television, sports, the movies, etc. So this was in India. This I shot in Shanghai. Okay, and I called up my editor. I was so excited. I said, "This is a perfect picture for the story," because I was backstage at the Shanghai Opera Theater, and I said, "These are a bunch of Chinese actors pretending to be Egyptians in an Italian opera." Do better than that, you son of a bitch! Back in a goddamn office yelling at me, you know? Figure that one out. God almighty, you know? The Sicilian Puppet Theater. Focus on the crafts. Go after the crafts of the country. Study beforehand, okay? I listen to music. I buy music from a place where I'm going. You know, I look at what the traditional forms of maybe cooking, maybe, you know, arts and crafts. The Sicilian Puppet Theater is an enormously powerful cultural presence in Sicily, okay? I was lucky enough for many years, right through the kind of middle 2000s, to be hired by the city of Beijing to come to Beijing every year and photograph for them. The Beijing Cultural Commission, it was basically, they wanted some photographs to be assembled that would kind of explain Beijing to the world. So this is, again, traditional dance forms, the dragon, etc., and the spinning, those gyroscopes at the end of it. In Ireland, a puppet maker. I really love the intricacies of that kind of craft. I always look for it. I seek it out. Quiet moments. This is in China. This little girl, this was many years ago, okay? And this bit more recently in Japan. Get into schools if you can. Take a look at the youth. What are they doing? Who are they? What are they interested in? What are the fads that they are following? Okay, the preparation for this little baby. This was just a few years ago in Malaysia, preparing for the feast of Thaipusam. It's a very huge celebration in Malaysia. Again, in Shanghai, you know, you got to get there early, right? You get there as the sun's coming up, you're too late. So that was a wonderful presentation that Susan gave before. You gotta go, you gotta scout, you gotta be there before. You know, that's what she preps her light painting. Same thing here. I was at a show. Do you remember Bridges of Madison County, the movie with Clint Eastwood and Meryl Streep? You know, when it came out, they gave a special showing at the National Geographic. Perhaps because some of the National Geographic photographers thought they were Clint Eastwood. Okay? But there's a wonderful scene, it's in beautiful light, where he's driving an appropriately battered pickup truck, because that's what all photographers have, you know, and he's driving through this valley and there's golden sunshine. And without rehearsal, okay, the shot comes up as he's driving for sunrise. Without rehearsal, the whole chorus of National Geographic photographers just went, "Too late." You know, because you just are. Okay, I look for shadows on the street. I look for patterns. I just shot this about, maybe 3 years ago in the lavender fields of France. I'd always wanted to go there. Choose your lenses wisely, right? Long lens. This is a 500 mil. Actually, it's a 2 to 500. Okay, very hand-holdable kind of an item. Easy-going lens to tote around with you and gives you that extra wonderful reach. But look for those patterns, okay, the graphics. And remember, a pattern is interesting, a pattern interrupted is more interesting. And she's the interruption in the pattern. If she's not there, if that human element is not there, it's just a bunch of rows of purple, which is nice enough, you know, but But also remember, before you leave, get the detail. Get the detail. I always, well, wrong thing to say, I don't always do this, but when I'm in a situation where it would be appropriate, I photograph people's hands. Hands are very storytelling. They show the life that has been lived. All right, I have a long history of mishaps with expensive electronics and bodies of water. I've been doing this for a long time. That's in Mexico, waist deep in water with a Norman 200B as a flash. Okay, this is much more recently my dear friend Claudette, who is in St. Lucia and has the voice of an angel. And she took her precious guitar for me out into the water, which was wonderful. And this is, oh Lord, Isabel, is it Isabel? God. Likewise, out there by the water. Why do I shoot against the water? Throw this in the back of your head. You pick, again, it's a hyper-accelerated version of the wet street. The water maintains the exposure of the sky. If that's a green grass out there, she's floating in a sea of blackness, right? So now I've got all that, I've got a twofer. I've got the sky and the reflection of the sky. So I look for bodies of water as a device to put people against. I get up early. I go where there is stuff happening, okay, where things are moving forward, where the rhythms of life are starting in good light. Don't shoot the building, shoot the reflection. I mean, you all know that, right? Just, a building is, here's the difference, right? A shot of the building could be nice, but I would submit for your consideration that a shot of the building is a document. The reflection of the buildings is an interpretation. And there's a huge difference between those two states and the way you approach it photographically. Technology. This is Abu Dhabi, right? I shot this from the porch of my hotel, okay? But I saw it, I was kind of naked at the time, but I was looking, and I saw this happening. The moon ain't there. The moon's like over there. And you have to disclose, you can't like try to pull the wool over people's eyes, So I made the picture of the mosque, and then I swung the lens, I put it into double exposure, I swung the lens and made the picture of the moon. And I kind of remember where it was and all of that, and click, and we're done. There's a thing called gain that is associated with double exposures. The camera factors that for you automatically now. It's ridiculous. I did a shot once for Life magazine. The astronaut of the year, Mike Foale, is in Houston. And this was filmed back in the day. I'm photographing him on a dock in Houston. And I had to get some sort of astronomical feature in there. And I had been in Syracuse, New York. And there was a very rare clear sky in Syracuse and a full moon. So about 2 weeks earlier, I had shot a roll of Kodachrome of the full moon. And I had it gaffer taped, so I knew I could draw it across and maintain the same register. And I brought that roll of Kodachrome to Houston, and I went, just a guess, here we go. Shot him on the end of the dock, and it ran as a 2-page spread in Life magazine. It's so much easier now. You see it. That's why I don't get anxiety-ridden too much anymore, because, has everybody gone through the anxiety over 2 card slots? 2 card slots, that was a big furor a while. I had folks calling, Joe, what do you think? Don't you want 2 card slots? I'm like, you're talking to somebody who had to take 300 rolls of Kodachrome that represented 3 weeks of work in India, put it in a box, and ship it at FedEx out of Mumbai to the National Geographic and wait 3 days to figure out if it got there, and there was no backup to that work. So, dude, I'm really not that worried about, life is too freaking short, if you know what I mean. Anyway, take a piece of things, rather. That's the big London carousel. Shooting the whole thing could be kind of fun, but I saw that crescent moon, and I thought, well, let's match up the shapes, okay? Simple flower market picture, right? That's in France. Okay, and flowers, it's pretty, it's nice, but it's shot with a 300 millimeter lens, real close. So I stacked it up I tried to compress it, made it look like there was a whole bunch of flowers, okay? Don't shoot the pedestrian, shoot the silhouette of the pedestrian. Wait for slashing light. Urban areas are fantastic for slashing light. What can I say? It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Let me just do this here. See how I'm doing. Yeah, we're okay. We're all right. But I took a lot of stuff out of this presentation. I wanted to make it fun and lively. And, you know, there are things, as a photojournalist, which I've been for many years, you sometimes get sent to places you maybe are unexpected, or maybe, you know, you think of it afterwards. But I did put a couple of things in just to show you, like, how things can go maybe a little bit kind of odd, right? Back in the day, when Ebola was a big scare, okay, I was a staff photographer at Life magazine, and so my editors sent me to the CDC, and they said, we want you to go down there and get training, because if CDC goes looking for Ebola, are you willing to go? I'm like, okay. So I went down, and I went to the CDC, and I spent a little time. And then I came into work on Monday, and my editor came to me and said, the CDC is shipping a team to Nicaragua because there's an unknown virus strike down there. We don't know what it is. All right? Tuesday, I was in Managua. Wednesday, I was on horseback into the Nicaraguan highlands looking for this hitherto unknown bacteria. And I spent the time. You know, you have to step into it, right? You can't be like this. You know, you just can't. You have to get yourself involved, okay? And of course, it led me first, my wife Annie, I showed her this picture. She wasn't all that thrilled about this, but it led me back to the CDC. Just inside there, that other doorway, are the most infectious diseases in the world. This guy's got this suit on. I'm like, dude, I'm like here basically in my underwear, you know. He put the light in the room for me, but that stuff happens, right? As a photographer, you want to go to Chile, out in the desert, the Atacama Desert, where they have major telescopes. Sure, you can do that. National Geographic might send you. You know what you have to bring? That. Okay, 47 cases of equipment, one assistant. We got down to Chile, packed it into 3 pickup trucks, drove it out into the desert. I spent 2 weeks lighting those telescopes, and then we relayed a helicopter in from the coast. And I was lucky it was a quiet night, because I developed a way to radio to the flashes in the interiors of the scopes, and I shot it from the open door of a helicopter. You spend that kind of money at National Geographic, they better get a picture out of it, okay? But Chile is a wonderful place. I went back there once looking for mummies. In Arica, it's such a dry environment that you dig stuff for your garden, you come up with a mummy, literally. So these guys are digging these water tunnels. They were so fun to work with. And I set this picture up. I had a whole bunch of bones with me, and we just had a blast, you know. So you have to, again, have to be open to the happenstance of it. Siberia, okay, ice fishing, coldest I've ever been. Keep your camera at the ready, because going in the dead of night, nobody's ever published this picture. They're never going to. I'm on the back of a sled in just minus 30-ish, somewhere's in there, okay, way up there. But I kept my flash with me, and it actually worked. And it's just a silly picture that I've always loved, because it is, to me, it's about plunging into the Arctic darkness. And I like odd stuff. You know, the kids up there never see the sun. They're exposed to UV light. So I made a picture of these little kind of space cadets here, you know. In Beijing, natural light, the old men playing the games. In Saudi Arabia, a construction worker takes a break for tea. Look for window light. Window light is amazing. The subtleties of color palette. It's just astonishing what you see out there, astonishing. Okay, that's an old picture. This is also older. Okay, there's a little run here of some transparency stuff. Maybe you've seen, like me bouncing back and forth between Z6 and Z7 and D5 and you know, where we came from, you know, transparency stuff. I went to China for the first time back. Does anybody remember the term ping pong diplomacy? You know, Nixon and all of that. I went to China for the first time, I didn't even realize how special an opportunity it was. But follow your passions, right? Follow your passions. The Chinese authorities, this was 1988, a Western journalist was highly surveilled and controlled. And they said, well, while you're here, what would you like to do? And I said, I'd like to go to a locomotive factory. I've always loved trains. And China's famous for, the Iron Rooster. And they were like, oh, well, perhaps the Great Wall. And I said, no, I'd like to go to a locomotive factory. And they were like concerned, but they did it, So, it's a silly picture, never been published, but, you have to follow where your nose leads you, where your interests are. And during the course of that, this is the picture I made for Sports Illustrated. Here, no one is spared, because the spare time schools in China, they will take kids from school if they look like they have athletic ability and basically put them into a stream of academic and physical training, okay? And it was tough training. Follow light. Geographic didn't run these pictures, but this is on the edge of the Rift Valley, which is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. And Samuel, this runner, and his fellow runners are training. Kenyan runners are the most powerful runners in the world. And where they come from is some of the most basic training you could possibly imagine. Breakfast at the hall. So, and this picture, window light, right? You see window light like this, throw yourself on it, okay? Hug it close to you, okay? Because it's the best thing you'll ever see in your life. Using a flash in a situation like this would be like cursing in church. Okay? It just would be, right? This is the Wall of Fame, where all the famous runners had won, and this young runner is looking up there and dreaming. Kodachrome 200, see the grain structure? One of my last covers for the National Geographic, you get thrown into ridiculous situations. We dubbed her Wilma. She's a perfectly recreated Neanderthal female. And by perfect, I mean perfect, anatomically correct. She's 200 pounds of silicon. National Geographic gave her to me and said, go make a cover story out of this. They found the DNA in a Spanish forest. So my assistant and I have this buck-naked silicon female, and we're walking into the forest with her. Geographic, in their infinite wisdom, said, make sure you light her in a shadowy way to cover up the nudity. I'm like, seriously? Oh, God. So that was the last dregs of light up there, and that's natural light. And my flash is a raw flash, camera left, that matches the color of the sunset. You have to, if I blew a white light in here, forget about it. Everybody's going to pick up on that, right? But there's a chance, there's a prayer that someone will say, oh, wow, sunset light, And I lit her in a shadowy way, try to cover up all the naked parts, even though she wasn't real. Hello, National Geographic. And I was always a cheeky son of a bitch at the Geographic. They didn't care for me over much. I tried to help them out with the whole nudity situation, and I was like, what do you think? My editor was like, that wasn't appreciated, Joe. All right. Just trying to have a little fun out here, Oh, my God almighty. Anyway, here we go. But I've been blessed. I've knocked around the world, and I've seen some beautiful things and photographed some beautiful people. For whatever reason, I've ended up shooting over the last 10 years a fair amount of fashion, which probably comes as no surprise to you because, you just look at me and what do you think? Fashion photographer. Oh, yeah, that guy's stylish. So anyway, again, the city of Beijing. I went over there to thinking I was going to do street stuff, and they said, we'd like you to stay for 2 weeks and shoot high-edge fashion. I'm like, oh, okay. So I went to one of the big box stores in Beijing because I had no flashes. I got a whole bunch of junk, knock off this, the beauty dishes, this and that, and I just, basically with spit and glue put together a little lighting kit. This is one light on the Temple of Heaven. Beautiful thing about shooting for the city government of Beijing, they let you into the monuments because these monuments get overrun with tourists. As soon as they open up, there's tons of people, right? And so we were able to get the manager of the Temple of Heaven. He came to me at the end of this. He goes, well, if you ever need to get back in touch, and he gave me his business card, and it said manager, Temple of Heaven. I'm like, dude, that's a really cool business card. That's a cool thing to manage, I mean, geez. Down in Peru, okay, one light. A lot of this stuff is super simple, okay? Look for a scene. If you photograph her, natural light, you lose the background, right? You have to control. It's like Susan was saying here earlier with her light painting, a constant light source. What's the constant light source here? The constant light source is the world. So I have to intersect with that world and try to hammer that down into some sort of submission via the application of a flash. So even though you might want to travel light as a photographer when you're out there traveling the world, I highly suggest bringing at least one flash with you, because it can really help you kind of tip the playing field back in your favor, right? This is the streets of London. 2 flashes, small flash, This is fashion in the UAE. Again, long lens. This is shot with a 600, okay, compressing those power lines out there in the desert. It was fun to do. I got somebody back there, obviously, with another flash and throwing the gown. I found on this job that a camel just does not do what you ask it to do. It just does not, One light in Iceland, out on the rocks, trying to control the upfront aspects of the photograph with light. In Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, okay? In Milan, in Italy. Italy is just, if I had one of those favorite places, certainly a top 5, Italy, what do you think? Kind of heaven on earth, right? I mean, it's amazing. The food, wine bars. Notice I didn't say the Vatican, I said food and wine bars. Okay, yes, there's really famous, beautiful places there to see as well, in addition to the wine and the food. Up on the Great Wall, okay? And again, at the Temple of Heaven. Interesting, I shot these pictures here, they're coming up. This is all Romania, okay? This is Romania, an old mansion in Romania, a little bit of smoke, natural light, a little bit of smoke, okay? Flash, right? And then this is what you get thrown to as a photographer in the commercial world, right? I was silly enough to write a treatment for this, and the ad agency liked it. I was one of 4 photographers selected to introduce the D850 to the world. So I wrote this fashion treatment about, I've seen too many James Bond movies, that's the deal, and so I had this idea of this elegant lady making off with the gems, knocking over the statue and the sleeping security guard, and I had to light this whole museum. They said, we like this. And so they put up the funding for it, and I've got 2,400 watt-second units, like boatloads of them, on cranes outside in the street, lighting the upper alcoves of the museum. Dance in Malaysia, dance in Cuba. You have to take the totems of a culture. In Cuba, in Havana, what's a very powerful thing in the Cuban culture? The old cars, right? Believe it or not, when I made this photograph and published it, people were writing to me on the internet, said, oh my God, Joe, how could you do that to that car? Dude, it's a 57 Chevy, it's made out of steel. It's all right. But I love tableaus, I prefer to have something happening in a situation. I set this whole thing up, we got the guys to play the game, etc. The ballerina does not have her hair cut in this barbershop. But I'm also, when you go someplace, you can also, if you find a need, if you find a thread, you can establish a studio. And now on to kind of, this is an old school picture from Japan, which is a marvelous, just an intensely beautiful place, so steeped in culture and quietude. But then started to ramp up. Here's like travel, in the last few years, this convoluted thing now that we call travel, post-pandemic, during the pandemic, okay? I went to Japan, I had an assignment to do preamble stuff for the Olympics, the coming Olympics, what was going to be the 2020 Olympics. And 2020 was set up for me to be probably one of the most highly traveled years of my life. And so I went to Tokyo, January, February 2020. And again, matching up, telling a story, matching up the theme that you're dealing with, sports, with a national, symbol. That would be the best word. So this is a trampoline and a flash, dragged it up to Mount Fuji, made arrangements for the area, made arrangements for the view, okay? Shooting for Zuma Press, it became the lead to their entire package, which ran before the Olympics, which did not run, obviously, until 2021. Okay, the color and dynamic aspects. Again, you notice in a theme here, pray for rain, pray for rain. Okay, out there on the streets, fashion, sort of the modernity of the kind of the cutting edge Japanese fashion set with all the neon. The new sports, skateboarding was a brand new gold medal sport. So I worked with some of the young skateboarders prepping for the Olympics. Traditional sports, right? Nothing more traditional in Japanese culture than sumo. These guys are enormous. Oh my gosh, But the drumbeat of COVID was sounding. Okay, again, this is long lens. This is an 800 millimeter lens on a set of railroad tracks. And, the singular nature of the rider with the mask was foretelling certain things. I went back to Romania, okay, made this picture in natural light, an older gentleman in a situation with factory records, okay? I was assigned to come up with music or pictures that could associate themselves with music. So given my era, given my age, I thought, Angel in the Morning. Does anybody remember that? Sir, are you laughing with me or at me? Now, it's a great old song, So I had these wings commissioned many years ago for Sports Illustrated, a shoot for Sports Illustrated. Cost Sports Illustrated $3,000 to make these custom wings. And they wanted them back. But here's the beautiful thing about being a useless freelance photographer. I can be like the rock in the water. I don't call back. The editor stays busy and forgets. 6 months later, hey, where are those wings? I don't call back. I don't call back. Okay. He gets fired. Everybody forgets about the wings. Guess who's got the wings in their garage? I made this picture on March 13th, 2020. And I went home on March 15th. And I didn't get on another airplane for a year and change. And then, thankfully, 21 rolled around, the Olympics came up, and it was time to saddle up the vitamins, okay? Out there in the world, travel for the world, got to stay healthy, got to stay sharp. Some of the young guys who have traveled with me over the years get very experimental with cuisine, and they laugh at me, because I'll find a restaurant, and I'll have the same plate of pasta 5 nights in a row. And they're like, dude, experiment a little bit. Yeah, I ain't there to experiment. I'm not there to be adventuresome in terms of cuisine. I'm there to work. So I always tell the young guys, because they'll come in the next morning like, I don't feel so good. Yeah, well, you shouldn't have eaten at that roadside stand, huh? I'm sure it smelled good, But yeah, so you have to stay healthy, for sure. Opening of the games, okay? And here we go. I'm going to close pretty rapidly here. In the last year or so, the games were supposed to be in 20 and 21 is when they actually happen. The Olympics is a fascinating place or a fascinating frame of time to visit a country. It really is, if you ever get the chance to do it, because the country puts on its best face. If you can get tickets to these amazing events. I was there for the Simone Biles trial. Yeah, I love to shoot table tennis. I love it. It's so hard to do. They're so fast. Okay? I did the same thing in Rio when I did 2016. It was the last Olympics I'll cover for Sports Illustrated. Last Olympics, I think Sports Illustrated really ever even existed, because I don't even know what's happened to the magazine, but I tried to come up with a portrait of Rio. And I'll share this with you. A long time ago, a press photographer at the New York Daily News came up to me and he said, "Kid, if you ever get into the melee, go wide, get tight." Okay? So here's the thing. You can't be on the edge of a crowd like this. You got to be in the crowd. And you just got to shoot. Distortion be damned. Okay? You're going to get it. But you will get a chance to have frames that are vibrant, that really feel like you're in the mix. So get in the street. Get in people's faces. Politely. Okay? Get up close and personal. Right? Okay? That is a big, big mantra, of, I think, any sort of travel or street photography, et cetera. You have to be in the mix of things, okay? A portrait of Rio. Just, Cariocas are such wonderful people. They're just so embracing and decent and kind. And, of course, you have to go back and start shooting the sports. Hey, table tennis revisited. Yeah, last year was the eye. A few years ago was the lips. I don't know what I'll come up with in Paris. Where else can a big ball go? Anyway, context is important. This is kind of a nothing burger of a photograph, but it's the locker situation for these guys, okay? Romanian miners, okay? And I went into this mine with them. We were 2.5 kilometers under the earth. I've worked in lots of mines all over the place, and this is by far the most dangerous mine I've ever been in. Even the device that brings you down looks like a sarcophagus. It's all rusted out, and it's just kind of banging back and forth, and I'm like, this is not a good idea. But, you have to step into it. You have to embrace the world, and you have to, just be, you have to be so present. You have to love what you do so much, and you have to convey the fact to your subjects that you are intensely passionate about who they are and what they do. So this past year, Amazon, went to Ecuador and the Amazon, never been to Ecuador before, so another country ticked off. Long lens, handheld, quick blur, okay, sunsets, details, right? And then off to Norway, different environment, right? And I tell you, some of the new camera technology might even turn me into a bird photographer. Probably not. I'm going to leave that to the experts. But that's it. Out on a boat out in the North Country, kind of very, very cold, from the jungle to the North Pole or wherever you want to call it. Okay, that's where we go. Wherever there is activity, wherever there is interest, that's where we bring our cameras. And we actually have a workshop this coming fall, just letting you know that. Portraiture, it's in our hometown. It's going to be fun, okay? But you've been a great audience, and I pulled in, I think I was supposed to finish at 55 minutes, and I think I pulled in about 54. So David Brommer, if you're in the room, give me a little pat on the back. But anyway, I don't know, nobody's here, nobody's coming up, so I guess I could grab a question. Or not. Oh, there you are. Hey.
I just wanted to know, when are you coming to Jamaica?
Oh, I was in Jamaica many years ago. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. No plans on the boards now.
It wasn't from your countries that
No, I didn't have those Jamaican images. I have a bunch of them, but I didn't represent all the countries. I just kind of tried to establish themes and this and that. All right, folks, I think lunch is called. Kyle, you came back. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, my heart is healed.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have Chester Higgins at 1 o'clock. Let's give another round of applause for Joe McNally. This guy is amazing. So where's the little hominoid, the Neanderthal?
Oh, Wilma
Wilma
had an undignified, I don't know where she is now, but she became, and this is National Geographic for you, they spent I don't care anymore. They spent like $85,000 on Wilma. Very high-end museum reconstruction. And she ended up becoming a party favor on the 8th floor. And the last time I saw her, I have an iPhone picture of it, they were having a Halloween party and she was dressed in a pointy hat. An undignified end for Wilma, for sure.
It sounds like Madame Tussauds would have been maybe a good place. Or...
I would have thought, you would have thought they would have found some place. But, here's, again, I think the original thinking was we'll put her in Explorers Hall. And then 4th grade school trips come through Explorers Hall.
But that little red nightie that you bought her, that wouldn't...
It didn't make it.
It didn't work.
Didn't make it, no.
How about the hominoid at the Museum of Natural History? The couple that's walking across the plain in the dioramas? You ever see her? Do you know that little...
I don't know that one, no.
She's not Neanderthal. I think she's that in between, that missing link or hominoid. Anyway. All right, so thank you so much, guys. Have yourself a great quick lunch. Be back here at 1 o'clock. And don't forget the OPTIC challenge is going on. And tonight, we're going up to the edge to photograph the sunset.
Nice.
Which should be interesting because it's stormy, which that would be great photographs.
Pray for rain.
Thank you very much. Thanks, John.
wildlife or action photographers who appreciate the combination of high camera performance and the smaller APS-C size image sensor, the Canon EOS R7 may be just what you've been waiting for. I'm Rudy Winston from Canon USA, and we're delighted to add the EOS R7 to the Canon EOS R series, along with two dedicated standard Canon RFS zoom lenses. With 32.5 million effective pixels, resolution alone would make the EOS R7 a standout new product. But within its compact form factor is a performance powerhouse with outstanding AF tracking speed and technology, and the ability to shoot up to 15 frames per second with its mechanical shutter. With the APS-C sensor's natural 1.6 times effective increase in a lens's telephoto coverage, the EOS R7 squarely targets sports, wildlife, and especially bird photographers. And it brings strong video features to content creators. Record uncropped 4K video up to 60 frames per second, and 4K fine, oversampled from 7K at 24, 25, or 30 frames per second. Canon's superb dual pixel CMOS AF works for video as well as stills, with subject detection for people, animals, and vehicles, and excellent eye detection technology as well. Other video features include Canon Log 3 with 10-bit 422 internal recording to 1 or 2 SD memory cards, timecode, headphone socket, no more 30-minute time limit per file, and high-speed recording to 120p in full HD resolution. The EOS R7 includes in-body image stabilization, continuous electronic shutter shooting up to 30 frames per second, a weather-resistant design, a repositioned quick control dial and integrated 8-way multi-controller, flash sync speeds up to 1/320th of a second, focus bracketing, and Canon's long-life LP-E6NH rechargeable battery pack. The EOS R7's incredible AF tracking technology combines with simply amazing shooting speed for still images and 32.5 million pixel resolution. Video, stills, or both. Whether you shoot travel, landscapes, sports and action, or birds in flight, you owe it to yourself to see and handle the Canon EOS R7. For Canon USA, I'm Rudy Winston. Hi everyone, Rudy Winston from Canon USA with a new addition to Canon's EOS R mirrorless camera line. It's the Canon EOS R10, a compact and affordable camera with a difference. Outstanding levels of shooting speed, AF capabilities, and video performance in this price class. The R10 isn't a basic entry-level camera. It aims to be a powerful yet affordable step up for content creators now using entry-level cameras, and in particular, a very effective step into interchangeable lens cameras for people currently using smartphones. The EOS R10 introduces a smaller APS-C size image sensor with 24.2 million pixels. APS-C is an important addition to the EOS R system, ushering in a more affordable camera with a smaller, lighter form factor. Expanding on our current full-frame RF lens lineup, we simultaneously introduced the Canon RFS lens line, dedicated to the smaller APS-C image sensor. The RFS 18 to 45 millimeter and RFS 18 to 150 millimeter lenses are extremely compact, image-stabilized standard zooms, which attach directly to the RF lens mount on the EOS R10. Still image performance is stunning. The EOS R10 can shoot up to 15 frames per second with mechanical shutter and even faster with electronic shutter. It brings incredible AF abilities with subject detection for people, animals, and vehicles, and AF tracking to allow following a subject around the picture area. With the smaller APS-C size sensor, any lens you attach acts more powerful than its marked focal length would indicate, effectively turning a lens like the RF 100 to 400 millimeter f5.6 to 8 into a super tele lens. Along with the superb speed and AF, this makes the EOS R10 a tremendous yet affordable way to enter the world of sports and wildlife for video and still image shooting. Video performance is exceptional, including uncropped 4K at up to 30 frames per second, oversampled from 6K, along with options like 10-bit 422 HDR PQ recording for greater tonal range without extensive color grading. And the same powerful AF with subject detection, eye detect AF, and tracking around the frame are available as well. The EOS R10 is a stunning development in the EOS R system, a compact camera that's anything but a simple beginner's camera. For Canon USA, I'm Rudy Winston. Thanks for joining us.
It'll be dramatic.
Nothing is more, no, the edge is outside, so.
Oh.
That was sick.
Having fun so far? Okay. Whew. Thank you. So good seeing everyone. It's like everyone got a little bit grayer and put on about 5 to 10 pounds, you know, myself included. Right? It happens. All right. So before we start up, Okay, so I trained myself originally, I'm magazine trained from the 80s and did a little bit of college in photography. But what I really loved about the magazines of the 80s and the 90s were they exposed it, the editors curated what they showed you. As opposed to now with social media, things are in your feed, you got to follow certain people, and sometimes you just see the image and you really don't see the story behind the image. And the golden days of photography magazines, American Photo, Pop Photo, they used to just constantly show photographers and their work. And years ago, I had seen this amazing image of these kids diving into the ocean, and I was like, wow, this is one of the greatest photographs I've ever seen. And as I got more into things, I learned that it was the famous photographer Chester Higgins that made that photograph. And Chester Higgins has spent 40 years working for the New York Times on multiple projects. He's shot, you got some life covers, and is really a photographer's photographer who gets out there, gets in the field, investigates what's going on, is very traditional, really knows what he's doing, and also has done personal work that explores relationships in America, especially racial relationships, which, as we know, are so important now. So it is my great privilege and honor to bring to you, among all the other great keynote speakers of OPTIC over the years, we finally got Chester Higgins. Chester, welcome. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay, so this one going down will advance you.
Okay,
and if you want to go backwards, you go that way.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with fellow shooters. And I want to talk about why the camera's in my life. All of you, I'm sure, have your own individual stories about why the camera's in your life and how it helps you to express yourself. For me, the camera has been a means of trying to make a record, but not only of what we see in reality, but because of an early experience I had as a child of an apparition one night that scared me to death. That made me realize that there is a parallel reality that undergirds everything that we see and do. And that reality is a reality of the spirit world. It's not a mumbo jumbo, hocus pocus kind of thing. It's the thing that, most people, it's something that you probably realize as you get older. Some people as you are part of whatever spiritual organization you're in, but I'm not really talking about a particular ideology. I'm talking about the thing that exists that allows us to breathe, that gives us light. The first thing I want to bring up is, and I'll show you two pieces of work. The first piece is black and white. There was a time, and I think from my period in the 60s and 70s, that photographers felt that black and white was a more pure form of photography. And I like it because, for me, I think it captures human emotions more effectively than color. Not that color can't do that, but the issue I have with color is that the color itself can become distracting to the essentials of what's going on. But I've learned to work with it. This is a cover from a New York Times Sunday magazine story that reviewed my, I think it was my fifth or sixth book, on my looking at what I call the world family of African people, because every year since '71 I've traveled to Africa, but I've traveled to Europe, South America, all around, and I begin to see these similarities between the people and the cultural expressions. And that book was called Feeling the Spirit, Searching the World for the People of Africa. And my new book that just came out in October is a book of all color. All of my books have been obsessions. The book I just showed you was a 26-year obsession. And this book now is a 5-decade obsession because, unfortunately, my projects I come up with, it takes a long time for them to germinate and to mature. I must admit, as an artist, I'm not quite sure when I'm working on them, what I'm working on, until years later when it reaches a point of gravity, a central gravity, that you begin to see what's like in fog, something that's emerging out of it. So this is one of the black and white images of showing people involved in faith. Faith, as you know, is something very unseen. It's like air. But people somehow, there's something that triggers us to feel that there is something that we are connecting to or connected to. And we try to do whatever we can in our own personal ways to become intimate with this connection. It's so that's what I'm interested in, that conversation that happens between the human and the inhuman expression of the inhuman spirituality. And so this you see is a sunrise ceremony that happened in Ghana on the beach. Here's another ceremony that happens in the water in Egypt, along the river Nile or Lake Nasser. This is another one where you're in Brazil and you're looking at the ceremonies that people who believe in Macumba or Candomblé. And here we have in Harlem a parishioner in a church. So these moments are always there. There's always the obvious, but sometimes I'm looking for the point where the obvious touches what you can't see. And this is in Alabama, my hometown of 800 people, of my great aunt in her nighttime prayers. But then here in Ghana again, daytime prayer, the sunrise of a father praying over his son and trying to show not only the act of, but the enclosure of, the reality, the spirit. Or here in the church in Alabama, parishioners and people keeping cool with different fans that they've used to fan themselves with, or praying. Prayer, paying attention to what people look like when they pray, how they try to make a connection. Even if you go to Catholic churches, it's quite interesting watching people when they light candles in memory, or when they go to Mass. There's always that moment that they that the individual becomes absorbed into and enclosed by the spirit that they're trying to address. And in the very end, when we return to the kingdom of sand or the kingdom of dust and burials, and then the images of here the Muslim woman. A lot of people think this is made in some Middle Eastern country. It actually is made in Brooklyn, New York. Another Brooklyn, New York scene. Now this scene is how do I say it? It's a salute to why all of us exist. We photographers need light to make what we do work. Light for people who in the world before Genesis, because this book I just finished dealt with the world before Genesis in terms of belief. Before we became believers in the Abrahamic faith, there was a whole big world of belief in the world of nature. And you will only see this if you go to look at ancient monuments, whether there are ancient monuments in Greece or Rome, or especially in Egypt where it all started. And what I discovered in my research was that the people, and those of you who know anything, those of you know anything about biblical texts, you may recall the story, and if you know anything about New Testament texts, you may recall the story of Jesus being led away from or captured by Roman soldiers, and it happened early in the morning. And the Bible tells us exactly what time it happened, because at one point, Jesus supposedly says that before the cock strikes twice, you would have denied me thrice. Well, those of us who live on farms understand what he means. Most people seem to think that roosters crow at sunrise when the sun is coming up. But in fact, roosters crow an hour before sunrise as the sun is coming up, and it keeps crowing. It just usually most of us don't realize it until we wake up and we see the rooster crow. So what it spoke about is a calendar of worship, so that in the time before Genesis, people will worship hours before the sun actually rose. So the sun rising was an answer to their prayer. The sun rising was a gift of life that came back. And for us as photographers, the sun, which is the most powerful force in nature, is what allows us to make our expressions and make those expressions hold fast so that we can share it with others. I remind people that in the world before Genesis, yes, the people of nature felt that the sun was the most powerful force in nature. And you can only see that if you wonder if the sun went out for a week, how long it would take for the planet to freeze over. So my book, this new book, my 9th book, Sacred Knowledge, starts here in 1973 from my first trip to Luxor. Back then I was a freelancer, and I was hired by TWA, some of you may remember that name, to go to Egypt and do a travel brochure. It was a 10-day trip, piece of cake, and it was the end of August. And while I was there, a lot of amazing things happened. It was one thing to see a 45-story building that sloped the pyramids and to see these monuments, but I'm in Luxor photographing in the Temple of Amen, or Amen, and the Yom Kippur War breaks out. And so the train just takes me back, taking everybody back to Cairo, is full of conscripts going to fight in the war. And I find out that my flight to return home, there's no such thing. It's evaporated because the airports have closed. So it took me another month of being stranded in Egypt to get out, finally by a bus to Benghazi, Libya, and then a flight to Rome. But that month gave me a lot more time to really immerse myself in this culture and to learn more about the culture and to learn about what I became to understand as riverine culture and how people in a river culture respond to their environment and how that environment influences their beliefs. Here's a processional ceremony in Ethiopia. Here is a ceremony that people hold around what they think is a holy tree next to water. This particular tree, actually, this water has an interesting story because it's not just a body of water, it's a body of water that has occupied a dormant volcano. So one day this water would disappear from underneath. Here's another interesting body of water, same in Ethiopia. Water and like air, like sun, repeating elements and belief. And then going to these, I discovered these churches in Ethiopia built in the 13th century, that's 1200 AD, dug out from the mountain where the faithful went, and they went to the mountain and they did a floor print. And then they dug down 40 feet and then 20 feet around. And what they saw after digging this out was a monolithic piece of stone that had been detached from the mountain. And they went back to that stone and made sculpture. They chiseled rooms. Such dedication that people have in the name of faith, something that doesn't really hug you back. But what I was struck about is that I began to study astrophotography. I had to because of this trip to Ethiopia. And some people, if they go to Nepal, will probably feel the same way. Because when you're so high up and the air is so clear and the night sky is so full of stars, it looks as though you can reach up and touch these stars. It looks as though that you're looking at the very floor of heaven. So then my challenge was, how do I make a picture of this that show you, given the limitations of the camera, how do I show you what my eye is seeing and what my eye is feeling. So in that, I had to come up with this idea of how you light this. And then it means that if I don't have a reliable source of supply of AC current, what do I do in the field? And that's when I discovered using battery-powered strobes. And those strobes meant I had to carry risers because it's 40 feet deep here, carry high risers, carry strobes, carry slaves, carry tripods, and then figuring out what time of night, watching for the night, that you can find that makes this kind of picture work. So this picture is very simple. It's about 3 years of preparation, but when it all came together. And that's the key, I think, to any great photograph, is that no matter how involved, technically you have to rely on different things to work. In the end, it must look very simple. It has to look simple to be effective. It has to bring people into it, and who cares? The person who's consuming it visually don't need to know the trouble that you went to make it work. And that reminds me, one of my first, I had several mentors, because in the early 70s there was no school of photography. And unless you had a mentor to teach you, you were quite limited. Of course, there were photography magazines that you could read. And one of my second mentor was a man named Arthur Rothstein. That name may not mean anything to you unless you are someone who studies the Farm Services Administration photographs. But Arthur Rothstein was head of photography, director of photography at Look magazine. And through him, I learned the linguistics of photography, of visual understanding, which is a very interesting field I had no idea existed. And one of the ways that one example he would teach us about making things simple is to look at an ad and then go out and reproduce it. And that's when you discover things like the shadows telling you where the light is. That's when you discover time of day. That's when you discover how you have to deal with liquids. But the whole idea is that the photographer who created the image had to make it look effective, but also had to make it simple, so that the person who had no skills could still appreciate it. But the person with skills can only learn how to replicate it by trying to replicate it. Whether it's a studio shot, whether it's an outdoor shot, by trying to replicate what you see is what enhances your abilities and your skills, so that you can use that as a problem-solving situation as you are going forward. It's a great use of tripod, 15-second exposure. Now, how do you know? I'm telling you it's a 15-second exposure. But I understand that one of you, today there was a session on astrophotography or astronomy. And in astrophotography, you have to learn that the Earth moves 1 mile per second. So you can arrest a star if you're shooting no more than 15 seconds. If your second of exposure is longer than that, the stars will begin to trail. So you can always, with that knowledge, when you look at a picture of the heavens, you can always tell what the photographer was dealing with. What is the result? Based upon the result, you can tell what you're looking at. I like to do, lighting is really my thing. I say that light is my mistress. That girl and I, we spend a lot of time together. I pay a lot of attention to her. And I didn't really know that and how to do that until I met John Sarkowski. And John Sarkowski was going through my portfolio, and he was deciding which images he wanted to put into the collection at the Museum of Modern Art. And he found 4 or 5 he really liked. And then he said to me, he said, well, I like your photographs, but you know what I find troubling is I don't see the time of day. Well, I said, well, what do you mean? That was a new concept to me. He said, well, you know, if it's late in the afternoon, you get long shadows. that tells me a certain time. If it's morning, you get a different kind of light. And I just don't see that. And it made me then realize that there is a difference between looking and seeing. And we look every day. But what makes our skills as a photographer better is because we learn how to see deeply. We learn how to not take for granted what we're looking at, and we start deconstructing it. And it's only in that deconstructing that we then develop skills that we had no idea of. But these are visual skills that we then can employ as we continue to work. So lighting, I know you're not supposed to shoot into the light. You're supposed to shoot with the light. Fine, if that helps me say, but if I want to say something in particular that's different, I like to think that light is my friend, my mistress, and she and I can work out other arrangements. And shooting into light, for me, has a lot of different advantages. The most obvious advantage is its ability to increase depth of field. Because if you're shooting with a low f-stop, your depth of field is limited, or a long lens. But if you're shooting against the light walks into you, and the light brings what's at the distance. It has to walk up to you, and therefore you get more depth of field from it. That works especially with digital sensors. At the times, I was the last photographer to switch from film to digital cameras. And there was a couple reasons for that. One is that the technology in the beginning was very slow, and the size of the files, which you probably won't remember, I think were 5 megs. But the real problem I had with digital was the fact that inherent in a digital sensor is flatness. Of course, it's gotten better, but because I knew light, flatness was a way to overcome it. There's always in life, as the French painter Braque says, the greater the limitations, the more creative you have to become to overcome them. So in having the understanding of the limitation of the sensor and the knowledge of light as a way to overcome depth of field rendered that problem not a problem. There's also other issues about the sensor I won't go into. But here, shooting into the light again, how do we make a silhouette that works for us? How do you make it effective? And also, anything that's effective is only effective because it's simple. In my images, my cardinal rule is, how do I make a poster? A poster that arrests you when you pass it and that somehow sticks into your memory. So it's about faith. How do you bring how do I bring you in to feel what is going on in that whole situation, that whole feeling? The first thing I think that people have to adjust themselves to if you're photographing faith is that you have to check your identity and your ego, because it gets in the way. There's no way that, because identity is based upon language, and the language of faith doesn't fit with any language, human language. So it only gets in the way. So you have to check that out and not have judgment, and just let it roll, and essentially you become a surfer. The faith is the wave, and you just have to worry about surfing through it. Lighting again is here, but only those of you who are into light will see where it's, because the whole trick of lighting is not to show it, unless you purposely want to show it. But the trick of it is to have it not apparent. The use of side light with gases and with liquids can be quite effective. And then those of you who have a tripod know that a tripod essentially gives you light, because in dark situations, or what you do is you just increase your ISO and you increase or slow down your shutter speed, because a tripod gives you that ability. And mixing those two things, you can turn a dark space into light. And then, for those of you, if there are places in that dark space that still doesn't pop out, then you take your flash and then you paint with it. You take the flash off of your camera and you start popping it. You just point and pop. And that brings things out so that you overall create a canvas that's very balanced and give you what you're after. This one's an easy one. But I was dealing here with, now this is a part of, all faith seems to be connected with the seminal moments in life, birth, identity, coming together, aging, and death. And here you have a scene of death. At the top is a body being drugged inside of a coffin. And at the bottom, you have mourners and people who are heading to the tomb. And then here you have something that's quite boring, that most of us would not have any reason to understand, and that's another language, and this language is hieroglyphs. But how do you somehow bring drama to it? And that's what the light in this picture tries to do. Studio lighting can be boring, but it depends on how you use it. Here's a trick question. Where is the strobe in this picture? In the front, in his face. Only in his face. And here I ended with, this is a composite picture of that actually is 10 to 15 years apart, because in '99 I made the picture of the mask in Cairo, and I think 2010 I made the picture of the coffin, but it was a different mask. So I used Photoshop and post-production to do two things. To sandwich my mask onto this coffin. As an Egyptologist knows anything, they would tell you these two things do not go together. And then I dropped in this idea of death is about sleeping to eternity, so I dropped in to the stars. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Anyone questions? Emmanuel will give you that microphone. How many years of photography were encapsulated in this book?
5 decades. Can you hear me? Yeah, 5 decades. My first trip to Egypt and Ethiopia along the Nile was 1973. And my last trip to finish this book was just before COVID shut the world down in 2018. So every year I would go back and forth to these. I went back and forth to Egypt for 22 times, Ethiopia 20, and Sudan 3. So another question here? Oh, then you get to bring the mic so people can hear you. This was my obsession.
Well, actually, you answered the question, but I also had a question on the piece that you did where you had to bring in all that lighting to create the light on that structure. What was the name of that structure?
It was at Lalibela. It's the Church of St. George. It's in that particular place, Lalibela, they have 11 churches that are carved out of the mountains called the Lascaux Mountains. And that was done in the 12th century because Egypt was occupied and invaded by Arabs in the 6th century. Sudan was a Christian country, Egypt was a Coptic Christian country, and so was Ethiopia. And yearly, Christians will make pilgrimage to Jerusalem the way Muslims make pilgrimage to the Hajj, to Mecca. And gradually over time, the Muslim rulers who invaded and took over Egypt insisted that the Christians at the threat of the knife convert to being Muslims. So for years or decades, a lot of Ethiopian pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem were killed. So the king at that particular time decided to make a replica, their own Jerusalem, so that the lives of their people will no longer be endangered as pilgrims, but they can have a pilgrimage site in their own country. And that's how that came to be about.
And I actually recognized it, but the angle at which you shot it, I wasn't certain. I hadn't seen it with the light above. I'd only seen it from the side. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentation. I have a question. All the images you took, they represent very intimate moments. How do you address that, being an outsider, photographing people in these very deep and inside thoughts that they are?
Very good point, because religion and the act of consecration of a moment is a very personal thing. It's, you have to respect the fact that people feel that that is their unique opportunity that they are creating to have a bridge with the Creator, with the ultimate spirit. And that moment of bridging directly has an effect on their life, whether it makes them feel more comfortable, uncomfortable, or whatever. So that I like to think of, I have to approach that moment, one, of not being intrusive in any sort of way. And I have to zen myself as water. Everybody has their own element that they use to zen themselves when they try to photograph things. I was talking to David Douglas Duncan once, and he said he zens himself as blue. If he wears a color blue, he can just move around and people and they don't pay attention. Cornell Coppa, when I asked that question, he said, well, he zens himself as head them off at the pass and just let them roll by. For me, it's water, because water has that ability. Imagine water in a brook. It has that ability to pass in and out between rocks all around them, never disturb them, and keep going. Time is water. It's constantly moving. The world we live in is everything is moving constantly, whether it's water, whether it's air. Sometimes they move, they have their personalities change. Sometimes air is very, laid back, and sometimes it gets very stormy. Everything like the moon, we all go through phases. So the thing is, the key is, how do you sort of sink yourself into the phase? You first have to sink yourself in acknowledging that you both are humans, and you understand that you both can come to this same situation. Like we all can come to being sick or come to being death. And I think it's that sort of, because people, it's not something you can talk to people about, they vibe you on a very basic level. And if the person vibe of you is that you're not meant to, you understand and respect what they're doing, you're not meant to be disruptive, no means no. If you're doing something and you pick up that there's a resistance, that means you back off. That wasn't meant for you. Maybe you'll find it again somewhere else. The key is, the object is not to force upon reality your expectations and your desire, but to be at a point when the reality offers that to you as a gift. Does that make sense? Oh, 1 and 2.
What do we have? Oh, here we go. Nice and close to your back.
How old were you when you decided to become a photographer, or when you got interested in photography? How old were you?
How old was I when I began?
The question is, how old were you when you got interested in photography, Chester?
Oh, I think I was 21, and I got interested in photography because I went to visit this old man one day because I was with the student newspaper, a business manager, and we had to go to press, and he had failed to deliver the pictures on time. So I went to the photographer's house, and I said, look, we have to have those pictures now. He said, well, I've shot them, but I didn't process them. So I had to wait for him to process and make prints. But while I was waiting, I discovered that behind a big curtain like this in the studio, he had these pictures of elderly, very distinguished, dignified, old black people. And they reminded me of my great relatives, who I've never seen a picture of. All they had on their walls was a calendar, the Farmer's Almanac, and a picture of Jesus Christ. And it made me realize that, first of all, how iconic these images were, and that I had these same kind of people in my life, and also that photography was expensive. Now, my mother, who was a school teacher, and her friends, they got pictures every year. But it was too expensive for these people who were farmers. And I loved them, I must admit, more than my parents, their uncles and aunts. And I really just wanted them to have a picture of themselves. I wanted to see their faces when they see me put their framed picture on their walls that spoke to their own agency, their own worth as people. And a year or so later, I began to realize that with the civil rights movement that my pictures could do something else. Well, that's why I picked up the camera, and it was very simple. It was no big anything. It was just I wanted my great uncles and my great aunts to accept my expression of love, and also to certify their sense of worthiness. There was another question here.
Yeah, Chester, your images are very powerful, and I wanted to know, when you take the pictures, do you really see them, or do you see them afterwards?
Good question. First of all, I have to say I don't take pictures, I make them. I'm always, in the act of photographing, I'm always captured by what is obvious. But I also know in the act of making the picture that I'm after what is not obvious, what is undergirding it, because it exists on top of the spirit. Now, I find that, where do you find that? For me, I find that when the moment makes a turn. You know, life is a ceremony, and if you see the ceremony in life, okay. I give you when I began to be able to, in the beginning I had no words for this, I couldn't explain it. But one of my mentors was a painter, a man by the name of Brommer, who did collages. I like to think that what Romy actually did is he fragmentized time. And Romy says to me, and he was very much into ceremony, and he says, life is a ceremony. I said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, everything you do, everything that happens is a ceremony. Now, for a photographer, it's a valuable lesson to you if you can graph the moment of a ceremony. So I said, okay, what's an example? He said, okay, let's go to a restaurant. You feel like going out and you're having dinner? Okay, let's graft it on your alphabet. Letter A, you walk into the door. Letter B, you look around. C, the waiter comes up, points you to a table. D, you sit down. E, you look at the menu. F, you make a decision. G, the waiter comes back. And Z, you left. Everything else happens. And Z, you leave the restaurant. So as a photographer, if you understand how to graft a moment, you never have to run after it because you know where it's going to. You know where your picture is. Your picture may not be B. your picture may be P or it may be G. But only because you know where your picture is can you then make the steps that you need to be at the right place to head it off. You can make the decisions about what angle you need to be, what light you need to take in consideration, because you know where you have grafted your picture. Life is a ceremony. It happens to, I know our egos tells us that everything is unique to us, but it isn't. The same thing happens to everybody who does the same thing. So when you step outside of your ego and see it like that, and you see ceremony as this one big thing of nature, then your photographs, your decisive moments, they get your chances of getting what you want improve. Because not only do you know what you want to look at, and you have the skills to make it happen, but you know when and where it arrives at a point on a graph. Does that make sense?
For you as a professional photographer, is that a solitary life, or do you travel with a companion or a crew?
Well, it depends on what I'm doing. I do, until I met this woman in my life 39 years ago who's a good traveler and I like being with, I travel alone. But whenever I travel, and I'm abroad, I have a cardinal rule. I never drive in a foreign country. I don't know the habits of the drivers. And if you've ever driven trying to get into a traffic circle in Italy, you will learn the value of having local drivers. Secondly, I want to be able to look. So my job is doing my research before I make my travel. I have a ledger of what I want to see. So what I have to do whenever I go in and where I hire a driver, a car, a facilitator, and I hit the road. And I usually spend 6 weeks in every place I go, and I methodically check off all the things I want to see and do, and get the work done. There's another question.
So as someone getting into photography, do you think it'd be better to learn on film than in digital, or the other way around?
I taught a class at NYU in the 70s called Visual Thought. It was to senior photography students and freshman filmmakers. And the first thing I did is I took away the cameras from everybody. And for the first 2 weeks, you had to go out and shoot through a slide. Do you know how you make, I don't know what you call them now, but in the old days we had 35 millimeter slide holders when you get slides. And I would get slide holders, but with nothing in them, and I passed them out and I said, this is your camera. Because there's no camera, there's no lens that can make a picture. Only your eye can make a picture. And your eye is like a muscle. People go to the gym and they do these muscles, the eye is a muscle. So I would instruct my students to take this slide holder and I want you to find pictures. You bring it up here, you have a wide angle. You bring it there, you have a telephoto. I want you to find pictures. And in that same class, I refuse to see prints. I only want to see contact sheets because I'm interested in how you develop a thought. I'm not to be impressed with I want a thought. That's most important in picture making to me, is how, whatever thought you have, the fact that you can have it and that you can work it, and bring it to fruition is what's the most important. And you don't need an object. You don't need a camera. You don't need a film, whatever it is. You need this. This is the most important thing you have.
Okay, Chester, I have a question for you. What's next for you in your career?
Going back to Egypt.
Have you ever visited other sacred places in the world besides the Middle East?
Yeah, in Mexico, you know, the pyramids there. And in Europe, you know, churches, what have you. Caves. I'm always interested in where people find a way that they can, see, spiritual places to me are like envelopes. And wherever people can find these envelopes that they can seal themselves into and they can make they can invest their spirits into them. Because then there's some residue. And I'm always curious what the residue feels like.
Can we go to Stonehenge together?
Perhaps.
Okay, so last question for you. You've been doing this so long and the technology has changed. What is your favorite state of photography? Is it the current state, or when it was slide film, print film, or are you're full on, you're like, I'm never going back, digital is like...
Well, I wouldn't say that, you know, but you know, I've now done something. I'm doing something now that has nothing to do with the camera at all. I'm photographing desiccated leaves, and I do it with flatbed scanners. Because I tell myself that what I'm really after is trying to capture the signature of the spirit and whatever I'm looking at in reality. So I said, okay, I want to challenge myself. That's how my projects work. I always find a challenge and I then try to compartmentalize it so I can say, okay, am I really doing this? You know, da da da. So I grow these elephant ear leaves, and when they die, I hang them upside down like you would do a rose. And as they dry out, they begin to fold like pieces of fabric. And in the beginning, I started using these things from B&H, like a little tent that you can light from the outside and using the camera. But somehow that wasn't really speaking to me. And so I thought about the impossible. You know, but there've always been this experiment of taking your hand and putting it on top of a Xerox machine. I said, well, maybe, you know, I can, the idea of a light coming underneath, coming towards me in the leaf appealed to me. Let me try this out. So it meant that I had to disassemble a flat top, do away with the top. And then I had to construct a black studio over it. And then lay my film on it. And then I had to tweak the software. And I'm happy with what I've been getting. So, you know, the picture should always be about what's in the mind. The mind should drive it. The eye works with the mind. Okay, how do I solve this thing, this concept I now have in my mind? You know, painters would do it with paint. But, you know, that's not what we do. But we can take that and we can think about, we can go through this whole, you know, Rolodex of what is available to us visually and how to make some of those things that don't necessarily go together, make them work for what you're thinking about.
All right, let's give an amazing applause to Chester Higgins. Chester is going to be outside at the right outside the room at the speaker table. I believe. Did you bring any books or prints?
I have, I think, 2 books left.
Two books left, so you better jump on it. Chester, thank you so much. That was incredibly enlightening and deep. Okay, so stick around. In 2 minutes, we have Matt Kloskowski coming in. He's a Sony artisan. He's going to be talking about bird photography. I know that OPTIC has been pretty heavy duty so far. We've been getting into a lot of theory. Matt is going to show some amazing work on how you can use these new cameras to track and get sharp pictures of birds, and he's got some great video built into this as well. What a coincidence! Here you are.
Oh, am I supposed to come up here?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Let me warm you up. So, ladies and gentlemen, back in the 2000s when digital photography absolutely exploded there was a lot of great education going on, and that's how I first heard about you, Matt, was back in the mid-2000s.
It was my mom.
That was your mom?
It was my mom. She sent emails to everybody.
She forwarded emails. Nice.
I know, I'm bigger than that.
I know he's famous on the computer.
Well, that's when digital photography came out, and it was really hard to figure out. It was guys like this that were really breaking the boundaries. And when I saw bird photography, I was like, it's a little surprised, but the same acumen that you delivered the information for digital photography, you deliver for birds. So
it's fun stuff.
Let's get this going. Hold on a sec. And
I converted him. I converted my friend, yep.
Okay, Matt, as discussed, this one has the editing video built into it. And then we got it down to go forward, and then to go backwards is up.
Sounds good.
Never push this button.
Never push that button.
Okay. And if anyone gives you trouble, there's a laser.
Do not cross the streams.
No. Okay, let's hit play.
It's an old movie.
Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Kloskowski, Sony Artisan. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thanks, man. Thank you. All right, so I fly up from rainy Tampa, Florida this morning, and I get to New York, and it's raining. It's actually kind of chilly, and as I was walking in, it was a little chilly, and as I was walking in, I think I heard some lightning. If there's any New York song. Sorry. Had to do it. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It was a good game, as long as we won, so for us. All right, well, welcome, guys. Happy to be here. Thank you so much. Let me get my my little remote going here. And it's an interesting shot of an eagle, isn't it? Bet you guys don't know how to do that. There we go. The Rangers fans went and back and got me. I'm just happy we get to watch hockey for another week and a half to 2 weeks. So, all right. So do me a favor, guys. We're in it. We're forget the intro and all that stuff. I want you to look up at the screen here. I want you to think about this photo and think to yourself, do you think this was hard to take? Okay. And I would say most people out here think, yeah, it's kind of hard to take. And if you don't think it's hard to take, you should leave because this class isn't for you. But I think most people would think it's hard to take. So then think about some reasons why this would be difficult to take. Gear, location, definitely. You got to be in the right spot, and you got to have probably longer lens to be able to do it. This was a 200 to 600 zoom lens, so it's nothing so outrageously unaffordable. So, but what other things make it hard to take? Autofocus, right? Does the camera find it? Can you follow it? Shutter speeds. Did the camera lock on? Was the shutter speed fast enough to freeze it? Did you have the right aperture? Exposure settings, shutter speed, aperture, ISO combination, all those things. I think all those things come into play when we think about a difficult photo to take, right? So I'm going to play a video for you here. And I have a little video monitor that I'm able to attach to my camera. So it lets me through HDMI show you what my camera's seeing at the time. Everything I'm seeing when I look through the viewfinder, what I'm seeing. So I want you to watch this video. Just absorb. I narrated a little bit here. That's there we go. What you're seeing is the little green boxes are me pre-focusing. That's what most mirrorless cameras will show you. And I'm looking up at the sky. Nothing's going. I have no idea what I'm doing at this point. I'm just looking for something to happen. Then I hear something, and then I think I missed it, and it was out of focus. But now it's back in focus, and now I'm trying to get to not clip wings. Trying to zoom out. I'm trying to zoom in. I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do. Try not to fill up my buffer.
the clicking is actually me shooting, so. They won't stop, like they keep going at it, and then finally I think, oh, still. I stopped shooting, lost focus several times throughout, and then one of them shooed the other one away, okay? So I want you to think to yourself, here's a couple of photos, all right? I think this was the poke that started the whole little squabble. And then here's another photo. So we got like a foot on the beak, and here's another photo. Good action, right? Got like beak in the foot and the beak around the neck. I don't know if you can see that, but it literally is around the neck. So what's the difference between those photos of action, okay, and something like this? That perfect moment with the frozen water and the fish right there. And that won't last very long because that fish will be gone in about a second. Or that moment where the eagle grabs the fish out of the lake. Or another one. Aerial little battle, one of them's upside down, got a fish in his talon. Same thing here, upside down, fish in his mouth. What's the difference in those photos? Ansel Adams, who was primarily a landscape photographer, I think summed it up pretty well. Good photograph is knowing where to stand. Guys, that's the only difference between that first thing that you saw, that video that you saw, that I introduced, that after you saw those 3 photos of them, they're marbled godwits is what they are. After you saw those 3 photos and you saw my video, you probably thought to yourself, he just got lucky. There was nothing, there was no skill happening there. You were in and out of focus, clipped wings, didn't even know it was gonna happen, got to it late, lost it, right? That was lucky. But when you see those other photos and you see those moments, I think in our mind we start to develop this image like, wow, this photographer nailed it, right? We start to develop that mindset. And I want to introduce you to, because we're going to get to all the camera settings and stuff, but I wanted to introduce you to this presentation this way because there's one key concept that I think is the most important. And then from there, we can talk about all the camera stuff. I call it embrace the chaos, okay? Nobody, let me see what I got now. Nobody went out and said, okay, wind's coming from the south-southwest today. And I'm gonna go out and I know that that eagle is gonna fly over here, drop down, grab the fish, and then the other eagle's gonna come out, they're gonna meet right around there in the sky, and then the other one's gonna go inverted, and I'm gonna pick up my camera, boom, one shot, and I got it done. Nobody does that. Nobody, ever, anywhere, anyhow, okay? But yet, when we see those photos, when we scroll through social media or we look at prints and we look at all this stuff, when we see those photos, I think that's what we start to develop in our mind, right? Like, wow, the skill that it took. Guys, I mean, I hate to say it, a lot of it was luck. A lot of it was just me knowing where to stand. So as we go through this presentation, I want you to embrace or think about that term, embrace the chaos, okay? Because I think it's the most important part of bird, and just let's say wildlife photography, especially fast action photography. It's never perfect. And I always like to tell people, perfect is the enemy of done, right? You will never, ever get it perfect. But once we can get you to the point where the camera's not in the way, we can start concentrating on where are we gonna stand, where are we gonna get out. So when these moments happen, even as haphazard as you saw, right? It only takes one frame to get the shot. You saw how crazy it was, my camera's up and down? They're all like that. Every photo you saw me show after that, if I showed you the before and after photos, you'd say, he sucks as a photographer. But they all end up that way, and I think it's such an important concept as we get into all the other stuff, because where I want you to be at the end of this half hour or so is I want you to know that if you've got a camera and you see a bird flying across the sky, you can point your camera up at that bird and know you will get it in focus and sharp, because you've got to get that thought out of your head so that you can forget about that thing that you're holding and put yourself in the right spot. Observe what's going on, watch the behavior, do all these things so you can get those magical photos that really, I think, means something rather than just a bird floating across the sky, which is cool to capture, but I think you're gonna want more. Okay, so quick intro. My name is Matt. If we've met before, hi again. If not, you can find me at bhpho.to. I got online courses, presets, workshops, all that fun stuff. I am a Sony artisan of imagery. Thank you for Sony for helping me be here today. And my gear and my portfolio, everything's over on the website. If you're interested, grab your phone, take a picture of this screen, or you can scan it or whatever. I have a little field guide. It just got some tips, and I forget the tips in it, and I look at it myself, and I'm like, oh God, I forgot about that one. So take a picture of the screen. Just make sure you note the link in there, because it's actually not mattk.com. So, but take a picture of the screen, and if you scan the QR code, it should actually just take you straight to that link there. Okay, so good little field guide for you. It's got little descriptions and tips that you can basically put on your phone. It's a PDF. Get out there and shoot, and just, from time to time, it's always good to look like, am I doing these things? Maybe before you go out and shoot. I'll put it up again at the end if you missed it. Okay, who, what, why? I put this slide in here because I think it's really important. I get probably 10 emails a week from people that apologize for being a hobbyist or enthusiast photographer. And I'm putting this here because I'm here to tell you, you are the audience. Okay? The audience is not a pro wildlife photographer. You know why? Because they don't exist. They might have existed 20 years ago. Nobody's making a living as a pro wildlife photographer today, and if they are, they're probably teaching, okay? So I wanted to alleviate you to think, if you're just into photography as a hobbyist, enthusiast, you just enjoy it, you are the audience. You're who most people around here are speaking to, okay? And I think it's a wonderful genre. I think it's a challenging genre of photography to get into, and it's something that a lot of you can do right outside your home. So I live in Tampa, Florida. Amongst other reasons why it's been great to live there, one of the things is as a landscape photographer, it's like, there's not many things I can do. So 5 or 6, 7 years ago when I started getting into wildlife, I'm like, it's finally starting to pay off. Now I've got a lot of stuff around me. All right, what we're gonna cover. So the 3 pillars of how to get a great shot. Exposure settings, autofocus, and then the creative part, and the light, and the backgrounds, and those things. We'll talk about all of them, and if we have a little bit of time, we'll get to a quick photo edit at the end too. Number 1, exposure settings. So this is the first pillar. All right, this is gonna be aperture, shutter speed, ISO, the exposure triangle, everything that makes up the overall exposure of your photo. So our exposure overview. We're generally gonna want manual mode, okay? We're gonna want manual mode, exposure mode, not focus. We're never gonna use manual focus mode for fast action photography. Aperture, generally to the lowest f-stop that lens will go to. From there, your shutter speed, it needs to be faster than you think. We're gonna dial into each one of these in just a minute here, but this quick overview. And then the only variable in most of this is gonna be your ISO. Your ISO is gonna change based on the light that you're in, okay? So as we talk about manual mode, remember mode, not focus, this is what's gonna allow us to set aperture and shutter speed and ISO, okay? And we're actually gonna take ISO off the list in just a minute here. We can't let our aperture and shutter speed change, which is why we can't use a automatic mode on the camera. And I know manual mode might be scary for some people that haven't done this before. Trust me, you'll get there, and you'll get there a lot faster than you think, okay? So aperture. For most bird photography, we want our aperture to be the lowest f-stop setting that lens can go to. So it could be f4, 5.6, 6.3, f8, whatever your lens goes to. Your zoom lenses usually start creeping up a little higher. Your prime lenses will generally let you get down a little bit lower there. But whatever it is, and I'd say 95% of the time, 99% of the time, I'm never gonna change this setting, okay? Shutter speed. This needs to be faster than you think, and it's why we can't put the camera on aperture priority mode, which is a happy place for a lot of people. Because aperture priority mode will let us set the aperture, but the camera is gonna figure out the shutter speed. And we can't let that happen, because I'd argue shutter speed is the most important part of any fast action photography, okay? You've got to control the shutter speed. It's gonna have to be faster than you think. I can tell you from having taught this to many, many people, Over and over again, people that implement the system come up to me and they're like, my photos are sharp now. I had no idea that I was just using too low of a shutter speed. For birds, for perched birds, which, I mean, there's still action. The birds generally don't sit still, at least the ones we want them to don't. I'm going to do 1 over the focal length of the lens. So if it's a 400 millimeter lens, I'll do 1/400th. 800, 1/800th. And that's mostly hand holding. That's just to help me hand hold a long lens. If you're on a tripod, you can start to creep lower than that. Just understand if you go to 1/60th of a second and that bird's moving a little bit, you're probably going to have a little bit of a blurry photo. But 1 over the focal length is a good number. For birds in flight, it'll be 1/1600th to 1/3200th. And it's just going to depend on what I'm looking at and doing. And do I see fast action, or is it a great blue heron that's just gliding across the sky? 1/1600th will be fine. If it's 2 eagles battling, like you saw earlier, those guys can fly 70 miles an hour. All right? So I'm going to up my shutter speed because remember, sharp before anything. What does upping my shutter speed do? It ups the ISO as well. I don't care about noise. Sharp before anything. All right, ISO. So this is going to change in every situation. It's going to change based on your light. It's going to change based on the time of day, all those things. So you're going to raise and lower your ISO based on the lighting conditions, okay? Now, that's going to seem really hard, and you're going to see in a second here because I have another video for you. It can be hard. So that's where auto ISO comes in, because auto ISO will float the ISO to a level to get you the good exposure. So I think I've got another through the lens video here. I think this will you'll be able to see it a little bit better than me trying to show pictures of it.
I'm pointing at my computer right now with a photo of birds up, which is pretty cool because it engages autofocus. It even will engage eye autofocus if I wanted to. So it's kind of fun. It's a fun way to practice and see what the camera will do. But let's talk a little bit about that manual exposure mode that I was talking about, okay? I have control over my aperture, all right? So right now it's at the lowest aperture setting for this lens combo that I have on. I believe I have a teleconverter on as well. Now I can make that f-stop number higher, which is going to let less light into the camera, which is why the photo is getting darker, because I'm in manual exposure mode. If I was in aperture priority mode, the camera would automatically pick a shutter speed, and it would make that shutter speed longer and longer and longer, which is not what I want for my birds, okay? I don't want that shutter speed to get longer as I change my aperture. Now, that would really never happen because essentially what I'm going to do is keep it on the lowest f-stop number I can for the entire bird outing. I don't really have any reason to change that, okay? So it's going to be at the lowest f-stop number. And then right now I'm at a slower shutter speed where I would say, okay, if they're perched, I might try to use this, maybe a little bit faster, but I might try to go this way. But if I think they're going to take flight or I switch situations and action happens somewhere else, then I can go in and I can start to
Interestingly
raise
enough, I don't think the video, my voice is going, but the video is not going.
Now, how does the camera compensate? Well, it's in manual mode, so it just shows me a darker photo because, again, I'm letting less light in. So then I go into ISO, and I can just change. I'm pointing at my computer right now with a...
Uh-oh. All right. We're going to start that over again.
I'm pointing at my computer right now with a photo of birds up.
So something happens when I hit the slide twice, it like doubles. Let's see if it happens.
I'm pointing at my computer right now with a...
Not sure what to do here.
I'm pointing at my...
It'll be a little
right
echoey.
With a photo of birds up, which is pretty cool because it engages autofocus. It even will engage eye autofocus if I wanted to. So it's kind of fun. It's a fun way to practice and see what the camera will do. But let's talk a little bit about that manual exposure mode that I was talking about, okay? I have control over my aperture. Right? So right now it's at the lowest aperture setting for this lens combo that I have on. I believe I have a teleconverter on as well. Now I can make that f-stop number higher, which is going to let less light into the camera, which is why the photo is getting darker because I'm in manual exposure mode. If I was in aperture priority mode, the camera would automatically pick a shutter speed, and it would make that shutter speed longer and longer and longer, which is not what I want for my birds. Okay? I don't want that shutter speed to get longer as I change my aperture. Now, that would really never happen because essentially what I'm going to do is keep it on the lowest f-stop number I can for the entire bird outing. I don't really have any reason to change that, okay? So it's going to be at the lowest f-stop number. And then right now I'm at a slower shutter speed where I would say, okay, if they're perched, I might try to use this, maybe a little bit faster, but I might try to go this way. But if I think they're going to take flight, or I switch situations and action happens somewhere else, then I can go in and I can start to raise my shutter speed to be exactly what I want it to be. Now, how does the camera compensate? Well, it's in manual mode, so it just shows me a darker photo because, again, I'm letting less light in. So then I go into ISO, and I can just change my ISO setting here, okay? All the while, I have that histogram up in my screen. On my camera, it lets me have that little histogram up in the bottom corner. So all the while, I'm monitoring that as I'm shooting. And if I start to make my shutter speed longer and longer, you'll see that histogram starts to spike up on the right-hand side. So that's my cue. If I see that, I know I just have to bounce over to my ISO, and I know I can lower my ISO and get it back down to a lower number to get me a good exposure. So it's a nice way of retaining control over the situation, especially for bird photography. Shutter speed is so important, okay? Shutter speed is really, for me, the most important part of all this. So I need to make sure I have the ability to dial in exactly the shutter speed I want, also exactly the aperture I want, and then I just use ISO as a way to get me a good exposure depending on those two other settings. Now, in another example, I just wanted to quickly demonstrate auto ISO, and you can see what's happening here. So I've got in my camera and turned on auto ISO, and you'll see on the lower bottom part of the screen there, I have my limits there. So I can set the lowest limit and the highest limit of what I want the ISO to be able to go to. All right, so what's going to happen now? Okay, I want you to watch. I've got my aperture dialed in, and I've got a shutter speed dialed in. I'm going to press the shutter halfway down, and it's going to show you what the ISO is right now given the current framing of the photo. Okay, so now let's say I think the birds are going to take flight. I just put my thumb onto the dial that changes shutter speed, and I start to raise that shutter speed, and you'll notice, different from the previous example, see how the photo exposure is not changing? It's staying exactly the same. Well, take a look at what happened. I'm going to press down halfway on the shutter again. See, my ISO is now 8,000, okay? If I go a little bit faster, I press halfway down. See, now it's at 12,000. Now, if I start to go faster and faster, I'm going to get a darker and darker photo. The camera said, hey, he said, don't go above 12,800, so the only way to compensate is to just leave the ISO where it is and you'll get a darker exposure. But as I reduce that setting, okay, I'll go back down to a slower shutter speed, press halfway down, see now ISO 2,000. And as you move around, that'll change. You can actually see the ISO changing as I change the framing here, okay? So that's auto ISO can be very, very useful, especially if you're in a situation where the light is changing quite often and you don't want to have to worry about it.
Okay, so huge, like game-changingly huge. If you've never used it, your camera has it, go look it up in your manual, turn it on, and think about what it did. Is it took manual mode on my camera and it made it automatic. Because no matter what setting I change, I still get a good exposure. Pretty cool stuff. All right, autofocus. Two areas of autofocus, focus mode, focus area. Focus mode is going to be single or continuous. All right, some cameras, I think Canon calls it servo. Single or continuous, and don't confuse this with the drive mode on in your camera, which a single frame or multiple frames per second, that's the drive mode, okay? Generally for fast action stuff, we're going to be on a lot of frames per second. This is focus, single versus continuous, and I believe I even have another video. Again, it's probably going to be a little echoey because I have to hit the button twice really fast, and I think both of them start audio, but here we go.
To very quickly demonstrate single and continuous focus modes, let me show you what I mean here. So I've, again, got my, I've just got a photo up on my computer screen, and it's just fun to see that it's a great way to practice because the camera still works. But right now I am on AFS, or single focus, okay? Which means when I press the shutter, right, it's gonna find focus using whatever focus area I've told it to, and that's a separate video, but it's gonna find focus, right? So it found focus on the bird's eye. Now, even as I recompose, right, there's a lens sitting right in front of the computer there. Even as I recompose, it's not changing because I have my finger pressed on the shutter. So if I was continuously taking pictures right now, the camera would still continue to focus in that one spot, all right? Even if I start taking pictures over there, okay, you can see here, let it grab focus again. Okay, here, okay. And I'm gonna take pictures and you'll actually see kind of a little blinking on the screen there. See, it's not changing focus over to the lens. Now, let's go ahead and switch us into AFC. Okay, so now I'm in AFC mode, and you're immediately going to see the difference because the camera is going to start moving around, and it's going to start, even as I pan around, it's going to show different focus areas that it's picking up on the ducks here. Okay, as I move over to the lens, eventually it's going to grab focus over on that lens. Okay, it's continuously focusing. I have the shutter pressed halfway down, so it's continuously focusing here. Again, I'll go back over there. It grabs focus on the birds. Go back over here. It's going to grab focus on the lens there, okay? And as I start shooting, watch, I'm going to start taking some pictures here. You're going to see the flashing on screen, and I'll start panning over to the ducks, and you'll see it moves, all right? Ready? See that? So it moved over. It's continuously focusing. It's continuously trying to find focus, and that'll change as long as you're in AFC, or servo, as some cameras call it.
Okay, also the little green boxes that bounce around, if you've got mirrorless, your camera does that. Automatically, you don't have to even tell it to. If you have a DSLR, just know you've got autofocus points in there. You might not be getting the visual feedback, but that's what's actually happening behind the scenes there. Okay, so just as important as focus mode, in fact, probably more important than focus mode, is focus area. And these are two separate things on your cameras. Okay, focus mode, fast action, we're generally always going to be on continuous. Okay, focus area, we've already told our camera how often to focus, right? Now we need to tell our camera where to focus. You've got a big screen, and then you've got all these other options that you're going to see in a second. Let's go through here. So single point, zone, group, dynamic, wide, auto. I put up just Sony, Canon, and Nikon on there, but they all, Olympus, Fuji, they all have these different options in there. So you're generally going to have a little single spot. As a landscape photographer, that was my lifeline. I would move, you got a little joystick on your thing, you move your spot around, where in the landscape do you want to focus? Okay. Portrait photographers use it often as well. And then you generally have a bigger area. Then a lot of cameras have a zone, which is not going to be the full screen, but more of a zone. And then most cameras will have an entire, like, look anywhere in the frame. That's essentially the decoder ring for these things, okay? I'm going to play another video here that should help this, that should help hit this point home. And again, all cameras are going to call it something different. Forget about eye focus, guys. If you see it catch on the eye, honestly, guys, it's a cool feature. I use it so much less than you would ever think. So even though you think like, oh, I gotta have eye focus, trust me, you don't.
So what you're seeing here is I've got a video monitor attached to one of the ports in the camera. So I'm actually recording what I see through the viewfinder. So this is exactly what I'm seeing as I'm taking pictures. And you can see all those little green dots, that's focus points, okay? When you're shooting with mirrorless, you will get to see these focus points. They're there in a DSLR camera. That's why whenever it says it's got 2 and 3 and 400 focus points or whatever, these points are there. You're just not seeing them in an optical viewfinder because it's basically a glass view of the world. It's not an electronic view, but an electronic viewfinder, which is what most mirrorless cameras have, will show you this, okay? So you can see this camera has bird eye autofocus as well, which if you're close enough, it'll work great, but I mean, it's very few cameras have that right now, and most cameras will do great with your autofocus, but you'll know, you can see all these little green dots. When you have your focus modes set up this correct way, you'll see what's happening, okay? You'll actually see. The nice thing about this aspect of it, if you're photographing, if you're shooting with a mirrorless camera, is that you actually know if you have an in-focus shot before you even go review your photo. All right, so as I'm shooting, as long as I'm shooting at 1/3200th of a second, which I know freezes the action, I don't even have to go look at it to know that the shot is in focus. Here's a good example where I'm on a wide focus area and there's some trees and branches and other moving things and it's picking up the wrong thing, but as soon as I go to the center zone, you can see it picks it up. And then if the bird puts its head down, it doesn't know what to focus on, but eventually it finds it again because it's limited to a lot smaller area to look for that focus, so I'm not confusing the camera as much as I would if it were a wide focus zone. So this isn't a great example of where I would use wide because there are just so many different contrasty things in there. Now, as we switch over to something like this, you can see I've got that center focus zone, but the osprey's head goes out of it sometimes as it picks its head up. So you see it loses it, but as soon as I nudge that center zone up, I say it's center zone, but it's a zone. As soon as I nudge it up, now my keeper rate is much higher because it knows just where to look. All right, take that example a little bit further. You can see I'm now purposely moving the camera around, trying to force the bird out of the zone, as you can see here. So as I move it out, sometimes you'll see it loses focus on it, or it reverts to other autofocus points that don't necessarily pick up the eye. But disregard the eye in that, and that's just the way your focus points will work. Whether it has eye autofocus or not, the point is that it's looking in that zone for something to be in focus, and as soon as I switch it to that wide area, now you can see as I start pressing the shutter halfway down to focus, of course this has the eye focus, so it's finding the eye, but if it wasn't turned on, it would simply use those focus points on the bird. But look how far and how far out to the edges it actually goes.
So those are going to change. Your camera has them, but those are going to change based on the situation that you're in. If I've got a bird flying across in the sky, and even like the eagle shots that you guys saw earlier, I'm generally going to be in the widest area possible, because there's nothing really in there that's going to confuse the camera. I'm pointing up at the sky. Again, you saw all those trees and everything. If something happened to be in front of trees or a busier background, or I were closer to trees, then I might have to start reducing that area to a smaller zone, or even a spot in the center, and have to be really good about following it. Okay, and that's hard. Don't make any mistake. If you put a little center point that you can't move around and you try to follow it, it's a difficult thing. But luckily the autofocus is so good, and especially in cameras made in the last 4 to 5 years, that you would be amazed at how well it picks everything up in there. Okay? So as you're out there, I would say number one thing, go get your manual, review the autofocus zones. You have them, review them, get to know how they work, get out there, practice with them. But once you become familiar with them, I'm telling you, you get the shutter speed combined with some autofocus zones, and your keeper rate will go through the roof. You will no longer worry about, oh, am I going to get the shot? And I said in the beginning, I want you past, am I going to get the shot? I want you to be able to point that camera up and know you nailed it, so you can concentrate on the other stuff. Speaking of other stuff, so we're moving on. Said there was 3 pillars to this whole stuff, this whole thing. So we're moving on to the third one here, which is the creative. So we got light, we got backgrounds, and we have action. All right. So does this look familiar to anybody that's done wildlife photography? Okay. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. This just happens to be back to that first group of slides where you're standing, all right? This is backlit, all right? So the first big creative thing we want to try to do is we want the sun pointing at our back whenever possible. It's not always going to be possible, and I'll talk about that in a second here. But we want the sun pointing at our back, because remember this, and you guys all know this. If you look up at the sky and you see this beautiful, colorful, maybe it's a macaw. You're in Costa Rica and you see this beautiful macaw flying across the sky, but it's black. And that's what you see with your eyes. What do you think the camera sees? Because the camera doesn't even come close to seeing what our eyes see. So if it looks like a black or dark shadowed bird to you, it's going to be that much worse inside the camera. And I'm here to tell you, all the post-production in the world, Doesn't make it any better than this. It's backlit. You're shooting either into the sun or you're shooting up into the sky with a bright, bright sky behind it, okay? And that's just the photos that you're gonna get. Now, I'm not gonna say that I don't shoot during these times. This was like an aerial battle for eagles, and I knew I was shooting in bad light, but it's still kind of fun. Like I review every photo I take is not so I can post it on Instagram. I post this many of my photos on Instagram. I take it because it's fun. Like I can sit back on my computer and I can look through and I see stuff I had no idea that the wildlife did. You see a more intimate view of it. So I keep it and I shoot it, but just know if you're gonna share it, it becomes a little bit harder to be shareable. So what do we want to do? We want to get that sun behind us. Huge difference, right? Sun behind us, sun at our back. That's what we want to try to do. The lower that sun is to the horizon line, the softer, prettier light that it's going to be. By no means, that's one of the wonderful things about bird photography, is I don't have to get up before sunrise anymore. In fact, to me, the best light, I barely even shoot. If I do get someplace before sunrise, I barely even shoot. Number one, the ISOs are through the roof. Number two, I'm just not a fan of the light for that. So I like a little bit more light. So half hour, hour after sunrise up until 2-3 hours. The only time it starts getting tough is when the sun's overhead. Now you're gonna cast really bad shadows. But if you can get that sun behind you, they call it the sun angle. I want you to look at the lack of shadows on here. And that's what the sun behind you does, is the animal's not gonna be casting shadows on itself. I'm not gonna say that there's not a couple here and there, but as that sun gets off angle behind you, now a bird lifts its wings and all of a sudden it's casting a shadow over its face. We're getting nitpicky here, but these are all things to try to strive for. Sometimes you just can't control it. I'm still gonna shoot, but hopefully it gives you a better idea of what we're looking for. Backgrounds, this is huge, okay? So what we've got to get distance between the subject and the background, okay? And this in spite of what I think a lot of people think, is not coming from the lens. Like a 2.8 lens would not have made it look better than an f6.3 lens, right? So many people think that. They think, oh, I got to get an f2.8 lens or an f4 lens. You can do so much. In fact, the majority of the way I work my backgrounds, I'm shooting with an f6.3 lens, is I'm trying to find a spot where there's a lot of distance behind it. Because that's what's going to throw off or throw out that background to be that nice, soft, buttery type of a look. The other hard thing is shooting down at the wildlife, okay? If you're gonna shoot down at it, what happens to the background? The background becomes the ground, and the ground is only this far away from it. So you get very, very cluttered photos like you see here. Even if you're gonna shoot up, if you look at the top left, the owl and the baby owl, again, you're gonna get trees behind it, so they're gonna be very in focus. But if you can get yourself to the place where you can shoot across at something where there's not a lot of stuff in the background, your quality, the perceived quality of that photo goes up. Years ago, I took my 70-200, my sister's little girls were smaller back then, we were at a pool, and I took a picture with my 70-200 2.8. I took the picture, and she took a picture with her iPhone. And she's like, yours looks like that looks like a professional did it. I'm like, thanks, sister. She's like, that looks like a professional did it. What was she really saying? She was saying, look at that blurry background. Because that was the only difference between hers and mine. Hers was sharp, mine was sharp, same light, same everything. The only difference is that background separates your subject from it. So if we can shoot across at it, we get those nice, soft, blurry backgrounds. The photos that you see here, so, I mean, if the animal's on the ground, you want your camera almost on the ground. And I know for a lot of people, trust me, I don't want to go lay down on a sandy beach. And I know our shoulders, knees, whatever, I had a workshop with somebody, I did a one-on-one workshop with her, and she was in her late 70s, and I was like, well, we got to get down low. And she's like, I'll get down, but I'm not getting back up. I'm like, I hear you. So I'm like, and that's why I brought, and I whip out my little camping chair. You know those little tripod chairs? They fold up, they look like a little mini tripod. You expand them out, they're only this high off of the ground, you set them down, sit down, and then most of your cameras have a flip out screen. So I sit down on the little camping chair, and and I put my camera down on the ground, I flip the screen out, and I just have my finger on the shutter. And I'm taking pictures. I had somebody walk by me, and they're like, are you doing video? Or I'm like, stills. And he's like, how are you getting sharp pictures? I'm like, I'm shooting 32/100th of a second. Me hand-holding is not the issue. At 32/100th of a second, I can toss the camera in the air, let it auto take a picture. It's going to be sharp. So there's ways around this stuff, guys. Bring a chair. You got those little mini tripods, whatever it happens to be. But these were taken with f6.3 lenses. Look at the background. It's because I'm shooting across at it, and I tried to position myself in a spot where there wasn't a lot of clutter behind it. People on the photo on the right hand, people swear that's got to be like a 1.8. It's f6.3. But the background was so far away, it looks like it. Okay, action. So we talked about little action stuff earlier on. Where do you go to find this stuff? You know, water is a great place where you can find birds around water, where you can find, the birds are feeding, where there's babies. Of course, give respectful distance to the wildlife if you're going to do that. But anything where there's water, anything where there's feeding happening, those are great places to catch action. Okay, because there's going to be action happening. The birds are going to be trying to feed. That birds are going to steal food from each other. So that's a great place to find action. It doesn't have to be those type of stuff. We got a little hanky-panky going on in the top left. You can't see the reddish egret's neck sticking out of the water, but I love if the bird's sitting and it's just not flying, even if it moves its wings. To me, it just has a dynamic nature versus just a bird sitting on a perch. It's not all bad. It can be very, very pretty. You can see wings and colors and things, so there's not a perched bird that can be beautiful, but just getting the wings outstretched. That was a little branching owl, which, by the way, I'm not going to assume anything because 2 years ago, I didn't know what branching was, but if you're a birder, you know what it is. If you're not a birder, branching is when the babies start jumping from branch to branch. Right? Again, I didn't know 2 years ago, and I was afraid to ask. So, bottom right, again, that's just a reddish egret, looking for a fish with its wings out. Get a tree. You got the little ruffled feathers on the right-hand side, and then that bird was just taking off, so I got low and used a little bit of grass as foreground. Again, so all those takeoffs and landings, I think, are very interesting. So whenever I see a bird, I always stop and wait and look for a takeoff. Sometimes it's a half hour later and I get it. Sometimes it's a half hour later I don't, but I'm always looking for a takeoff. So, creative recap. Sun at your back. I didn't talk about this. Wind at your back. We want the sun and the wind at our back. Why wind at our back? Because birds fly into the wind, typically. All right? They typically fly into the wind. So if you're out and the wind is in your face, you're going to get a whole lot of butts in your face because they're always going to take off and they're always going to be flying away from you into the wind. So sun at your back, wind at your back, background separation look for, camera low to the ground, that one's so important. And then action, just watch, listen, look. I mean, you saw the first video. Okay, I had no idea that was going to happen, but it was fun to watch. All right, let's talk just a little bit about gear here. So cameras, DSLR or mirrorless, let's tell people whatever you got. I've seen amazing wildlife photos with both of them. All I'll tell you is the mirrorless, you saw it in here. It's not just Sony, Canon, Nikon, it's just, you get a little bit more visual feedback in there. But both can make great photos. Crop versus full frame. Full frame's gonna give you a little bit better high ISO performance. So for fast action, you get a little bit better ISO performance. Again, I've seen beautiful photos taken with both. Trade-offs, the more expensive cameras, you get more frames a second, ISO performance, quality, autofocus settings. But guys, I got a Sony a6300 that I can take out and make beautiful photos with a 75 to 350 lens that's this big and still get razor sharp, gorgeous photos with. It might only be 21 megapixels, so I can't print a 60-inch photo, but I can get an amazing photo with it, and most people today are sharing online. Lenses, ideal range, 1 to 500, 2 to 600. That's, with bird photography, you can never have too much. So keep that in mind. Zoom versus prime, I'm always gonna recommend zoom. just the versatility and the weight of it, it's just too hard to get out there. And then number one, they cost $12,000. So the zoom lenses, especially the zoom lenses today, and the zoom lenses that these companies are cranking out are amazing. Teleconverters, I'd say yes, but you got to test your gear. Every gear is a little bit different. 10 years ago, teleconverters could soften the photo. Today, I've done my test with my 1.4. I don't notice anything. But every camera company is a little bit different. Depends on when your camera's made. So I would take your tripod out to the front of your house and test it out. Put the teleconverter on, take it off, see what you see. See what you see versus just cropping in on it. A couple of lens tips. So focus range limiter. Number one, if you look in the top right corner, that's going to help limit the range. So where would we use this? If it was out in the backyard, I had a little bird feeder set up, and the birds were close, but my camera keeps picking up something in the distance, I can set that focus range limiter to only look close to me, and vice versa. If it keeps grabbing something close, you can set it to go off in the distance. Image stabilization, lots of controversy on this. Look it up in your lens manual. For my lenses, I'm able to keep it on regardless of how fast a shutter speed I shoot, but I've looked that information up. So again, you got to look it up. Every lens is a little bit different, and if you can't, send an email to the manufacturer. And then those little lens preset buttons. If you have them on your camera, use them. They can be used, you can turn on and off auto ISO on them. You can switch between different modes on them. You can switch between different focus modes. Your hand's already out there, so it can be really useful to use those little preset buttons. So the feature's there, use it. Okay, let's see here. So, I'll tell you what, because I want to leave some, is David here? There. I know I'm off here in like 10 minutes. I want to make sure I leave some time for your questions. So this is like an 8 or 9 minute video. So let's do this. I can very, very quickly tell you my wildlife editing process, and then I can point you over to the website because I got a ton of free videos on there. But rather than play an 8 or 9 minute video, with wildlife, I don't typically do a lot of editing, okay? It's gonna be shadows and highlights. It's gonna be open up the shadows a little bit, close down the highlights a little bit, but I'm not typically gonna do that much photo editing as we would to a landscape photo where color can be very interpretive, right? Shadows and highlights can be very interpretive, but with wildlife, I'd say that's probably a little bit more true to the photo. So I start off in Lightroom. I mean, I gotta be honest with you guys, a lot of times I click auto. Like, you'd be amazed at how many times with my wildlife photos I just click auto, and it does such a good job. From there, if I have distractions to remove, I'll jump over into Photoshop. And then probably my saving grace is Topaz denoise. Shooting at these ISOs that I shoot at, the noise is definitely there. I love Topaz denoise. It just takes a 6400 ISO photo and it makes it look pristine. And the beauty of it is it actually sharpens the photo while it's doing it. So I don't even need a sharpening step in there. So again, Lightroom, I'll jump to Photoshop to remove distractions if I have them. And then at the end of it, I'll run Topaz denoise on there. But I've got if you just go to mattk.com and click on tutorials, you'll see me do this 100 times on there. So I won't take up your time with it. All right, there we go. Really quick, if you want to learn more, head over to the website courses. I got a bird photography course on there that dives deeper into all the stuff that you saw here. I've also got a wildlife photo editing course on there. You can just click on courses on the website. And a big, big thank you to everybody for coming out today. So thank you guys. Thanks. If you didn't catch the link from earlier, I'll leave that up on the screen there for you. Okay, questions. We got.
What's your take on back button focusing?
You had to ask my take on back button focusing. My take on back button focusing is I don't personally use it. I've tried out both, and I know it becomes a religious battle amongst many, many groups. Back button focusing was created for one reason, and that was focus and recompose in a time where cameras didn't have the features they have today. So what do I mean by focus and recompose? You got a person standing in front of a mountain. You're shooting film. Pre-focusing was a tricky thing because you might actually take a picture while you're pre-focusing. So you got a person standing in front of a mountain. You want that person in the bottom right-hand corner, and you want the mountain to nice rule of thirds. So what did we do? Well, we would pre-focus on the person and then recompose the shot. Okay? Because most of your focus points revolved, again, we're going 30 years ago, revolved around the center of the thing. You didn't have all the options we have today. So you would focus, then recompose. That's why back button focus was created. That situation no longer exists today. I much, much prefer one finger to take a photo. For me mentally, it doesn't make sense for me to have to press 2 buttons to take a photo. And then I can use my thumb for something else, like changing the shutter speed quickly. Good question, though. And trust me, the entire industry will tell you that I'm wrong and use back button. So you can't go wrong with it because I know many wonderful photographers that use it. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to follow the microphone. We'll get over here.
You ever put a full frame mirrorless into crop mode to get the perceived extra reach?
Have I ever put the full frame into crop mode? Yes, I have done that because I've been asked about it 1,000 times and I wanted to do the test and see for myself. So when you put a full frame into crop mode, all it's doing is literally cropping the full frame picture in your camera. It's not giving you more reach. It's not zooming out further. A full frame sensor looks like this. A crop frame sensor is smaller. It's just cropping in camera, doing it destructively, and not giving you the option to crop out of camera. So whatever works for you. If you're not going to do any photo editing at all, if they're never going to hit the computer, then yeah, might be a good thing to do. If they're going to hit the computer, take 3 seconds and crop it yourself. But the quality is no better at all. Yes?
I was just wondering, what do you shoot with?
I have a Sony a7 IV and a Sony a1, and then I've got the 200 to 600 millimeter Sony. I do have the 600 millimeter prime. I don't use it nearly as often. I'll use it if I think I'm going to be in really low light and I know all the action's far away. But I'd say 70 to 80% of the time, my 200 to 600 is what's on the camera.
2 questions. One is selfish.
Yeah.
Well, the first one is Topaz denoise. Is that a lot of work to denoise your things?
Is that what?
Is that a lot of work to denoise your photos?
No, it's literally one button. Like I click, it goes into the plugin, and I click the 4-up view because there's 4 different models, like AI models to choose from. So I look at each one, I click on the one that's best, and I click apply, and I get out.
Okay.
It's 30 seconds.
The selfish question is, you've got pictures of one of my birds. Where do you find the reddish egret at?
Fort DeSoto Beach in Florida, just outside of Tampa, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Thank you very much.
It's a bird earth paradise. You have people from all over the world go to Fort DeSoto Beach. Yeah.
Hi, Matt.
Winter.
Thanks a lot for this, by the way.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions.
Yes.
One with regard to your aperture, keeping it as low as you do. I find that when I'm shooting birds, there's like a sweet spot. And sometimes, what do you think about like a 7.1 aperture? I know that all of a sudden then I have to deal with ISO and deal with shutter speed, but I feel like I'm getting a sharper image that way with a higher aperture.
I've never personally experienced the sweet spot. And I talked to, I was talking to a technician with Sony about the sweet spot. And he said, can you imagine the backlash if we made an f2.8 lens and told people, but don't shoot at it because it's not sharp? Like, why buy an f2.8 lens if you can't shoot at f2.8? So I haven't experienced the sweet spot. I'm not going to say that it's not out there. I did hear about it more 20 years ago or so, 25 years ago when I first started getting into digital, but I think in today's lenses, I don't know that it's a thing to worry about. But I'd always say do some tests too.
Sure. And just the single focal point rather than the zone. I heard you say that obviously it's very hard to follow with a single point, but I find that I get sharper images with that single focal point. Any advice with regard to the trees and stuff in the background with the birds flying? you would say use the zone for that then, because then the zone starts grabbing everything.
What camera are you using?
I'm using a DSLR, the Canon 90D.
It could be you're catching focus on some of those trees, and that's why the single points are just coming out better. And again, back to the DSLR, the only advantage of mirrorless is, as I was shooting, I would know if it caught focus on the tree because I would see the green boxes jump over to it. On the DSLR, you're not necessarily getting that feedback. So it could be you might need that point to be a little bit more reliable.
Matt, I want to know how you deal with weather changing, where you try to get to a nice bright day, but then it gets either hazy or the background is just shot out.
How do I deal with it, like exposure-wise?
Yes.
Auto ISO. Auto ISO pretty much takes care of it. So as the light, that's the beauty of it, right? Is, I'm shooting and the bird, as I'm shooting, the sun is coming in or out of a cloud. Without auto ISO, those seconds could actually produce a brighter photo, but with auto ISO, it's automatically changing it. I think we got one back there.
How are you metering? How do you meter? Do you use just the...
Matrix evaluative 100% of the time.
Okay.
I personally haven't changed my camera from matrix or evaluative metering in 20 years. So for me, my meter is the screen in the back. Take a picture, looks good. Yeah.
And just the exposure accordingly.
Yeah, and one of the things I didn't talk about, which to actually both of these questions, so when you're in manual mode, if you don't have auto ISO on, exposure compensation does nothing because you said, I want to manually control the camera. So you can move the exposure comp dial as much as you want, nothing will change. But with auto ISO on, exposure compensation works. So if auto ISO is reading a little bit dark or a little bit bright, you can use exposure compensation to do micro adjustments on there.
Hi, do you use Topaz megapixels?
I don't. Gigapixel, which is an upsizing program, I don't, number one, because I think Photoshop does a plenty good job, and I've done back-to-back comparisons. Number two, I started shooting the Nikon D800 back in, when did it come out, 2012? So I've shot with a 36 plus megapixel camera for the last 10 years, and I don't print any bigger than 36 megapixel cameras. So I don't really have the need to upsize too much, but when I do, I just use Photoshop. Anybody else? Oh, got back there. Any advice for light fog shooting? Early morning, probably, the only thing I'm gonna probably bump that exposure compensation. I think foggy early mornings can sometimes trick the camera to going a little bit darker. So I'll bump that exposure compensation a little bit brighter, but nothing else besides that. It's actually, foggy mornings are great for autofocus because if there is anything moving in there, especially the more foggier it is, it generally picks it up really well. We good? I don't see any. All right, cool. I think we're good. Guys, I'll hang out there if anybody's got any questions or anything like that. But thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, buddy.
Awesome.
Sorry, my computer.
Okay. We make it easy on you. All right. I think these autofocus systems, I call them cheating. Nothing beats spending $9 on a roll of film, $16 to process it, and getting one sharp picture of birds in flight. It's not really fair. Even talking about the lens not having that sweet spot anymore, it's 4 stops from wide open. That was always the rule. What good is this without rules? Okay, hold on. Okay, I have a new speaker here for you that we haven't shown before at OPTIC, whether it was virtual or in person. Kieth Ladzinski, and Kieth is a outdoor wildlife adventure photographer who's got a really cool bag of, a really cool body of work, and I think you're gonna kind of you're gonna enjoy this because it's gonna really ground Canon equipment and just photography in general for good, how to be versatile, how to achieve different results in different places. So Kieth, where are you? There you are. Okay, Kieth, come on up. And let's give a warm welcome for Kieth. That's your advance. Oh, that's your one.
Awesome.
Kieth Ladzinski, thank you.
All right, thank you everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you B&H, thank you Canon and everybody that showed up today. What I want to talk about today is the power of versatility, which is really more about solutions, which is tips and tricks and different things I've learned over the years from working in a variety of working conditions, everything from big mountain expeditions to studio jobs to just run and gun journalism. And so I'm going to just jump right in it so I can attempt to stay on time here, and I'm kind of foregoing any biography type of talk today. I wanted to open up with this, which is really just a snapshot of what I would consider to be a pretty versatile bag. So if I have to go out on a job where I know that I need to be nimble, I need to be fast, I need to have a variety of options, anything within this kit, this is kind of a good assembly for me to put in my bag, and I can whittle it down from there. So it's everything from using your standard primes from or your standard zooms, like a 15 to 35, 24 to 70, even a 24 to 240, like that alley sweeper, give me everything kind of focal length. I love that as a walk around. And of course, a couple of speed lights. With this kit right here, I can pretty much do just about anything I need. So to start today, I think the best way to do this is I chose a story that I worked on, and I wanted to kind of walk through it and really break down some of the decisions that I made. So this story that I'm about to talk about is about the Great Lakes of North America. This is sort of a map and kind of a little grid here that gives you some of the themes that I had to work with there. It's a 94,000 square mile area, so it's quite a bit of ground to cover. But you can see there's a lot going on here. It's a $6 trillion economy, sort of collectively speaking, so there's this big economic talking point. It's 20% of the world's freshwater. There's pollution issues, there's invasive species issues, there's culture things, all sorts of things. These are sort of the 8 touch points that I was working with here. A lot of these, a good thing about the Great Lakes is a lot of these things sort of overlapped one another. So pollution and economy and invasive species, a lot of these things I could go to single locations and get a lot of bang for my buck, so to speak. So this image here, when I say finding the lines, I want to talk a little bit about finding intersections where you can see direct change. So a really good illustration of this was if you were asked to photograph a forest fire, and you weren't there actually for the action itself, but if you were to go there after sort of an aftermath sort of an image, one of the best ways to doing it would be showing healthy versus dead, right? The burn line. There'd be like a very distinct line there that tells you a captionless story where you're like, okay, I get it. This is what it's supposed to look like. This is what it looked like after this travesty happened. In this photograph here that you're looking at, you can see a real collision between sort of urban society kind of melding into that whole industrial section that's right there on the perimeter of Lake Michigan. So you can see all of those houses and everything else, and then all of a sudden it's bam, oil refinery, bam, cement factory, steel yards, all these types of different things. An image like this really can sort of give a snapshot of like, this is a little vignette of what it looks like to live around the Great Lakes. So that's what I mean by finding the lines. In an image here, you can see it's a real collision from marshland right into this little nuclear power plant in the background, so it's sort of humankind and nature, sort of a collision point. In this shot, which is a little bit flat, I shot this from a rooftop. I was hoping for a sunset that day, but instead we got socked in with rain. But this photo, from the story's perspective, actually really worked because this bridge right here that you can see all the trucks stacked up on, this is the Ambassador Bridge. It connects Detroit and Windsor, Canada. The talking point for this image here that was used in the magazine was 7,000 trucks a day cross this bridge, and they bring something like $140 billion of cargo annually over that intersecting bridge right there connecting the two countries. So that is a dividing line, plus the little industrial section in the background. From a rooftop, I used a 500 mil lens, and I only had access on the roof for the one day, so I had to take the light I could get. But compressing that in and really telling a multitude of sort of, stories within one shot. A lot of converging lines. Algae blooms was a big talking point for the story itself. Right here you can see, shooting it from the air made a lot of sense because you can see this disgusting algae in this little harbor here. There's a boat pushing through. You can basically see, a little bit of mankind and a little bit of nature and how messed up it is. And then pushing out even further and showing, I'm actually on that little boat right there that's sort of cutting that line and that path through the water right there to give a little bit of scale and perspective. This algae bloom right here is about 600 square miles. It happens every year. It's getting worse and worse. I won't get too into the nuts and bolts of the actual story. For the image, I needed to show perspective and show, look at the size and the scope of the issue we're looking at. And to get it vertical like this is just using a drone, and it's a 3-stitch photograph. So I photographed the boat first, and I made sure it got into the place I wanted. I shot some photos, probably like a dozen photos. And then as soon as I got the photo I wanted, I just rolled the gimbal up and went snap, snap, stitched together later in Photoshop. So you can have this panoramic vertical. And then getting on the ground and showing what it's like on the ground to continue this story to show, look, this is how disgusting it looks on the shoreline, and finding little polluted areas like this where people had discarded things like tires and little pylons, but also being able to feel the algae kind of moving into the shoreline. And to illuminate the little, I'll get into more specifics about technicals after I walk through the story, but just real quickly. Right here you can see I've used 2 strobes on each side to kind of illuminate that little bit of foreground just to bring it to life just a little bit more. And then lastly with algae blooms, getting underwater and showing what it looks like as these algae blooms start to form. Because effectively what happens is they cover the entire lake and they kill most vegetation and aquatic life that's underneath it. So I had to kind of time it to find okay, let's get a shot underwater, hopefully get some marine life in there, and see what it's like as these things are slowly coming to life. You can faintly see the little tendrils coming together because these blooms happen fairly rapidly, so timing was pretty important. Back to finding the lines again, these algae blooms are really a direct result of agriculture that happens all throughout the Great Lakes Basin. It's the little pollutants that come off of the fertilizers and they run into the water. These things are not water soluble, and we've sort of have this long problem in the Great Lakes. But this shot here, you can really see this is a fertilizer truck. I worked directly with this farmer to get permission to work with him for the day. I could see his path line, where he was going to go. He basically went out into the field to do his job. I set the drone up, and I'm like, okay, I can see where he's going to go, and I just parked it, and I just waited. And then as he rolled in, I made sure I wanted to compose that side of the left side of the photo where it's this place hasn't been watered, it hasn't been fertilized, just to show this is the dividing line between what this person's doing and what it looks like if he's not doing that job. And then, of course, getting on the ground just to sort of continue this story to show what it looks like of what he's doing. He's standing in the wheat right here, kind of fixing his little fertilizer truck. And so after that, I was like, okay, well, what do they do with this wheat? So I came back about 3 months later, and I went to a processing facility, which is really, really fun. Right here, what they do is they take all the raw wheat. And so I wanted to kind of tell the story, what are the phases you go through just when they process wheat? Because they turn it into flour and different types of ingredients for things. So what happens is they drive up and they open up the backs of these trucks and they pour all the grain down into the ground here. And it gets sucked up 7 floors up into the top of a building. And then from there, they start the processing. So I wanted to get a detail shot to look what does raw wheat look like? And so you can see here, this guy's holding a bunch of raw wheat, but there's also little pebbles and things in there because this comes straight from the field. So he kind of wanted to show the steps of okay, what does it look like from raw to refined? This is sort of a chart right here that they just had laying around in a lab, and it was kind of samples of what the wheat's looking like and the different processes it's going to go through. And then each one of these, some's going to be flour, some's going to be turned into different ingredients that are going to be shipped off, but just showing the phases. Now, working in these facilities, the light's usually terrible. It's fluorescent lighting. So I just used one little EL1 strobe and just stuck it behind and just kind of gave it a little shadow and texture so you can really feel the grain. These are these gigantic turbines. Think giant paint mixer, where they stick some of the wheat in there and it's a whole room of these things, and they're like the size of a train car. And they're just on these motors sort of shaking around, and what it does is it's beating the wheat down into a fine powder. Well, in a two-dimensional space, which is what the still photograph is, you can't really feel, if I was to shoot this with a high shutter speed, like a 2,000th of a second or something, just freezing it wouldn't really give you the idea of what this machine's doing. So I chose to use a quarter of a second to actually give it a little bit of motion, making sure I had a little bit of crispness somewhere in there. You can see it on the little pipes and things below. And I actually used a small strobe on a very, like a EL1 on a very low setting, just to kind of freeze a little bit of the action, which I'll get into when we break down into some specifics. Invasive species is a huge problem in the Great Lakes, so I wanted to tell that story. Working in those little science labs, there are a lot of bad lighting conditions like fluorescent lights, so I brought in strobes, and with 2 strobes, you can do a lot of damage. This shot here of this woman, she's holding a lamprey, which is this really gnarly sort of suction, so it's actually a parasite, these big parasites that latch onto fish. This lamprey here, they actually nearly wiped out all of the fish in all of the Great Lakes. The only lake that was spared was Lake Superior, and this was in the 60s. So they finally figured out a way to kind of get the whole thing under control. But I wanted to show how menacing and disgusting these things are. And so they put some into a fish tank for me. You can see there's a lot of ice in there because they usually live really low in the bottom of the lakes where the water's quite cold. So just using 2 strobes on the side just to illuminate the tank and show these fish, wait for a little moment where they're swimming around to give it a little bit of energy. And then of course showing what that really nasty mouth looks like, just simply using 1 strobe. And then going outside and going up the Illinois River, these are invasive Asiatic carp. They're all along the periphery of the lakes. These fish have not gotten into the greater Great Lakes yet. There's actually these folks they're called carp cowboys, and they work for about 360 days a year. And all throughout the Great Lakes, you've got these freelancers that are out there scooping up these fish, and they've got electric barriers so they can't get into the Great Lakes themselves. It's like a massive expense that each state has to pay every year, all to manage, this one bad invasive species that if it does get in the lake, it'll do a lot of damage. So I wanted to show these things in action and actually kind of bring them to life. And these folks are out there working in quite literally any conditions all year. And we happened to get really lucky and get a couple of really snow days that I flew in to go photograph. These fish were if you get the boats really close to where they're all conjugating, they start jumping out of the water. So as a photographer, that's kind of a nice thing, is you can get in close and try to get a little bit of action and actually show them out of the otherwise murky water. Flooding being a huge problem, the idea here was to find compositions where I could show water breaking into places that was actually affecting the landscape. This is Chicago. This little lake walk here is normally the lake's usually about 3 to 4 feet below. But over the last 5 years, every spring, we get these massive floods. So I targeted areas that you could actually physically show and visibly show what it looks like when the water comes in. And I used, of course, a long exposure here to give it a little bit of motion and a little bit of smoothness along that little, scalloped area. And then, of course, getting underwater and showing, there's little pylons in here. You can see that the water's much higher, trying to give a different perspective, not just go straight forward and, shooting from the ground, but actually getting a little bit of an over and under. And then this was a really lucky find. I was driving around in Port Clinton, and all of this water as it comes in, it's certainly affecting a variety of businesses. But as the water starts to peel out, it's all wind driven because there's no tides in the Great Lakes. So you just basically get on an app and you follow where's the wind going to be that day. And that's going to push all the water over into whatever quadrant of the lake that is, and that's where the flooding is going to happen. But as that wind recedes, it starts to kind of pan out. So a little bit of research goes a long way when you're trying to find storytelling photographs. So this here, this happened every day as the wind would shift. All the drains would kick in and they were trying to suck that water down and do what they're supposed to do. But all that water has to go somewhere. So as we started doing more research, we located a place where it does go. This is in Chicago. It's called the Tunnel and Air Reservoir Project, or Tunnel and Reservoir Project. And it's this massive network of tunnels where they effectively can take all of this excess water, process it, store it in reservoirs, et cetera, and reuse it. And so getting permission to get down in this place was a little tricky, but they did thankfully let us in. And to get in, they actually put you on, it's like a cage, almost like it's this big cage right here. You get inside of it, and then a big gigantic crane picks this thing up and then just drops you hundreds of feet down into the ground. Well, from a photographer's perspective, if you're looking up, it's a pretty tough exposure. So all I did here was we got dropped off down low, and then they were kind enough to let my assistant go back up and come back down, and I just used one single speed light in there to sort of illuminate the inside of the car, give it some separation from the actual tunnel itself, and actually spray out a little bit of light and kind of illuminate it. Inside, it's like miles and miles of tunnels that are 20 feet tall, just gigantic. So to get this photo here, there is light in there, but it's kind of dim and poorly lit. It's functional lighting. So I just put a speed light right behind them to kind of give them a little bit of rim. And these speed lights just pop up quick. You can use them quick. You don't have to take people's time. You can just kind of work really efficiently. And then getting towards the end of the tunnel where they're still clawing their way through and expanding this thing. They've been doing it for like over 40 years. And they have no intention of stopping. It's like they're just building these massive, massive networks. It's pretty cool. And so for this, speed light behind the tractor and another speed light right here, kind of off to the side. I like to keep my lights out of the shot. I'll get more into speed lights shortly, where we get really more specific. But just filling in those areas where those otherwise poor lights would give you a different look, but you'd also have to shoot at either really high ISO or use a tripod, and you wouldn't be able to freeze things very effectively. And then, of course, getting up on land and making friends with people locally. People in the Great Lakes, swimming is life. It's the Great Lakes. This is their ocean. And so going out there, and it doesn't matter if it's flooding, going out and just showing people euphorically enjoying the landscape. The shot on the left, one speed light. I just happened to see these kids playing and jumping off of these banisters, so I asked them if I could shoot some photos and just put one little speed light up there and got them doing flips. And of course, the cute little girl getting permission from mom and dad if I could take her picture. I wanted to also capture the landscape of these places because it's not all bad. There's still a lot of beauty to be had there. I got very, very lucky on this particular day with this massive supercell storm sort of rolling across Lake Michigan. This is at the Sleeping Bear Dunes. And I knew this, I like to storm chase sort of recreationally, and I knew, okay, one, this was a very special storm, but two, this thing is going to angrily hit the shore at some point. And sure enough, it did. But you have to kind of hold position and deal with the fact that you're probably going to get rained and hailed on pretty heavily, which we ended up getting. But to capture a photo this dramatically, what I used was a split neutral density because the exposure between the sky and the foreground is anywhere from 2 to 4 stops different. And I'll briefly touch on those. But it's really just using filters effectively so you can go in and get like a more even exposure and not solely relying on dynamic range. This is a reforested area where the logging and timber trade and fur trade in this area used to be the primary economy up in sort of the upper peninsula of the Great Lakes. And walking around this area, I found these little new sprouts that were coming up. And so 2 speed lights, wide angle ones on the ground, 15 to 35, and just to place focus on what I wanted the viewer to see. That's what's so great about using things like speed lights. And just some of the beautiful nature that takes place all seasons. This is in the fall. And I shot this photo a variety of ways, but what was really cool is if you sat there long enough, the leaves would slowly pool up, and then like a little dam would break, and you'd get this little flame, these little leaves that would fall down. So with the 2-second exposure, it gave just enough to expose it, give the photo a little bit of energy. And I think this is the last shot of this series here. And just general beauty, this is just 2 strobes on an underwater housing underneath, and I actually have one above pushing down. Now getting more into specifics, into more of the nitty-gritty. Speed lights, I've mentioned them a few times. I'm not sure how many people in here use them, but they are the best, right? They're small, they're quick, they talk to your camera really quick. Just about every camera company makes them. I love the EL1s because they pack a lot of power, and you can do so much with them. In situations like this where you have really dramatic skies, they just can bring life into a photograph that it otherwise didn't have. So this photo here, this is the result shot of what that setup was. You can see there's one light on the side. My assistant over here is pointing one at the actual feature, but the other one he's actually pointing down more towards the foreground. It's hard to tell from this little BTS shot right here. But I wanted to illuminate that little section on the ground that kind of feels like bones like coming straight out of the earth. And also by doing this using speed lights, not only can I illuminate the subject a little bit, but I can actually drop the exposure in the background and make those storm clouds that much deeper. Same location, but this time with 5 speed lights. And the cool thing about these speed lights too is you can just stick them in little nooks and crannies, kind of hide them between all these little sandstone hoodoos. This big feature on the right, I think is about, I'll call it 15 feet high, so it's like high-ish, but it's not gigantic. The speed light gives you a lot of light, especially in conditions like this when it's twilight. And again, kind of underexposing the background by about 1 stop and just spraying in a little bit of light. It's all controlled right off of the commander unit right on the camera. getting low and just waiting for, something to happen. This is in the Kalahari Desert. I just, if you get there early enough and you know where the meerkats are, you just kind of lay there on your stomach and wait. I'd photographed them before in the past, so I knew like eventually they're gonna show up when they want to. It was kind of a cloudy day, so they're a little late that day. And I just put a little speed light on a tiny little tripod right off to the side, and I just sat there and waited. Then right when they came up, took a photo. I used a shallow depth of field here. I think I was at like f4, maybe f5.6. That's the other great thing about speed lights versus mono heads, which I'll talk about as well, like ProPhoto B1s and everything else. The EL1 speed lights, you can drop them down to like 1,000. The power settings, you can go really, really, really low, so you're not always gonna need to blow out your subject. This is a very short, I'm probably 2 feet from these little meerkats right here. And I got lucky with the yawn. And in a landscape setting as well, forests, if you photograph in forests very often, that dappled light can be really challenging. I simply just waited for the sun to kind of go away, and then by using 3 speed lights, just threw a little light right across the foreground. Quick portrait setup. This is in Kenya. These are Samburu children. These are little girls. They wear these beautifully like bead woven ornate outfits, and this is just 2 speed lights off to the side. And the best part of this, I didn't even have to ask them to pose. They have all these just natural positions that they hang out when they rest. And they just sat there. It just probably took, a minute to put the lights up real quick. And I just walked over and just, 15 seconds. This is a pangolin in the Kalahari Desert. These are actually the most trafficked animal illegally on the planet. They're trafficked for the little scales, which is kind of a bummer. And so to tell this story, we were really lucky to actually find a pangolin. And the tracker I was working with, you can see there's a little bit of blur on the, kind of right here, on the scales of this little pangolin here. You can see it was a slow exposure because the background's a little bit blurred. Basically what we did is I asked him to hold the speed light for me, and then he had a headlamp also in the same hand. So I actually had a light to focus on, and we just walked next to it. And I just, he was kind of over me like this. And then I kind of crouched down and walked, and I just had the camera as low as I could get. I just photo, waited for, for him to get into a good clearing. And these photos were about a 1/4 second, so just a little bit of shutter drag. And that's what gave that little bit of blur. And the background is fine blurred. I just wanted to make sure the pangolin was sharp. And that little bit of light leak you're seeing there is just from that 1/4 second exposure from the headlamp. Which brings me to panning. Intentionally panning is a really great trick. So a motion pan, if you don't know what that is, say you're shooting at like a 1/4 second, you've got like a horse running by you or a race car or something. It's just shooting a slow exposure and trying to maintain the same pace in which the subject is moving. If you do it with the strobe, it's a lot more forgiving. So this photo here does not have a whole lot of energy to it. It's pretty flat, there's not like great depth of field, the light's pretty quiet, there's not much going on. The strobe is helping, but it's still only sort of separating this runner here. But if you throw in a motion pan, all of a sudden you can give it a lot more energy. So this exposure was about 1/8 of a second. It's 2 speed lights. I use rear curtain sync, which means, let's say it's a 1 second exposure, it opens, and then when it shuts, when the curtain's coming back, that's when it fires your strobe, so at the end of your frame. And the reason you want to do that is because otherwise, you'll get her frozen here, and then the blur effect of her body will be in front of her, which you don't want. So rear curtain sync is really important for that. Here's another example. This was from one of those crazy Red Bull jobs years ago. This guy, Chris Sharma, wanted to climb a redwood tree, which is incredibly difficult. I shot it every variety of ways. I shot it without strobes. I shot it with lights here. And the photo just felt kind of quiet, even with bringing in a little bit of light. So with the pan, it actually brought it to light a little bit more. This is about 1/8 of a second as well. The reason he's sharp and still is because the light hitting him, you can see all the silhouetted trees more or less behind him. There isn't enough ambient light to really like blur through him that much. The strobe did most of the work here. And you can do it in different ways. You can pan it left, right. You can either spin this. And so this photo here, actually on the right with the skateboarder, I think I shot that in like 98 on film. And the spin sometimes works. It's basically just like a 45-degree turn. And again, rear curtain sync so that you get the action on the backside so it freezes him on the backside of the spin. And you can see there's a little bit of light. It's kind of leaking through his face, and that's just that ambient light can kind of work in your favor. It actually gives it a little bit more energy. Whereas in the portrait on the right, there wasn't enough ambient light to really cut through his skin. And circling like that, it just works with the energy of the activity. Because this is on a half pipe, he's moving in an arced position, and just the way he was kind of positioning his bike just made it kind of fun to do it like that. You can also do it with a zoom. So this was with a 24-70, rear curtain sync again. This guy's highlining across the rocks right here. I started the shot at 70 mil, and then zoomed it out to 24. I think this was a 1 second exposure, so you have to kind of time yourself. But as soon as the flash goes off, it's going to freeze everything it hits, and then all the city lights of Rio de Janeiro behind it kind of just like, kind of fingering out. Mono heads, of course, are much more powerful strobes. And I think an EL1 is like 100 watt seconds roughly, whereas if you were to use like a Pro Photo B1X, it's about 500 watt seconds, so it's a much bigger light source. Right here I have this guy on the rope for me is sitting up there. He's got 2 B1s on him, so he's about 1,000 watt seconds. And the reason I needed that much is I wanted to cover a really big spray of rock, but I also had to contend with the sun in the background. So you have to overpower the sun in order to expose it right, but then still sort of light up the climber himself. This photo here is kind of a bit of an illusion. I remember when I shot it, I posted it on Instagram, on social media, and people were saying it was like, this is a horrible Photoshop job, look at that reflection, blah, 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 which is kind of a compliment because this location was a really special find. So what this is actually, there's a dam. Here, I'll show you on the next frame. There's actually a small dam that acts like an infinity pool. And as a waterfall cascades down, the rock itself is about 100 plus feet from the actual dam and reflection itself. And you can see on the right, I actually have 5 B1s right there, just like a tremendous amount of light because it's a pretty far distance from basically the other shoreline to light this. But the result is, you get this nice light that you're pushing over, but the reflection doesn't touch because those rocks never hit the water. So it's kind of like off-kiltered, which gives it this really kind of weird illusion. But again, that's just one big wall of light. And I always keep my lights at least at a 90-degree perspective. I should mention that. So if the lens is here, I want the light away from the lens because you're really working to get better. You want shadows. Shadows are your friend. If it's right on camera, it's going to flatten everything. So you want to start, the more you bring those flashes and strobes around, the different look you're going to get. This highliner here, this was just an extremely lucky background. Just a rogue storm that kind of blew in off of the Atlantic and kind of hit us. For this, I used two mono heads, 2 B1s, one on each side of where his high line is anchored into the rock. And you can see this, the sun is right behind him. I basically exposed, in this case, directly for the clouds. And then I adjusted the mono heads to sort of adjust so I could fill that in. You can see because the sun is right behind him, this would otherwise be a pretty bad silhouette. Multi-mode is something that is so fun to use. Maybe a lot of people are using it. I don't really see it much. It's something I certainly want to start using more of. But basically what this is a single exposure, and then your strobe will fire for a set duration of times. So this image here was shot in a gym environment where we kind of blacked out the wall, kind of turned it into a faux studio. And we had 2 EL1s, one on each side. And what it is you set the strobe into multi-mode, and in this case, each exposure was 1 second. So I said, okay, fire 4 times in 1 second. And you have to have someone moving at a relatively fast pace because if they're moving like this slow over the course of a second, you're going to get just like a weird millipede look and they're going to be blending over one another. So it's a lot of timing and finessing. But if you get good separation, each time that strobe fires, it's exposing that person on an otherwise black backdrop. This is what it looks at 5 strobes. I believe that's 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can see there is overlap, right, where he's kind of oddly in the air. Looks like some weird, like, pro wrestling move. But, you want to make sure that your subject is moving at a decent pace. Otherwise, you'll blend over it too much. And here it is at 7. And you can see there's a lot of overlap, and you will start to expose over your subject. But if the cadence and the rhythm is right, it'll actually work out pretty nicely. And it'll give you this really, really cool and wild effect. Light painting, I think someone might have been talking about light painting earlier. but it's effectively just bringing in, it's not a strobe or it's not a mono head. It's basically, you can do it with a headlamp, you can do it with your phone. In this case, I did it with a light about the size of this stage light right here that was like multi-million candle power. This is a pretty old photo from like 2006. And for this, I had to have the ice climber just stationarily stay there and kind of like tough it out. While I was up on the other side of him, I was remotely firing my camera. And then just with this light, just quite literally just throwing it down onto the wall and slowly exposing him. It's great for very large scale objects like a sequoia tree, which is, nearly 300 feet tall. To actually go out and, it'd be really difficult to light something like this with speed lights or strobes. You'd also need incredible permission from the national park. So just a quick light, you can be really nimble. And again, keeping the light off at a 90-degree angle. And this is about a 30-second exposure, so it gives me time to paint from one side and just run all the way. I always run behind the camera so I don't accidentally like turn the light on and expose myself. And then get over and kind of paint both sides of this big tree. This is more or less just with headlamps. This is a giant grousel tree at the foot of Mount Kilimanjaro. These trees are endemic to that area, and they're really special, so I wanted to kind of capture that under the stars. And I have one person behind the tree kind of giving it a rim light, and then the two hikers there just really just holding their lights. And I think they held their lights on there for about 4 or 5 seconds, and then I had them just kill them. And then I just let, this is about a 30-second exposure so I could get the stars, but I only needed a little bit of headlight. With ambient exposure, anytime the light is in your favor, I shoot in manual almost strictly, especially with mirrorless cameras because you can see real time what you're getting. When the light is in your favor, don't even, just let everything else go to as close to silhouette as it wants. This was just a very lucky cut of light in the Himalaya where it just pushed over and illuminated this one little peak. You'll get a much stronger mood. This was a leopard that was just sort of laying in the road, and we'd been photographing it, and we were about to leave, and another truck drove in, and its headlights just pushed across this thing. And so, to try and even out an exposure like this, it'll become really muddy and convoluted. It just loses its essence and its mood. So I was just completely focused on making sure I was exposed just for the light I was getting off of the truck. And it kind of gave it this little stuffed animal, kind of like Tigger look. This is just ambient bounce light. This is out in the middle of nowhere, Argentina, in the salted desert, in like these mining communities. And this little cut of railroad tracks that it's so polished from the trucks and the cars that move over this thing that it was just reflecting the little dusty twilight in the background. But just honing in on the exposure of just, I really was exposing for the tracks more than anything. And then here I used a 2-stop split neutral density filter, which I'll get into in a second. And underwater, when some of your best light is actually at noon, which is kind of a gift because it's never that way. And just focusing in on just the light you have. Shooting in manual will give you all the variability to just focus on what matters the most. So for those not familiar, these things just live in my bag. These are split neutral densities. The soft grad, as you can see, it kind of gradients off a lot slower, whereas the hard grad is just like, bam, it's just kind of a hard stop. They're applicable for different scenarios. This with a flat line horizon, the hard's the way to go. But if you have mountains and other three-dimensional objects sort of in the way, the soft is the way to go. And the effect is essentially this. You can get an even exposure on your foreground, and then you can also get a really even exposure on your sky. So on this really beautiful stormy day, I actually used 2 for this. I used a 1.2 that went all the way down, so it gave me 4 stops of light from here to here compared to this. And then up here, I brought in a 0.6, which is another 2 stops, just to cover these gray clouds, which were much darker than anything else. So I actually stacked 2 in this case to get that result. This actually has 3 filters. I have a split coming in here. I used a soft grad. I think it was a 1.2, which is 4 stops of light. Brought it down to about here. You kind of want it to peel off nicely down in this area here. That's why the soft is nicer. I used a polarizer, and then I used a neutral density, I think a 3-stop ND to give me, I think, 4 seconds. And all that water, of course, is just wave driven and it drains really quick. So you have to like time it. If you don't have a wide enough lens, stitch. Stitching is so much fun to do. This is Mount Everest. This is shot with a drone. I was actually flying. Isn't there a laser on here? I should probably be using the laser. Hey, there it is. So I was right down here. This is Advanced Base Camp in this little area down here. It's about 23,000 feet, so pretty high altitude. The drone itself is at about almost parallel with Mount Everest, like nearly 29,000 feet up. And DJI was kind enough to give me like codes where I could have higher altitudes. And the fact that the drone could fly at that high, at that altitude was pretty astonishing to me. But the lens it had on there was just not wide enough to capture the grandeur of this like massive mountain range. So this is actually 52 photographs. And so what I would do, and I would just do it all manually. So I would shoot the photo and just move the gimbal. Like move the drone, move the gimbal. And it was almost like a scan. And I would just walk down and scan the entire thing. Stitching it was a nightmare. To stitch 52 photos I'd never done before. I actually stitched it in strips. It was the only way I could do it. So I would take, the strip, like this strip, stitch it all together, make it a file, come over, stitch that, and then I stitched all of those stripes together at the end. But it did work out. Photoshop managed to handle it. But it's great. This photograph's only a couple weeks old, actually. This is from a recent storm chase. Even at 15 mil, some of these storms are just way too big, and they're just, you need like a fisheye, which that's not a look I wanted for this. So this was just 15 mil, like 5 photos. And you stitch it together and get these really wild shapes. And the lightning was just a very lucky get for this photo. I think that Matt just talked about this a little bit. Getting low is a great way to kind of change your perspective, change your background. I was with a guide in South Africa, and he's someone I'd worked with for a number of years. And he actually, he plays a little looser than most of these guides, and he let me actually get out of the car and hide underneath the safari truck. Hide is a loose term because clearly the lion sees me. But getting low and getting on the eye level of that animal, it gives it a new intimacy. And of course, those, pin drop pupils have murder written all over them, so you want to be quick. Getting low, again, using the negative space behind you. This was in Colombia. I was working on a project, and it was all about birds. It was like a big ornithology film we were making. And for 3 days, we stayed on the side of this mountain. It was in a FARC, like an old FARC camp, which was like, guerrillas that used to do cocaine running and things. There's a bunch of horses that live on this property, and they're now kind of out to pasture. They're sort of in their retirement years. This whole area has been reclaimed, and it's now more of a natural preserve. But these horses do not like people. And this beautiful white horse, I tried to photograph it. Any chance I could, anytime I'd see it, I tried to go out there and take pictures of it, and it would just run away. And on the third day, this is my friend Jose. He's an ornithologist. He'd been probably watching and laughing at me over the course of these 3 days as I was, not getting the shot. And on the third day, it was our last day, he saw me walking out and he's like, hey, let me go out there with you. And he's like, just follow my lead. And he kind of walked out to the, I gave him like 15 feet of distance, and he slowly walked out to the horse with like his hands behind his back, really gently and calmly. And then he just went down and he took a knee and he just sort of put his head down. It like miraculously, like the horse just slowly walks up and starts sniffing him, and I'm like getting all these great photos. The horse walks away, and it turns out his wife like trains wild horses. Like they have this whole facility down in Medellin, and sometimes it's just approach, and just being with people that have a better approach than you is always helpful. And again, getting low gives you an entirely new perspective. This was in the Tian Shan Mountains, which is in western China. We were doing a climbing expedition there. And there's these Uyghur people that actually live in real yurts. They're nomadic, they're goat herders, and bringing our little, is that me? Am I over time? Nope. Luckily, I usually go over. And it was fun. They were just really fascinated by our nylon tents, and it was fun having the kids and everything in there and some of the elders. And so just getting low just gives you a completely different perspective. So we see life at our normal height. If you can, it's great to get low, get high, change your perspective. You're going to get a completely different composition. Getting low is not always a fun thing. I had to sit in this icy cold water in a dry suit for, I kid you not, like at least 30 minutes just waiting for these penguins, because they see someone laying in the water, they think it's like a leopard seal. They just don't like humans to begin with. They just want to kind of keep their distance. But for this, I just laid there in the water and just had to tough it out and wait as they slowly conjugated around. And then eventually all it takes is for one to sort of jump in the water and then the entire thing happens. So you kind of get one moment when that happens. But what I did for this shot here is I had an underwater housing, and I had a little arm that comes off of it, and I had a speed light over here on a tripod. And I put it on what's called slave mode, which means this strobe here is the master. So when you fire this flash, it hits the other strobe, which is in quote unquote slave mode, and it triggers it. It triggers it by light. And it's an old technique that's been around forever. And basically, by doing that, the reason I needed a topside light was because you can kind of see in the water and the catch light in the penguin right here, that little bit of light here was also illuminating and otherwise like kind of dark. It's a pretty drab day. Added a little bit of color into the shot. And then getting really low, I don't recommend doing this. This was, we did a little snorkel dive for a few days with alligators down in the Everglades. I feel you, man. I look at it now and I feel that. Yeah, at the time I had a different bravado. But yeah, getting down and getting really low. The thing is it kind of gives you a little more of a perspective what it's like to be that alligator and to be in that environment, to see things from this high. And we just got really lucky with this. This whole part of the day was just really lucky with the light beams and the way this alligator was sitting and everything else. But getting low, getting eye to eye. It's like if you're photographing your dog or your cat, shooting it from here is going to be completely different than if you put your camera like obviously at its level. Creativity on a budget. This is sort of the last thing I wanted to talk about. And I know I've talked about underwater housings and strobes, and that stuff's pretty expensive. My original over and unders were all done with a fish tank. And I got this tip from a guy, he's an associate press photographer named Mark Terrell. So I want to give full credit to Mark on this. Using a fish tank, it's kind of a funny way to do it because, sorry, I've ignored this entire side of the room, by the way. Using a fish tank is a funny thing because you actually, you're putting your camera right up against a fish tank glass, which is like a $10 fish tank. You can see on the photo on the right, I've got a split neutral density so because you're going to have a very different exposure above than you are below. But using this, you can actually put a split ND on there. The thing is when you're using a fish tank in the water, it's very buoyant because, it's full of air, so it wants to pop up to the top. So you look like an absolute idiot. This was in a national park, so there's like people looking at me. They got this like ridiculous setup. But the solution's quite cool, or the result, I should say. So you can really, you can do this on a budget. I mean, a 5-gallon fish tank's like $10. You can get it at any fish store or any, pet store anywhere and make really interesting pictures like this. You might get laughed at, but the results are pretty cool. Because an underwater housing is an arm and a leg. They're usually more expensive than your camera body. And you don't want to buy one unless you're like committed. And I wasn't committed at this time in my career. And the last thing I want to talk about is this shot here. This runner right here, you can see I'm using a strobe to light him up. But there's a little bit of atmosphere behind him. And this trick right here, I use a leaf blower, something you can get at a hardware store. Whoops. Advanced too quick. Can we go back? Just using a little leaf blower from like Home Depot. I'm just blowing dirt off the ground. It's just filling in the atmosphere. You can do it with leaves. You can do it even if you just want to shoot a portrait of someone and get a little movement in their hair. Just a $200 leaf blower. And what this ended up doing was it gives you this result. There's that little bit of atmosphere behind him that almost feels like it's mist or steam or something. And so most jobs, I usually keep a leaf blower in my car. And there's been, I can't even tell you how many times we've had to fly out for a shoot and I'll just like buy a leaf blower on the spot and then donate it at the end. But these little sort of DIY tricks can really elevate your photography. And that is it. Oh my God, I thought I was going to go over. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions, and we've got like 15 minutes, so let's talk.
So I saw you photographed a lot of rock climbers like Chris Sharma and other people. Thanks. Just want to talk about, I guess, how you work in those conditions. If you go on any very remote expeditions and you're thousands of feet up with these guys, how do you approach that?
A lot of times when you're working with athletes, they're the best at what they do, right? I'm kind of like drafting behind them and working off of their expertise. So you do have to know what you're doing. If you're going to rock climbing being a good example of this. It's dangerous. You have to understand. You don't want to be like a weak link being guided up into these places. So having a little bit of know-how is very important. And then once you know how to stay safe and keep up and be on the wall, then it's really just the fundamentals of doing your job are like anything else. They're just a little bit more uncomfortable because you're in a harness. But what is specifically about your question? Because building relationships with these people is like key to getting access, right? That's sort of the stepping stone into that. And then other than that, it's really having a good understanding of the sport and knowing how to stay safe. If you're shooting trail running, like we all understand gravity, so it's a little more basic. But if you want to shoot something that requires working on a boat out in high seas or working on the side of a wall or something, you definitely want to have a little bit of an education so you're not being guided and taking away from what these people are there to do. But I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, sure, of course.
Which drone do you prefer? The DJI with the Leica with the Hasselblad lens? Is that what you use?
Yeah, I've been using those drones since like the Phantom 1. And these days I just use the Mavic 3. Prior to that was the Mavic 2. And I used the Pro. When it was the Mavic 2, it was the one with the little, I think the Hasselblad lens. And I never used the zoom, but I've seen people do some pretty cool things with like the Hitchcockian effect using the zoom and everything else. But yeah, the Mavic 3 is phenomenal. Yeah, and it's so little, you can pack it easily. Battery life's great. Yeah.
I don't know much about the career of a professional photographer. When you do these things, are you being paid because you're on a shoot, or do you take pictures and try to sell them?
I'm usually being paid. However, in the early stages of my career, it was much more about shooting on what's called spec, shooting on speculation more or less. And that was really building relationships at the athlete level. The origins of my career were very much more about action sports. And all of that came in at the ground level, meaning I had relationships with people that were really good at what they did. Some of them had sponsors, so those were sort of target markets where I could maybe take photos of these people and then sell them on the back end. And then doing that enough, you start kind of getting more commissioned work. There was also magazines back then too, so there were different markets to sort of sell those images to. And you get cozy with magazines and cozy with athletes, and the next thing you know, like if an athlete's like, oh, I'm going to whatever location, I'm gonna be there for a month, then I could, and you're friends with these people, then I could try to pitch a story to a magazine. And if they said yes, then I start attacking their sponsors and be like, hey, we've got a magazine article for said magazine. Do you want to buy some advertisement? And then you would just sort of map it out like that. It's really getting as many bites as the apple as you possibly can, but it's just really a lot of hustle, a lot of relationship management, a lot of building like genuine friendships and relationships and things along those lines. I shoot recreationally as much as I can these days. It's a little harder. I'm a dad now, so I really would rather be with my son than, but I still need to go scratch that itch every now and then. But most work nowadays is more assignment-based. Yeah, so the question was on the Everest photo, how did I stitch the clouds? I didn't have to do anything in post to fix the clouds. I was pretty quick, and I know that's a lot of frames, but bear in mind, I would shoot the sky first, then I would go low. And I'd go low. So the clouds weren't moving, I think, enough. Okay, I should actually look at it and see if you could actually see it, but I just remember in Photoshop, it didn't seem to, here it is. Yeah, the clouds didn't really need, I don't know. I think by the time I would kind of go across, I was kind of scanning sort of left to right, right to left to do it. And then of course, everything on the ground was pretty stationary. What's cool about this, because I think I have a couple of extra minutes, this is such an interesting, so this is the China side. So down over this little, right below where the dot is right here, that's where base camp is. That's about 17,000 feet. And you have to do this hike all the way up this glacier to get to here, and then you hop up to the saddle, and then you go to the top. And so from here, coming down these corduroy, like glaciers right here, they're incredibly dangerous. They're moving, they're constantly changing, exfoliating. It's getting hotter up there, so things are more unstable. This little black line right here There's another glacier back here. This is called the East Rongbach Glacier. This one over here, I believe, is the North Rongbach Glacier, maybe. And what they've done is as they're pushing down the valley, they're pushing like rubble and debris up onto the sides. And so this, you hike across this spine right here, and then you stay to the right of it the whole time. It's called the Miracle Highway. And it's without that upheaval of debris, you would, crossing this glacier, even if you could get around here, you'd still have to cross over to this side or come over the mountain, which would be much worse. And so this little piece right here, this panoramic kind of captures the Miracle Highway. And without a drone, you'd have to commission a helicopter in there, which would be like an outrageous amount of money to be able to get permission to do it. But yeah, just drones have unlocked so much. But I just think that's always a fun thing to kind of point out for those who don't know much about this mountain, is this little thing, the Miracle Highway. It's what allows nearly everybody to climb the mountain from the China side. Yeah.
Hi, question on this one. You said you used the DJI for it and you had to get codes. I'm guessing that's for altitude, or?
Exactly. So without permission codes, the drone maxes out at 1,500 feet. And so I was flying from, we'll just call it 23,000 feet just as a round number. It's a long way. And the other thing I didn't note is that by the time because I flew this path nearly every sunset. And some were really bad. This was the best one of the whole trip. By the time I would get on location to kind of get this big angle that showed all of that information right there, the drone was telling me, like, you do not have enough battery to get home. So the first couple flights was really stressful. But then as the 2 weeks rolled by, I started to realize, like, I got 7 minutes. And so I knew I had enough time to sort of get a little bit. And so I would film the whole way up and try to get a little bit of video because we were doing sort of a multimedia project. So I'd get as much video as I can, and then I would usually get about 2 panoramics, and then I'd have to like get back with 1% battery. It was very stressful. You don't want to lose a drone in here. You'll never find it. Or even if you know where it is, you just are not going to go get it. It's too dangerous. I think you might have had one. Yeah. Oh, great.
We'll come back to you.
Since you mentioned video, do you do video as well? Because the first sequence of images that you show about the water, you add music to that, and it's an amazing documentary right there.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I do a lot of video. It's I don't want to say it's 50-50. It's ebb and flow. Some years are more one than the other. But I love working in that mixed media format. I've been filming now for maybe 11, 12 years. It helped me become a much better photographer. You're telling 2 different stories. When you're filming, you're waiting for something to sort of transpire within whatever you're composed to. Whereas a still photographer is like hunting for an isolated sort of moment that matters. But the two, when you're filming, you're still composing with a lot of the same disciplines as you would as a still photographer. But when you're shooting photos, the problem is the conflict. Now when I'm shooting one or the other, I'm like wishing I was doing the other. But it helped me, this interdisciplinary situation helped me to look at moments differently as a still photographer. And as a filmer, it made me look at composition in a different way because film is split together, right? It's a series of clips, it's a series of shots. So you have to think broader story, which helped me tell broader stories as a still photographer. It made me realize, like, if it's someone's going in the shower, you got to get hand on handle, you got to get rain come. You can't just have like a wide. You have to really sort of dig in. So doing both, I think, will strengthen you in a lot of ways. Not that was your question, but just an interjection.
For doing this shot, how much preparation do you have to do, not just to get there, but to figure out how you wanted to shoot it and what was your time period? Because you have heights where winds is going to affect your drone.
Absolutely. For this, a lot of this was luck. Luck in the compositional sense. Luck in the sense that I didn't know where I wanted to put the drone. So the first few flights were certainly trying out different locations and being like, wow, that looks really pretty. That looks really pretty. This probably isn't even the best composition you can get in that area. I just found it and lived with it. And so when I got out to this point and I saw, like, oh wow, you can see all the way down to these far peaks on the left, just like McNally, like some other famous 8,000 meter peaks, but then also get this really beautiful leading line. I kind of once I found this location, which was maybe day 2 or 3, I just committed to it until I got a really lucky, this was this wild sort of alpenglow sunset that only happened once. And there were many days where we just simply couldn't fly, just based on conditions. Because you quite literally are in the jet stream. Like when things get really bad up on these big mountains, it's because you're at, 28, 29,000 feet. So if the jet stream shifts, you're in good shape. But if it doesn't, you just kind of have to wait.
Any other questions? All right. Keith, amazing.
Appreciate your time.
Some beautiful work.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing.
Sorry I talked a lot.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was pretty cool. I like what Keith said about the excitement and stress of the drone is it goes to 1% and it's not, you can see it in the distance if you're lucky, but you never know if you're gonna get it back or not. Okay, all right. Okay, we have Jennifer Davidson coming up next, but first, I want to share something with everybody, and hold on a second. Let's find it. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Okay, everyone. Alison, the work was absolutely beautiful. You capture the soul, the spirit, the light, and what's, oh, okay. No. Oh, you know what, it's not sharing. Hold on. There we go. Okay. And we'll do this backwards. Gremlins. Go to full. Thank you. Alison, the work was absolutely beautiful. You capture the soul, the spirit, the light, and she's a photographer's photographer. Let's give a warm welcome for Alison Wright.
We each have to really find our own passion and what we want to follow in life. What's really important to me is the whole theme of my work is this idea of this universal human connection in every capacity. I love to photograph people, so I love that human connection. And some people are shy about meeting other people. I do this because I love meeting other people. Especially now, our world is changing so rapidly, and it's really a big, wonderful, incredible world. And to me, it's all about the people, that we just to share that universal connection with everybody. So just to end on this slide, this was circling back to the tsunami in Sri Lanka, and this guy was burying 5 of his family members, and he's this Muslim guy. We're the 2 most unlikeliest of people. I shot the picture, and then he looked at me and I held his hand. I just said, "I'm so sorry," and he just said, "Please don't forget about us." And I've just held those words so close to my heart through all the work that I've ever done, and I feel like that's my takeaway, like through everything and everywhere that we go, that's sort of my mantra, please don't forget about us.
Okay, you all remember 2017 when Alison was here. Alison also spoke virtually at OPTIC All-Stars event, And she certainly left quite a mark on all of us, and we greatly miss her. Just the same way that I missed putting on this sticker this morning. So, Alison came to us through Lindblad Expeditions, and we have the next Lindblad Expedition speaker, Jennifer Davidson, coming to share her work with us. Let me just figure out how to close that. Okay. And funny story about Jennifer Davidson. I'm in the Galapagos, and the Lindblad ships have very small cabins, and I'm bunking with Gabriel Biederman, and in the cabin across the way is Jennifer also bunking with Krista Rousseau. And it's very hectic on board the ship. We're getting equipment ready, we're running around, and I go bursting into my stateroom, and I look down at the ground, I'm like, that doesn't look like my camera bag. And I look up, and there's Jennifer and Krista looking at me like, yes, David? And I was like, ooh, so sorry. I've never run into anybody's room quite like that. We had that moment. Jennifer Davidson is an amazing photographer with an eye for detail and a very precise, and also looking for human condition deeply and understanding the projects that she's working on very tightly. And she's going to go over this work with you. And hold on one second. It's how to know. Okay. Hold on. Jen, did I change the name of your presentation or shorten it? Final, no. Okay. Hold on. It's not macro. Okay, hold on, Jennifer. Where are we? I know I saw you on here. Hold on. Okay. 1 second. Main stage. And everyone having fun? Okay, hold on. I promise you this is going to be worth it. Let's go to the local one. Okay, hold on. Jennifer, I know it's here because I double checked this at 2 a.m. Oh, there it was. Okay, yeah. It was hiding in plain sight. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, this is our last speaker for the day, Jennifer Davidson, and sponsored by Lindblad Expeditions, our partner, and that's where we created the OPTIC experience, was on board a Lindblad ship. And just quick housekeeping after the Q&A with Jennifer, you're welcome to visit the store, pick up a dinner box, and then we're gonna go up to the edge and photograph. It should be really cool looking storm clouds out there. So I think we're gonna get some great work. Without further ado, let's hear it for Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you. Thank you, David. And thank all of you for sticking around to the end of the day. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge B&H and Lindblad Expeditions and thank them for bringing me here today. B&H has always been a source of my photo equipment, my computer equipment, and as David mentioned, I've gotten to travel with some of these guys a few times, and it's always memorable. That was one of the more memorable moments, I have to admit. I've traveled with Lindblad Expeditions for about the last 15 years, and I love the way that they marry travel and education. I think it's a fantastic way to see the world, and I serve as a photo instructor on some of these trips, and so what I do is help people improve their images in the moment while they're experiencing these once-in-a-lifetime moments. When you think about travel, you sometimes plan a year or more in advance. It's a huge investment in your time and your money, even before you get to a place. You're thinking about, where am I going? Where am I going to stay? How am I going to get there? Where will I eat? Those kinds of questions. And a lot of times, unless you are planning to meet a specific group of people, like an indigenous group or an artist community, you're not really thinking about what people will I meet on my trip. But inevitably, when you come home, it's those stories. It's the stories of the encounters of the people that lived in those places that are the ones that you're going to remember. And as an educator, I see people all the time bring back photos from trips and bring back these fantastic, engaging stories. And the photos that they bring of those moments, a lot of times don't have the intimacy, and they don't have the vibrancy that the stories had. And there's a disconnect, and there's a lot of reasons for that, but I'm hoping today to give you some ideas on how to mend that disconnect so that your photos can have the same energy and power that your stories do. So whenever you're traveling to a place, I think it's good to include people in the scene, in the bigger scene. And this is a very standoffish way. It's a great way to warm up. And I'm looking for this in urban areas. I will often seek out rooftop bars, or I'll photograph from the balcony of my hotel. But I'm also doing this when I'm in the wild. I'm looking for those grand vistas where villagers might be walking through. And then I'm going to be sure to go down to street level and look for an interesting facade and just wait for people to walk by. And this is a safe place to be because I'm across the street. I'm not in anybody's way, right? It gets a little tricky when you decide that you're going to step in the middle of a path. And I don't know if any of you have photos like this from travels where you wanted to take a photo of things going on in a village, but then you feel very self-conscious when you're in the middle of the path because now people are coming towards you. Maybe they're stepping out of the way to get out of the way of your picture when in fact you were waiting for them to come through. Maybe this is the moment when you're thinking about that language barrier or the beliefs that you might have about whether this culture wants to be photographed or not. You might feel like you're imposing or in the way. And so sometimes what people do is they'll just think, I'm just gonna wait until everybody clears out and have a photo of an empty street. And what that is to me is the equivalent of an empty stage. It can be beautiful, but the vibrancy of a production happens when the characters come in. So you want to have characters and a production in your images because that's how the memories are going to play back in your mind. So let's say you step up in courage a little bit and you decide to approach a family. And you come back with something like this. So you've done your mission. You've got a photo of people that live in the area. But when you're thinking just about, I'm going to approach people, a lot of times all those ideas that make us great photographers fly out the window. The idea of composition and moment and light. Now there's beautiful light on the faces of these people, but the background is blown out, so it's a little distracting. And the main problem here is there are 7 people in this frame. Now you can certainly photograph 7 people, but you've got to be paying a lot of attention. You can see here that there's some off expressions. Not everybody's looking at me. This isn't what I would call intimate, is it? So how do we as photographers go to places where we are not from and where we don't entirely understand the culture and come back with images where the subject is connected to the photographer? Or where there's such a level of comfort that that's even evident without a direct gaze. How do we come back with images that show someone apparently not aware of the photographer? And this is something that I hear a lot too, is people say, I want to take pictures that are close up and the people don't know that I'm there. That is a very unrealistic expectation. You're not from there, you look different than they do. You have a camera hanging around your neck. They see you. So how can you get beyond that? And I think that is with interacting with the people to the point where you become comfortable with them and they become comfortable with you and they go about their business. Or they become disinterested in you and they go about their business. And so it's really important in that place to stay longer than you're comfortable and don't wear out your welcome. And that's a balancing act. So you have to pay attention to the person that you're photographing. So now today, I am not going to give you a step-by-step recipe in how to photograph people. I think there are lots of places where you can gather that information, and ultimately it has to be something that you develop on your own, that you are comfortable embodying. Instead, what I want to talk about is a shift in mindset so that you can approach your travels and the people you meet in a more engaging way, and as a natural byproduct, you'll have more engaging photos when you come home. So the first thing to think about is, what do you bring to the table? We all see the world through a particular lens, and that has to do with our experience, with our heritage, where we grew up, how we grew up. It's in our DNA, and so it can be something that we can use to connect with others. So this is the landscape where I grew up. It's in rural West Texas. I grew up in a ranching community, and my roots run very deep in this land, many generations in this area. It's a place where there's wide open spaces and not a lot of people, but the people that are there are salt of the earth. They work in agriculture and food production ultimately. There are times where groups of people come together and they do intense work for a few days, a few times a year. And then that transitions into a much slower pace of life where they are making sure the animals are fed, making sure the animals are healthy, making sure there are no holes in fences, those kinds of things. So it's this ebb and flow, and there's a rhythm to it, and there's a rhythm in all these places that we visit. And so you may have a very different experience than I do, but for me, it makes sense that my photographs tend to be taken in countrysides. I like to find the places where agriculture and communities come together. I spend a lot of time on farms and in fishing villages. And it's because I'm comfortable interacting with people who live off the land and live off water for provision and have a livelihood for their work, not a job for their work. So that's what I'm comfortable around. So that's what I gravitate to as a photographer. You may have spent all your life in Manhattan. You're going to be comfortable in a very different situation than I am. And maybe you seek out busy urban centers. Maybe you come from a long line of musicians and you seek out performers. There could be an infinite number of stories about what that looks like. But I think it's important for you to understand what you carry with you, because that can be a means for connection with people all over the world. And so with any background or photographic approach, I think it's important to remember when we travel to new places to seek out the fringes of activity. This could be going off of the main street. I always spend time in the main plaza in places that I am visiting, or on the main business centers. And I'll spend time there because you can learn a lot about a place, but I always make it a point to also go around and to maybe walk through neighborhoods or just step half a block off the main avenue. Because in the main commerce area, people are there to sell to you, to interact with you in some way, that they came for that. But once you get off the street, that's not necessarily the case. And just photographically, when you're on streets with less traffic, there's less background issue. You're gonna have fewer distracting elements that maybe you aren't paying attention to. So just from a technical standpoint, it's a better way to manage the space. But this is where you can dip your toe into the rhythms of the places that you're going to. This is where you'll find people coming home from the market. It's where you'll see how people do things that are everyday, that you won't see on the main square, because there it's all built for some kind of presentation. You'll see where people work. And when I am in places like the temples in Cambodia, I am walking through the temples. I'm spending time there just being immersed in the architecture and the history. But I always leave time to walk around the perimeter to see where that place intersects with the local community. And in Cartagena, I love the street murals in Colombia, so I was walking around some neighborhoods and stumbled across places like this where they were sewing uniforms for hotels that served tourists. But this doesn't happen in the historic center. So it's off the beaten track just a little bit. And here you meet people that aren't on show. And they're less accustomed to people walking up to them and interacting with them too. So I think that they're more open too. And so you can have really lovely conversations and interactions with people in this way. And it really just takes walking half a block sometimes. When I'm talking about the fringe of activity, I'm also talking about it in terms of light. And we as photographers know that the beautiful times of day to photograph are when the sun is low in the sky, whether in the morning or in the evening. But what I love about photographing at dawn is that the world is just waking up. And so again, people are not expecting to see you out there because a lot of the visitors that go to places aren't out at that time of day. And so you'll see people heading out to work for the day or children on their way to school, and they're curious about you, and so you can have these beautiful interactions. You'll also learn stories about places that you might not have considered. I like to photograph early in cities because the stores are shuttered, and so that's a lot cleaner for architecture and those kind of photographs. There are no cars in the streets, and I don't have to manage what people are wearing that aren't from a place. And I was out walking around here and met a person who has been cleaning this statue. The day that I took this, he had been cleaning it for over 14 years every day. And that was something I had never considered happened. But I think about now when I see these beautiful statues in places because someone's caring for them. With Lindblad, I have the opportunity to see some really great performances. And it's a good way to learn about culture and history of a people. And I love photographing the performances, but I'm also seeking the off moments. And so when a performer is on his smoke break, I'll go visit with him. And this does take engagement for sure, because they're on their break. You want to be respectful of their time. But he told me about the history behind his hat and the designs on his clothes as we visited in the few minutes that I made this portrait. A time that I prefer to photograph performances is actually before they happen. And here you can capture the action of people getting ready. You can learn about whatever it is that they're doing as they prepare. It's also a great time to take detail pictures because their costumes are still pristine. They haven't been jostled about because of vibrant dance. There isn't sweat running down this person's chest, ruining the fine turmeric powder. So they're much cleaner that way. And I'm also not trying to do a grab shot of a detail as people dance by. But the main benefit of spending time before a performance is making connection. And so you can just have these really lovely interactions, and then when the dance comes, you're not just a face in the crowd. And so now you can get a picture of the action that also has connection because they recognize you. And so that just gives a little bit of a punctuation on an action photo of a performance. So I'm always trying to make those connections beforehand if I can. When I'm traveling independently, I like to stay in vacation rentals or Airbnbs because that puts me into neighborhoods where locals live, and it gives me direct contact to a local who is the owner of the property. And so I have a resource at my fingertips that I can ask, where do you like to eat breakfast? What do you like to do on Tuesday evenings? Where do you go to watch the sunset? And so you can learn about these wonderful places in towns where you would have ended up somewhere entirely different on your own. This is in Athens. You can see the Parthenon in the background. And the one thing that you do not see in this image is other people with cameras, because I was the only one there. And I know there are other hilltops in that city that are lined with photographers. And so then you're trying to move out of the way to not have certain people in your frame. And when you seek out places that are where locals go, it has a completely different feel to it. And all towns in South America and lots of different places have these vibrant, wonderful markets. And there are lots of tourists that go to those places. So ask, where do you go buy your fish? And you'll end up in places that you would never have imagined, where you're the only person there that isn't from there. You also hear about places that maybe you read about in a guidebook, like a large flea market that's really worth its salt. And so, you know, a lot of times we don't know, is it really that good? And you can get that verified. And sometimes you'll find out about small festivals that never would have been on your radar as a tourist. And so it's a really great way to just have access to the local community when you don't know anyone in the town and maybe you don't have the means to find a fixer or something like that. So one of the things that Alison just mentioned in the tribute was the idea of universals. And this is huge for me. Once I realized that there are certain things that connect us all as human beings, I was able to find that in any place that I visited. And so this, I think, along with what we bring to the table that I talked about earlier, these two things you can use as your common thread. And then all of the other things that are different about the culture, they're still going to show up in the images because they are different than what you're used to, and they are there. But you can use these ideas that connect all human beings to connect you to the place and give you a level of comfort to start off. So ideas like food and our connection to faith, which Chester talked about earlier today, pride in the family and home, pride in your work, getting from point A to point B, all of these things happen in different ways in different cultures. And this is by no means an exhaustive list, but I hope it gives you some ideas on what you could add to your list in ways that you can connect to other people. And so when I'm thinking about food, I'm going all the way back to production. How is it produced in different areas? And sometimes I'll seek out these places. Other times, it's just on my radar. If I stumble across a farm, I'm going to stop, you know? So it's just always something that I'm looking for. I'm always going to markets. And markets can be a lot of fun to photograph. They can be incredibly intimidating too, because a lot of times they're busy. There are places that are notoriously not open to people photographing in them. And I personally believe that's because in the past they've been mistreated by photographers that have come through. But regardless, that's a challenge. And so what I will do is I will walk around the market first, and I will look and see where are the beautiful booths. I'm not photographing, I'm just getting the lay of the land. Where are the people that I feel like I might be able to connect with? I'm definitely going to go to the perimeter because it's a little slower there. And so I'm going to be looking for those things, and then I'll go back and I'll spend some time in those places. So I've already honed my vision and what I'm going to focus on, and that helps tremendously to increase your chances of success. I think it's very, very important to remember that this woman did not wake up this morning and get dressed in order to be photographed. She came and woke up to come to work and sell her produce. And so when we are in a place like a market, we have to have a different kind of radar on, where we're paying attention to her body language and also making sure that there isn't a line of people behind us trying to buy their fruit for the week, that we are interrupting the business. So it's really important to pay attention to that. And as I said, markets sometimes can be really busy, so it pays to look for different vantage points. A lot of them are 2 stories. I found a staircase near this booth, and so I was able to photograph down on it, so it minimized the chaos that was around it because there were so many people in line to this particular booth. How do people serve their food in the market? It's very different in different places that you go. How do they serve it at home? And when you are looking at all of your photos from different parts of the world, you can see that the way that people serve their traditional foods and the way they display it is very different, but there's that common thread that ties us all together with food. You can see evidence of faith traditions in the landscape anywhere you go. So sometimes that will be people interacting with a church in a small town, which looks very different from a reverent moment in a large cathedral. And I'm always looking for places outside of temples where is a little bit of normal life going on with people that are tied to this place. I'm also looking for religious icons in murals, and murals in temples, but also out in the public and just, at a construction site. They're everywhere. And that is another thing that can bring more information about the people and the places that you visit. We all come from family. We all have different relationships to our family, but we come from someone, and there is some intergenerational relationship that we have. And so I'm looking for interactions with the families in the places that I visit. And it brings a level of connection that isn't going to be in photos where there's not that contact. These are people that are comfortable with each other, and there's affection, and those emotions come out whenever you're photographing them in these settings. And there's a big difference between the look of a young mother with her young child versus a more seasoned mother looking down over one of her 12 children. So these things come through, and you may not be thinking actively about it when you're in front of these people, but if you have your senses open to these different ways of thinking, then it will come out. And this image is actually one of the first images that made me think about the universals that we have as humans, because I thought of, we all know, or many of us know what it feels like to be under the eye of a watchful mother. And if you were a young girl, more than likely you remember trying to fit into shoes that you were not quite old enough to fit into yet, and what you thought that looked like, and posing for the camera. And that happens all over the world. So this was kind of one of my pictures that made me start to really think about that idea. So where do these people live? Our houses all look different. And there is something about photographing someone in or around their home that brings out a sense of ownership that wouldn't happen if they weren't in their home. There's a certain level of comfort and vulnerability of them opening up to you if you're in their home with them. And they don't have to pose when they are in or around their home because they're in their place. They're comfortable. And so I feel like there's a little bit less of a guarded air to people whenever you're photographing them around their house. And I also think that there is a certain amount of pride that comes from someone when you ask them if you can photograph them in or around their home. Because we're proud of the places that we live and that we build. We love them in a lot of ways. And being proud of your home may look different in different areas. It may be that you have a grand garden in front of your house. Maybe it's that you have painted the front of your house a bright color. Or maybe it's that you live in a humble home, but you hung a lace curtain in the window. Or that there are flowers in the windowsill or something like that. So when I'm walking from place to place or driving down the street, I will look for areas where it looks like people care for their place. I don't know this for sure, but I feel like they will probably be a more open person for me to approach if I wanted to photograph someone in that area. And so that's where I will go, is towards places where the homes look cared for in different ways. Everybody gets from point A to point B in a different way. And so any time that I am riding with someone, whether it's in an ox cart or in a taxi, I'm photographing. And that tells a different story about the place. Because transportation is a huge part of how we get around and a huge part of how we structure our lives. And it looks different in different places. If I'm in a place where there's something that a culture is well known for, I'm going to be sure that I include that. And this is in Sadawal in Micronesia, and they are known for their boats and the way they navigate the oceans. And the style of their rudders is very distinctive. So I wanted to be sure that I was able to capture something with the detail of their rudder. And we all know how iconic Cuba's transportation is. And I, of course, have photographs of parked cars and cars driving down the street, but I'm also looking for that intersection between daily life and the interaction with their cars. And so I was really happy to stumble across this moment. Photographing people when they're working, I think, is a really good gateway if you're uncomfortable approaching people. And the reason for that is they are doing something. And so you don't have to fret over what am I going to ask them to do, where am I going to ask them to stand, and those kind of things. You can come up into a situation and see it play out and kind of join in the dance that's already happening. So I'm often looking for places that are like businesses that I'm more familiar with, like barbershops and nail salons and grocery stores, and how do they look different in these places? And I'll seek those out and try to photograph in them. And sometimes you have the opportunity to photograph people who are very open and excited to share their story and excited to stand in front of the camera. And that's always a great pleasure to be with those people, but they are honestly not the majority. Because most people, like I'm guessing many of us, prefer to be behind the camera rather than in front of it. It can be a little uncomfortable to be in front of the camera. And so when I come across people who may not be comfortable, it's my job to help them become more comfortable. And sometimes that's by distracting them. And this is in Haida Gwaii. We were there, I was there with Lindblad, and this was one of the gatekeepers, and he was not tasked with interacting with us. He was just making sure that it was so many people coming in and out, and I was waiting for a group and just visiting with him, and I started to ask him about the totem that he had carved. And when he started to tell me the story about it, he started interacting with the thing he had created, and I was able to capture a moment of intimacy between him and his artwork. And he was not uncomfortable in that moment. Sometimes when you're talking to people about their work, the photographs don't become about their work. As they get into their stories, you can take nice portraits of them. And other times, this is why I think it's a gateway for doing more people photography. You can be a little bit further away and they just keep on doing what they're doing. And this is in Greece. I don't speak Greek. And I was walking down the street and I saw this man painting. I probably heard the bucket or something that made me look up. And I just pointed to my camera and shrugged my shoulders, asking for permission. And he nodded and kept on painting. And so I was able to photograph a little bit, and I waved and said thank you as I left. And it was a brief moment, but it shows an aspect of life that I had never thought of. Similarly to the man who was cleaning the statue, I had never thought of how many times these buildings have to be painted to stay so white, but somebody's doing that. And so this tells a little bit of that story. It's easy to photograph play when children are involved, because children are really good at playing. And so anytime I see kids doing something like this, I will spend time with them. This was on a Christmas morning, and I was traveling by myself in this beach town and came across these kids, and I think I spent an hour with them. And the boys would try to jump further and further into the water, and it was great fun. And so I'm always looking for where kids are playing with each other and how I can capture that. And this is a touchy subject for some people. You do need to be very, very aware of the situation. I am always interacting with the children, 100%. And if there are any adults around, I'm 100% interacting with them too. And I think it just comes to honing your skills of what's appropriate and what's not. But I also believe that we can tend to shy away from things that we don't necessarily need to be afraid of if our intentions are good. So just, keep that in the back of your mind. With adults, it's a little harder to find play because we don't play so much. Life becomes serious at some point. But performances are a good way to be able to photograph those moments of pure pleasure. Yes, these people are working, but they are engrossed in their work and in their creation, and they are enjoying every second of it. And that comes through in their expressions and in the way that they're performing. And so when I'm photographing a performance, I'm looking at all the players and who is really engrossed in what they're doing. And those are the people that I'm going to focus my attention on as a photographer. There are also moments of pleasure that come that are much quieter. It's a Saturday morning sketch, and it's time spent at a coffee shop with friends. But these are things that, again, tie us together as humans. They look very different in different parts of the world, but it's something that we all experience. And so it can be a way to connect with people and to come to more ease with the way you approach photographing them. With any photography, it's important to always be ready for surprise. So that means knowing your equipment and having it ready so that you can photograph as things change. I was waiting on some people to meet me in this spot, and I thought it was just a beautiful little scene. I liked the color of the flowers and the fabric up over the balcony. And so I made this photo, and then a few minutes later, since I was still standing in the same place, I noticed when the woman came out to take the laundry in. And so I was able to capture this image. And it just has a little bit of a punctuation of daily life layered on top of what was already a beautiful scene. I like to think about photographing with all my senses. And so that means that I'm, of course, looking through my viewfinder, but my ears are listening. And I am waiting to, anytime I can hear the sound of feet running across pavement, I'm ready when the kids come through the frame. I'm ready when the bicycle rides through. And it can be very tempting when you hear that to go, oh, I'm gonna capture that. And then whenever they come through in front of the temple that you were photographing, you've lost your composition. So I think it's important to hear that, keep your composition, and be watching them, and as they run through, then you have something that is more cohesive. And so I'm also listening for things like horse feet on cobblestone. I was going very quickly to a place and had to backtrack for this one because I heard the donkey, and then I looked back and saw the Rolling Stone shirt, and I thought, oh, that's just too great. And so it was just basically a snapshot as I was hurriedly going on to another place. I'm also honing my sense of smell. So you can imagine if you're out early one morning and all of a sudden you smell fresh bread, it might not be a surprise when somebody walks out of the bakery that's 2 doors down with a basket full of bread they're taking out to deliver, and then all of a sudden you have your moment. So pay attention to all these other senses in addition to looking through your viewfinder. I think it's really important. And sometimes it's just having your camera in your bag is all that you need to be doing this. I was in line for buying tickets for a literary event, and I saw this woman walking very quickly down the street, and I was able to pull my camera out of my bag and just get 1 or 2 pictures as she walked by, because I thought, well, this is whimsy. You know, this is such a curious little scene, and it makes for a fun photo. So with any of these ideas, I hope that you can learn to approach wherever you're visiting with curiosity. It can be really easy to start to focus on the differences, or really easy too to go, okay, I'm going to focus on the things that we have in common and just get into tunnel vision about that. But think about being expansive in the way you approach the places that you visit. I was looking out over this scene, and I couldn't help but notice the flash of pink running across the landscape because it was such a big contrast. And because I noticed that, I didn't know where she was going, but when she came up to where we were, I was able to photograph her because she was on my radar because of what she was wearing. And because of this, I had this great interaction with not only her, but with her sister. And I learned about their marriage customs and dowries and things like that that are very different from what I know. On another Lindblad trip, we were in Cuba, and we were touring the Presidio Modelo prison that Fidel Castro had been in. And one of the guests was done with being inside the prison. And so I said, you know, I saw some horses when we drove through, remembering my history of being connected with agriculture. So I noticed the horses when I came through in the bus. I said, let's go around and see if we can photograph the horses with the prison in the background. So we did that. It was just 2 of us, and we went and we had that moment. And we were there at the right time when one of the owners of the horses, who drives a horse and buggy, he takes people around town, came to pick up his horse. And because we were there for that interaction, we took a lot of photos of him, and he insisted that we each take a horse ride. So it opened up all these different opportunities because I thought, well, let's go check out the horses, you know. I was in Lisbon and walking down the street, and I noticed there was a bunch of people gathered along this wall by the river. And I thought, well, I wonder what they're looking at. And so I walked up, and this was the scene that I saw. And, you know, he was talking to some of them. There was a little bit of back and forth, but everybody was, you know, staying on their side of the wall. And I thought, well, I'm going to get down there. And just, you know, it's not that high of a wall. And so I spent quite a bit of time photographing this man, and I learned a lot about him. He's a physics student, grad student from Berlin, who's living in Lisbon and loves to build these cairns on the side of the river because he feels like it marries his art and science. And every time that the tide comes through, it sweeps him away. And so this is his practice every day. And so I was able to learn these stories because ultimately I was curious about why people were standing around by a wall looking out towards the river. And this was on a beach in Colombia. I was there doing some work, and this was my day off, and I was just strolling down the beach, and I came across this enormous pile of fishing nets. And because I stopped, I met the man who was working on the fishing nets. And I visited with him, and he told me that right down the beach in that moment, his friends were bringing in their catch. And so I went down there and I photographed them. And I met him while I was there. And he invited me to come back the following Sunday and go fishing with them. And so because I was curious about some fishing nets on my time off, I ended up in a boat off the coast fishing a week later. So you never know where your path will lead if you come to it with curiosity in mind. And with that, I think it's important to accept invitations when they arise. And of course, this comes down to comfort level. But I have found that people want to share their lives with you when you want to learn about them. And you will have the opportunity to make photographs that are more intimate and more behind the scenes, behind the curtain, than you would otherwise. And I'm not saying that, you know, you go spend a week in their home. That's not what I'm talking about. This, you know, was probably half an hour in these people's homes where they were mending their nets. But here you can see things that you would never, ever, ever get to see in any other instance. And so I think this is the biggest gift of travel, is when you can get these glimpses into home life and into just normal daily rhythms that are not going to come by you staying on the main square, where everybody is there, you know, expecting your money and your money for photos kind of thing. Speaking of money for photos, I think it's important to talk about photography as being an exchange. And we can go to places and feel uncomfortable and think, oh, I'm taking something from them. And it doesn't have to be that way. I think of photography as a collaboration. They are giving you something, and you are giving something back, I hope. And yes, you're coming out of it with a photo, but hopefully they leave with something as in a beautiful memory or something like that. Now, I will pay for photos. I don't pay for photos just for photo's sake, personally. And that's something I think everybody has to decide for themselves. That's my personal policy. If somebody is a street performer or doing something that they are there to make money, then I am absolutely going to pay them for photography. I'm going to make sure that they see me put the money in the jar and that they see me do that before they ever see me lift my camera, because that's why they're there. If it's a situation where they are in a market and they are selling fruit or they're selling handicrafts, I'm going to buy some fruit. I have several of these bracelets, and I'm going to do that before I take the photos, and then it becomes a part of the interaction. If I'm in a different kind of market where they're selling chickens or guinea pigs or fish, I'm probably not going to buy anything. And I don't think that they expect that either. But in these situations, you really have to rely on the quality of your interaction. So it's not that you can't take those pictures. You just need to be really aware of not just taking something and having more of a back and forth. I have the luxury of going back to places that I've been before, and whenever I do that, I always take prints with me. I will print off little 4x6 prints in my home printer, and I'll take a pile with me. And when I go back to those places, I'll look for the people I photographed. I'll go to the market and look for the vendors. I will walk the same route through neighborhoods and see if the people are outside their homes. It's amazing how many times I find the people that I'd photographed a year or more in the past. Not always, but I would say 90% of the time I do. And the thing that happens here is sometimes they have no idea who I am. Even after I show them the photos, they don't remember the moment, but they are always overjoyed to receive the gift. And so it's really a beautiful way to reconnect, to say thank you, to give back your vision of them, it's all a beautiful thing. And now when I travel, and particularly when I'm going to places that I know I'm not going to be coming back, I travel with a small Fuji Instax printer, and I have it in my bag, and so I'll take some photos, and then I'll move away from them because I don't want to become a distraction. I'll move away and I will print off some of their photos, which I can transfer from my camera to the printer. And then I'll take it back to them, within 10 or 20 minutes. And again, a beautiful gift, and they're always very happy to receive these kind of things. We all, with digital photography, have the ability to share the backs of our cameras. And this should not be underestimated. It a lot of times can break down barriers with people if they're not comfortable with you or unsure about you. You can take a few pictures and show them your camera, and that'll break the ice a lot of times. And so I will definitely use the back of my camera to share if, I'm in a situation where I can't do the printer, or it just seems like that would be too much of a production. Now, something that you may notice that I didn't say that is an option is I didn't mention anything about email. We all have email addresses, and people all over the world have access to email, and so it is an option for sharing as well. But I find, if I'm being 100% honest, that if I'm traveling, it is really hard for me not to just go on to the next thing, because I'm usually packing my days. And it's not because I don't want to send them the email, but sometimes I'll forget. And so I don't offer to email images very often. There are some instances that are exceptions, and when I do that, I am 100% sure that I send the email that day. Because the last thing I want to do is to take an interaction that was a positive thing and sour it because I didn't follow through. I think it's unnecessary because I'm the one that offered the email, right? And it also changes the way that or it has the potential, shall I say, to change the way that they perceive travelers and photographers in the future. And so I just want to minimize that. So I will either print prints when I'm out there, or share the back of my camera, but I'm always offering some kind of exchange because I think that's really important. The last thing I want to talk about is how the pandemic has changed travel and has the potential to change photography and traveling photographers. I got to go back out in January for the first time in a very long time, and it felt so good to be back out in the world and photographing different cultures. But it looked different. There are masks involved now in places where there didn't used to be. And this is a changing thing, and it's sticking around a lot longer than I think many of us thought. And so we're going to have to learn to embrace that masks may be a part of the future, and they may be a part tomorrow, but not the next day. It may ebb and flow, So look for ways that you can embrace it, but it's very, very, very important that you're aware of it. Because if you're not aware of the mask, then they can be a distraction in some instances. In some places, we've always photographed with masks, like in Southeast Asia and places like that. And, when it's hanging off someone's ear or around their chins, it's a bit of a distraction. If someone has, if you can imagine the last photo and the masks were yellow, that would be a distraction. And so look for places where it all works together, where the masks are coordinated with the scene, and look also for people that are expressive with their eyes or expressive with their hands, because that won't take away the personality just by covering up their mouth. So once you start to pay attention to those things, these people are everywhere, and these beautiful scenes are everywhere. You just have to kind of hone your vision, and you'll find them. Inevitably, you will run across people who are skeptical, because we are coming out of a time where the other might be dangerous in a physical way. And so when you're getting back out there in the world, I think just be gracious and understanding that all of us have different experiences around this. And so sometimes people's fear or wanting to be distant from you and not have you photographed could be a completely valid thing. But ultimately, I think that this pandemic has opened up a different kind of hunger for connection that is bigger than the skepticism. And I think that the places where people have historically traveled before, the people that live in those places are hungry for people to come back and for the variety and newness that travelers bring to their experience. And I know many travelers who are eager to get back out there into the world and travel again. And so there is way more opportunity for connection and openness than those instances that you'll meet that are skeptical and unsure. So I hope that this gives you ideas about how to approach your travels and bring all of that into your photography. Thank you all for sticking around to the end of the day. And you can find me on my website at jdavidsonphotography.com or on Instagram at JenDVDSN. And I did put on my website, if you go to jdavidsonphotography.com/OPTIC, all lowercase, I do have a PDF that you can download with all the points from today's presentation. Thank you so much. Sure. I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Yes. Let's wait for the microphone.
For you. Official.
Thank you for the microphone. Hello, test. You were talking about going off the beaten path and maybe finding more candid portraits and photographs when you're going to back alleys or people's homes. Do you have any advice for building up that confidence in yourself, where you might be alone in a space where locals are not expecting you to be, or that sometimes you might feel afraid, or you might feel like you don't belong where you are, and not quite sure how they're going to react to your presence in those spaces?
Honestly, there's no easy answer to that other than it takes practice. And, I laugh when I think about 15 years ago, I was in a workshop and was assigned to go out and photograph people. And I would I was sweating because I was so nervous and uncomfortable with it all. And I thought, okay, I have an hour. I'm going to photograph 4 people this hour. And so I'd be walking around, and then I would think, okay, I have 10 minutes and 4 people. I've still got 4 people to do, because I was walking around very uncomfortable. And once I realized that it's not just about photographing people. It needs to be about photographing people that I'm interested in. And so I quit looking for people as photographs, and I started looking for people as subjects I could wonder about. And then I practiced asking questions to them, just walking up and going, oh my gosh, that is the most beautiful shawl you have, Where did you get that? Oh, well, my great-grandmother made it, and then it leads into these avenues. And then after you have that interaction, it becomes natural just to say, this is such a beautiful experience. Could I take a picture of this to remember it? And it can really become that natural. But it doesn't start that naturally. And so I had to start to look for people I was genuinely interested in. And that's kind of how I was able to break the limitations. And I have to be honest, when I do go on trips, I always start off having to warm back up. And so my first couple of days are not always comfortable. But then there's always that one interaction that'll change it, and then I'm just free, you know, because I'm more introverted by nature, so it is hard naturally for me to get out there and just interact with people and photograph them. But it's become one of my great joys in life too, which I never would have expected 15 years ago.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Hi, so I had a question. When you're visiting a new place, it seems, you know, like you were saying before, you take the back alleys off the beaten path. Now, when you go in with a blank slate, do you do any research beforehand if there's some specific aspect of the culture you want to learn more about, or specific village or town, and do you go there and kind of, if you do research beforehand to, you know, look into what you want to do and explore?
Definitely. I'm definitely doing research beforehand and looking into the places that I want to visit. And once I get there, I'm asking lots of questions from the people that live there, and I will allow that to provide detours. I'm always paying a lot of attention to how I feel in a place, and if the hair on the back of my neck starts to stand up, I'll leave. You know, I'm not going to put myself in a dangerous place. I'm very conservative with time. If I'm traveling by myself, I'm not out late at night. And I will, if I'm staying in a hotel, I will ask the hotel, how safe is it? You know, at what time is it not safe in this area? And they'll tell you, you know. So I'm always paying attention to those things. And then I do wander a fair bit, but it's always within areas that I've done some research in, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Jennifer, does your research extend to language? Do you try to learn a little bit of the local language?
That's a good question. So I do speak Spanish, which helps a lot because I like to spend time in Central and South America. So that is beneficial. But I have been to places where I don't speak the language, and I think it's important to learn some of what they speak because it shows that you're making an effort. So I will, you know, I'll learn hello and goodbye and things. I have a friend who I follow her lead now, and she always learns the word beautiful in every language that she goes to. Because who's not going to smile when all the photographer's saying is beautiful, beautiful? You know, that breaks down some barriers right off the bat. And I was traveling with Krista, who David mentioned earlier, and we were in Vietnam during the Lunar New Year. And so we were sure to learn Happy New Year in Vietnamese. And we butchered it every single time, but it still broke down a barrier, and they were always entertained with our pronunciation. So I do definitely do that.
It's a bit of a follow-up to the previous question. Did you ever receive a hostile reception when you were wandering around by the community, and what did you do to overcome it, especially with this calming down tensions? What do you do?
So the question is if I've ever received a hostile interaction, experienced a hostile interaction. I can't think of a hostile one. I have experienced some aggressive ones, but it was more with people wanting me to buy things and running after me when I really just wanted to photograph, you know. So that has happened, and I did have one instance where I was wandering around, and I was wandering into a place that may not have been the best option, and some people who were locals said, hey, you don't want to go down that street. And I said, oh, okay. You know, it was, so I think I was, guarded by angels or whatever, that when you're open, I think if I'm open to paying attention to what other people are, where they're going or where they're not going, that's another thing, is I will definitely pay attention to where certain types of people are and feel like, okay, well there are families over there, so it's probably safe for me to be over there if it's something that's completely out of my league. And there have been a couple of places where I've been uncomfortable, but I just pay attention and leave, so that it hasn't ever developed into a hostile interaction at all. It's a lot more about the fear of, I think,
Just to follow up again on the local language or new culture, what are your thoughts about having fixers or local guides and pros and cons, and like what you need to look for if you ever use them at all?
I think fixers are critical in some situations. When I was traveling in Vietnam, we ended up in the orchards because, as I said, we were there for the Lunar New Year. And so we were noticing kumquat trees and peach blossom trees coming through on the backs of bicycles and motorcycles to market. And so we thought, well, we want to go where those are grown. And so we did hire someone who was a local person, and she went with us. And that experience would have been completely different had we not had her, who spoke the language. And there were two of us, and she was running between the two of us because we were, following our own path and in different areas. But I remember I was photographing one woman, and she was speaking very aggressively, and I thought, oh, I am certainly pushing her a little too far. And the translator that was with me, she said, what she was saying was, I can't believe she wants to photograph me. I mean, I'm just an ordinary person. And so I was able to say, because she had this beautiful pink shawl, and she was cutting down this tree that was full of pink flowers. And so I was able to say, oh no, it's that look at your outfit and these flowers, it's amazing. And she had no idea. She had not even thought about how she looked in the scene. And I was, of course, able to share the camera. And it broke down any kind of discomfort immediately. But I was becoming a little self-conscious because the way that she was talking felt to me aggressive, and it wasn't at all. So in those instances, it's critical. And I've been in other situations where I think it's good for safety purposes. Like in the fish market that I showed, I was there I had a driver who took me to these different areas and stayed with me all day. And so just to have him kind of, around felt good. It's not that he was my guard by any means, but I wasn't there alone. So I think they can be very useful, definitely. Any other questions? Well, I'm going to be around tomorrow and welcome, any questions as they come up. Feel free to approach me anytime. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, so there's a reason to take a Lindblad trip. Hang out with Jennifer. Let's go photograph some cultures. Okay, so I have the winner of the OPTIC Challenge Day 1. This is the Nailed It category. And you may say, how did you come up with these categories? But it's sort of an inside joke with Ralph Lee Hopkins and and Bob Christ and Michael Melford. And we did critiques. And when someone did a really great picture that you really had nothing you could say negative about it, you'd have to say in a high-pitched voice, nailed it. And that means you got it. So we did the, in honor of Ralph Lee Hopkins, one of the founders of OPTIC, not being here, we did it in his honor. So this is the winning picture for the day. This is from James Harrison. Let you guys, camera 2, get a good close-up of that. And why was this photograph chosen by the judges? They said it really didn't look like any of the other pictures, and they liked the angle it was shot on and liked the composition. And this was the Nailed It, which you guys should check out the gallery because it's really interesting to see how the same people photograph the same sets, but everything is totally different. So James wins a $500 gift card. Are you in the house, James? No? Yes? Yeah. All right. So the good news is you won a $500 gift card. The bad news is we'll send it to you in about 4 or 5 months. No, only kidding. But I do have your email on the back of this, and we'll get a gift card out to you within a week. Congratulations. Right on, James. And we're going to put this back on the gallery wall. Okay, everyone, who's hungry for a pastrami sandwich? Who's vegan and doesn't want a pastrami sandwich? No problem, we got you covered. We got pastrami wraps, turkey wraps, and grilled eggplant wraps, all in eco-friendly boxes. Head over to the B&H Superstore, second floor to the event space. Pick up your dinner box, and also a ticket up to the edge. And I understand that the weather is going to be very interesting up there. And interesting weather makes for interesting photographs. You ever try to go take a picture on a day where there's no cloud in the sky? Meh. Okay, so I'll see you guys up on the edge and also getting a sandwich. Thank you so much, everyone. And don't forget, the fun happens again tomorrow.